yes, I am streaming a bit earlier than usual today. I just want to play more games, if I'm being honest. Because I want to play more rimworld, but I felt like it wasn't really right to continue the save, you know, without streaming. So here I am. uh, I know, right? How dare I? So horrible. Let's see. Oh, the mech wreckage. Hello, you. Yeah, I was really wanting to play this just a lot. I don't really have anything to do today. I have work tomorrow, not today, so I have a lot of free time now, so I decided just to do some more games since I have so much free time. There you are, trash pan. Oh, I didn't really say anything. No, they just moved me back. Basically, they needed me to work on Saturday instead of Friday this week, so that's just how it is. I'm just working on a different day, essentially. Mm-hmm. And I'll be working for, I think, 9... Yeah, I'll be working for 9 hours tomorrow. Bitch, you have 18 construction. How did you fail? Maybe? I don't know, I was thinking about switching to Black Desert at one point. How about tomorrow we do Resident Evil? It will be after work, but... Where'd you go? You know, I think this is coming out pretty well. I might expand this area a bit more. Because this doesn't seem like enough space for what we have, or what we need. Molten Salt Energy Station, what? Huh. I wonder if green could actually fight the, what's it called? The void now. Because they have a good weapon, decent armor. And they have pretty good abilities. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. I fucked up with this. Hey Green, you mind doing this, please? Thank you. And then build that. Thank you. Of course. You have 18 construction. This requires what? It doesn't. It requires 5, and you failed it. How? Oh yeah, Abyssal Protocol. That's another mod I added. Learn that reality answers certain shapes, frequencies, and sacrifices. 35 damage and 85% armor pen at 46 range. Oh no, this is way better. Especially because it's legendary. But giving them to my allies... Oh yeah, I forgot. I got some, what's it called? Some StarCraft mods. Like a bunker. Ooh. Let's see. Finding a way to refine it and advance energy. Chem gas. Researchers seem to hear a female voice. Insufficient Vespian gas. Let's see. insufficient Vespian gas. How much cargo can you hold? Only 100 kilograms. Okay. Goliath. Yes, Mio? What is this?
Welcome to the...
What? Okay, let me get that on the big screen real quick.
gaming podcast for gamers. This is my good friend Frog A. It's been 4 years, man. How you doing? How's it going on?
Oh, man, it has been absolutely great recently. You know, last 4 years, I've gotten my degree in computer science. I've married my wife, Frog Pamela Anderson. Oh, my God, she is a bombshell. And we have 4 beautiful tadpoles at home. It's going just swimmingly. How have you been, man? Played any new games?
You might have to leave.
Why?
Based on what you just told me, I don't think you'd enjoy my plans for this podcast.
Oh, my God, you're still a sexist, aren't you?
You know, I think that's a dirty term. I prefer the term correct.
4 years! 4 fucking years! You haven't learned anything! You don't change bases when you're already on the home run! Base? What the hell were you even gonna talk about?
Well, you see, I was gonna keep posting pictures of Princess Peach in a cage and saying good
For an hour!
for 5.
This doesn't even have
5?
substance! That's nothing! That's nothing!
No.
What was the last game you played?
Metroid Prime.
I forced you to play that 4 years ago.
Yeah, that was the last time.
Why is this a gaming podcast when you don't fucking play them?
Having an opinion on a game you haven't played has been, like, normal for, like, 2 decades. Get with it, nerd.
I got a
Nerd.
master's in this time frame. This is sad.
Oh, yeah? Well, I just generated an image of your wife in a cage, and I'm about to say good. Good.
You are the pettiest loser I've ever met.
You see, I'm calm, and you're showing emotion, so that means I win.
No one is dumb enough to fall for that.
Gamer subs, use code Goobus, get free shipping, but only starting today. Free shipping today, with some caveats. But yeah, free shipping with code Goobus, and it gives a cut to the channel, which is appreciated. Game console forever!
Okay, so back to the game. We're gonna pretend none of that happened. Oh my god. Holy. I think Rimworld just crashed. I think it just crashed. here's the good news. My computer didn't crash this time. Usually, my computer also crashes. Man, I should really make a smaller mod list. It might be time to say goodbye to this colony. Because this mod list is kinda ripping itself apart. Yeah, this is, it's dead. Goodbye, rimworld save. It was nice playing with you. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's get rid of a few mods. Okay, so what are we gonna get rid of? What do we not want? What can we live without? Let's see. I didn't really use any of the vehicles. Let's see. I didn't use the advanced battle cloaks at all. Alpha armory is cool, but I didn't really use it at all. Let's see. Didn't really care about that trait system. I need to get to at least below 100. Don't need you. Never notice you, don't need you. We're just gonna get rid of a few. Let's see. I never use you. I can live without you. Don't think I need the Giddy Up mod. I never end up using GlitterNet. What is this now, Mio? What? Mio, why are you sending me lessons on the taxes? Oh. I see. Federal Unemployed Tax Act, FUTA.
Good morning, class. Who's ready for a pop quiz? Okay, that's the spirit. Can anyone tell me what FUTA is? It stands for Federal Unemployment Tax Act. Now, FUTA, along with state unemployment systems, provide for payments of unemployment compensation to workers who have lost their jobs. And if you're looking to become a business owner after passing this class, take note. As an employer, you are responsible for paying FUTA tax. It isn't withheld from the employee's wages, and most employers pay both state and federal unemployment taxes. Now, are there any guidelines? I hear you ask. Of course. We've got to have some guidelines, such as which employers are responsible for paying this tax. In general, if you pay your employees more than $1,500 in a calendar quarter, and you had employees for some part of a day in each of 20 weeks for this year or last year, you'll be subject to FUTA tax. That is basically everyone who has an employee. Now, figuring FUTA tax can be a little tricky, but I'll do my best to explain it. If you still have questions afterwards, ask them in the comments section, starting with the phrase, "Food a question," and I'll be sure to stick around after class to answer it. Now, in 2021, the FUTA tax rate was 6%. This tax applies to the first $7,000 you pay to each employee as wages during the year. That $7,000 is called the federal wage base. Your state wage base may be different. Generally, you can take a credit against your FUTA tax for the amounts you paid into the state unemployment funds. The credit may be as much as 5.4% of the FUTA's taxable wages. If you're entitled to the maximum 5.4% credit, the FUTA tax rate after the credit is 0.6%. Now, you're entitled to the maximum credit if you paid your state unemployment taxes in full, on time, and on all the same wages that are subject to FUTA tax. Now, here comes the fun part: depositing FUTA tax. For deposit purposes, calculate FUTA tax quarterly. Determine your FUTA tax liability by multiplying the amount of taxable wages paid during the quarter by 0.6%. Stop depositing FUTA tax on an employer's wages when he or she reaches $7,000 in taxable wages for the calendar year. Finally, when you're reporting FUTA tax, you're going to use a Form 940. And file that Form 940 by January 31st of the year following your payroll calendar year. So, for 2021 payroll, the Form 940 must be filed by January 31st, 2022. You can also file this form electronically using a Form 940 e-file if you prefer. Well, that's all the time we have for today. If you have any questions or would like to learn more about FUTA tax or the payroll process in general, please visit our website, getpayroll.com, and we'll see you for the next lesson. Thanks for listening.
Yep, they're taxing FUTAs.
Hey, you buy items and weapons for gold? Yes, sir, and I'll give you the fairest price possible for your items.
Okay, inventory says this bandit's club is worth 300.
I'll give you 3 gold.
I beg your finest fucking pardon? How is that a fair price?
Well, I have to make some money here reselling the items.
Hold that thought.
Okay.
Brand new sword, easily worth 1,500 gold.
10 gold and half a sandwich.
What? A sacrificial dagger that was used
Sure,
to
you
summon
can,
an
Pikachu.
eldritch monstrosity. Easily worth 10 grand.
15 gold and this mushroom I found downstairs.
Ha! A living potted plant.
2 gold and an onion.
How did you go down?
Cute tax, duh.
Cute tax mother! A one-of-a-kind, rare prism I found at the center of the dungeon that keeps whispering evil things in my ear.
Pay your taxes.
See?
20 gold, this bottle, and an empty tub of gamer subs.
And this is now a robbery. Discord is available through the Patreon. Link is in the bio. Hey, you buy items and weapons for gold? Yes, sir, and I'll give you the fairest price possible.
What the fuck? Never mind. Never mind. What the fuck is even going on? I'm confused as to what was even going. Maybe the Chinese spiral's made to protect us. Yeah. Maybe. That's what I'm thinking now. Oh my god. Yes, I have played Crossfire before. What?
Alright. Yeah. Like that. What I'm about to do, I'm about to give y'all the verse I did with Bone. I was supposed to do with Bone, called Speed of Sound. They ain't never put it out, so I'm gonna give it to you right now. Check it out. I be coming like a Autobahn, I'm murdering everything. I'm a killer with the mix and the flip. I'm sick with the gift and the living. I be itching to give it the way the wicked. I stick it with the wicked and dig it in. Like I said, I'm because I'm missing my licking, keeping you riveted, living in polygamous celibate. Ain't a chicken in a minute, second, I'm kicking it. I'm from the Midwest. For your little neck. I'm gonna get it with your hoe, I'ma get it wet. Stop and drop on top of try and you catch it.
Hey, you know, I love this thing. Oh, fuck.
Jumping! Break! Break!
Bro, this is so dumb.
Can you kill the engine on the jet, please? It's all we can hear and makes finding tanks hard.
I'm gonna be parking next to this enemy. He's so small.
Is this an actual game that y'all are in?
Yeah. He's using my wings as sunshade now.
Oh, there's another one
there's
coming.
another one. There's two enemies that don't kill me.
Wait, hello guys.
Hello guys.
Anomaly.
Oh, wait, hold on. Turn! I got this shit. He's saying absolute cinema. People are gonna think it's staged.
Hey bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
He's gone. Nine. Yep.
Oh, pimp down, pimp in the press. Oh my God, pimp down.
Keep marking, I'm almost there. What's that, bro? Damn.
By a maneuver called a side slip. Practically unheard of on commercial airliners, but sometimes used by glider pilots. Pearson has never actually performed a side slip in a glider, but he's attempting one now in a Boeing 767.
Here we go.
They're fighting.
Okay, I gotta set up my record, and then my variable.
Hey guys,
Oh no! Whoa! I can't do anything against this. Please, cat. Please. I live.
No way.
I live.
Yo, methane check.
Let's see. I am adjusting the mod list. Dubs mint menus. That one's required. Incredibly. Okay, I have reduced the mod list by about 30 mods. I'm gonna go through it one more time to see if there's any I want to get rid of. Incredible, even. Incredible. Barely balanced sushi belts. What? Sushi? Let's find something, Rimworld. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll do something Rimworld related.
This is a raider. This is 2 raiders. And this is what we're fighting. What if we played Rimworld, but every 5 days we had to fight a raid that gets 50% bigger each time? Again, and again, and again. All the ways up to wave 20. But what if each raid isn't just normal raiders? It could be Halo Spartans, Ancient Dwarves, the Axis Powers, Space Marines, Rat Furries, the Doomslayer, or something much, much worse. Now that sounds fair. Also, a post-recording note, this was made before the new Odyssey DLC, because it was announced as I was making the video. Thanks, Tynan. I'm taking your kidney. So with that out of the way, let's begin. We land in a desert valley with 3 special pawns. Our first is Kato, an exiled space marine. As an avid lobotomy enthusiast, his primary specialty is hitting things really hard. Next is Screech, a definitely human spellcaster who is very smart, about 30% of the time. Our last colonist is Jim. He doesn't say much. He doesn't have passions. He just showed up one day and I'm too scared to ask him to leave. He says he's incapable of violence, but somehow I doubt that. In terms of food, we have no food, or anything else for that matter. We're simply going to have to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and ask our
one of those
wealthy
conveyor
uncle for a
sushi
loan.
belts
In the top
before.
right is the wave counter,
Always
showing
want
how
to.
long until the next wave and what it contains. Each wave will be 50% larger than the last, up to wave 20, assuming we can get there. We need to
They
find
seem really
steel,
good.
components, and a reliable source of food. Strip mining would be our best friend for now, while the edges of the map have some fertile tiles for growing. So until our potatoes grow, we'll be eating like supermodels, which means no food and lots of throwing up. But at least the sleep is peaceful, ignoring the sounds of the flourishing local wildlife. Kato has trained with the finest British chefs, which is why his signature cooking ability is to vomit acid. Jim, on the other hand, is just physically unable to sleep, allowing him to speed mine with the determination of a Romanian Uber driver, who you just told to go fast. Day 1 ended with a pleasant visit from our neighbors, the Void. They have one simple demand: leave the planet permanently right now. We get 3 options. If we insult them, where their manners come from.
Why are you running?
Begging them for mercy gives us a 30-day grace period, and even a nice little gift. The Void faction really is a reasonable and well-intentioned group of people. I'm sure they'll do nothing but help us this whole time. With the first raid coming in 4 days, it was time to do some mining and make our base not totally terrible. Strip mine, expanded. Steel, acquired. Emus, punched. Productivity was soaring, from 0 all the ways up to 1. We even excavated an ancient demonic danger, meaning this was where we would put our base.
Sorry. You said 6 doses of shrimp instead of orders. And I thought, man, shrimp is a really weird name for a drug. Man, I can't wait to inject myself with 6 doses of pure shrimp. Is that what they're calling the drugs today? Shrimp?
Somewhere that strikes fear into the hearts and minds of enemies.
I
Somewhere
love
like
to
Belgium.
inject
Our
shrimp.
first raid is simple. 3 tribals. They look at doors the same way I look at a kilometer. Scary and too advanced for my American mind. I only measure in burger buns per eagle flap, and these tribals will only go through open doors. We can lure one in, incapacitate them, and fight the rest in a very difficult battle.
I'm
each wave is
shrimping it.
defeated, we receive one of 3 rewards, with rarities ranging from poor to normal and good to legendary. We received a random food and medicine drop, marking the first time we've eaten something other than raw iguana. The next wave will be from the UNSC. This is the lucky tribal, because the other one has the misfortune of a Belgian prison in the Congo. His temporary forced labor for life will give us the space to start researching. Opening up the menu, and I am immediately greeted with 20 separate tech trees, most of which I've never used, and some of which may get me killed. We will be trying to gear people with chainswords and advanced weapons, but that's locked behind advanced fabrication, so we've basically got to finish the vanilla tech tree first. Plus, with every faction hostile to us, the only possible traders we can get are orbital traders, meaning we need microelectronics as soon as possible. We have research, we have storage, we have the obligatory
Also,
recruitment
the
dungeon,
net
and a
got
barracks
kicked. Oh
with
my
the amenities
god.
of an Amazon delivery van, with a package in hot pursuit, the ambushed Praetor, one dead Cactipine, and we've saved this royal. His escape shuttle awaits. Makaros has sky-high expectations, but I once read in a book that the key to happiness is low expectations, so what better way to lower them than by sending him to jail? His faction can only hate me so much, plus he's a level 4 Psycaster, which we will definitely be needing later. In the meantime, we recruited the tribal we captured from Wave 1. Winston Wave sends threats that get larger over time, independent of colony wealth or number of colonists. That means we want as many colonists as physically possible. If you can hold a gun, you're useful, and if you can't hold a gun, I still have a job for you, standing in a doorway, shielding me from bullets. It's time for Wave 2, and the United Nations has sent their finest peacekeepers. But this is no backwater third world country. It's an advanced backwater third world country. They contracted the plague. Screech is a pestilence spellcaster, so all of his abilities give diseases. Our Wave 2 reward had a legendary 25 Empire honor, but the only thing the Empire is willing to send us is a sternly worded letter strapped to a cruise missile. So I chose the colonist reward instead. The scariest creature in the world, a Russian woman. The downed UNSC was a crazed gunman and had a warpstone addiction. Now, as someone who fully supports drug rehabilitation, I like to selflessly take it upon myself to snort all the drugs I come across, so that nobody else has to. They call me Mother Teresa, because I'm the patron saint of charitable employment. After each wave, the faction that raided is excluded from future waves.
I don't
That
kill
means
to be a
every
fly in the
faction will
kitchen to hear the
eventually
cooks
raid,
and
even
chef
the
crash
best
out.
ideal ones. Fortunately, the next wave is just
More
fine folks like Lockheed
shrimp.
Martin. I too believe in utilitarianism, so when my prisoners sleeping
Increase
prevents
the
me from
shrimp
interacting
supply.
with them, I simply shank them in bed so I can have a recruitment conversation in the middle of the night. But our recruitment was interrupted by a conversion chamber. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds a lot like Birmingham. So I sent Kato out to shoot it. That's not good. It hasn't even lost 1% HP. What the fuck? We could probably just hide behind the wall and it'll de-aggro though. Yeah, apparently this thing does 400 plus damage per hit. That's enough to one-shot almost everything in the game, including walls. It's called a Black Leaper, has higher armor in its skin than full Cataphract armor, and will never stop chasing
Yeah, there's
us.
no way
So
they
that's it, right?
remember
This thing
you
is
like
basically
that.
unkillable. We're totally screwed. But I've got a plan. This thing is not physically fast enough to catch anyone. So theoretically, if someone were to, say, run in circles day and night, we could keep it at bay indefinitely. It's not a perfect solution, and honestly, it's not even a solution, but it's our new plan. Jim is the only colonist who doesn't sleep, is pretty much the perfect candidate, if we include the time-to-time starvation, because he still needs to eat. But on an unrelated note, I have good news. Makaros has been promoted from prisoner to slave, and we're having a pizza party to celebrate. We still don't have that many people, and there's a lot of hauling that needs to be done around the base. That's why we're going to use a creative solution to fix this problem. Threatening Makaros with forced labor. Step 1 is making him take off all his clothes and royal apparel, because it drops their suppression. Nobles will normally refuse to do hauling or cleaning, but this is overridden when they're enslaved. We can also still use and level up his Psycasting, and because I'm using vanilla Psycasting expanded, we can choose his specialization trait, and I went with Archon. This is mostly stock standard Psycasts, but it does have a psychic shock to down enemies easily so we can recruit them, at the negligible cost of setting their heads on fire and giving them brain damage. And if you're wondering, no, this does not work on the Black Leaper. It's immune to all psychic powers, because why wouldn't it be? The in-game tooltip does say it's vulnerable to heat stroke, so I just need to get it above its comfortable temperature, 900 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hotter than Mercury facing the sun. Although it does have a hunger bar like any other creature. Unlike any other creature, it's 30 3 hunger bars in one. I did start building a box to see if I could get a consistent 900-degree oven, and there's technically something we can try for that, but I'll get to it later. Right now, we had to deal with the utilitarian raid. 5 armored mercenaries coming from the south, but it would take them a while to break down the wall.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
I was hoping the Leaper would de-aggro, but no. So it's back to running in
Catch a
circles again.
500C.
On account of Jim's 5-day straight marathon,
I
the
will
Black
try
Leaper
momentarily.
would hereby be called Big Jim. Our next raid would be against an even more cruel and calculating opponent, the Republic of Finland.
Everyone can homo for free.
Raids get larger based on raid points, a value assigned in Rimworld to determine the power level of a raid. John Rimworld might be worth 10 points, James worth 50 points, and Jill worth as much as a small African nation. So when raids are getting 50% larger, that means there are 50% more points in each raid. This will be very relevant later, but right now, I have to wear a dead person's clothes. I don't care how much blood, guts, or fecal matter it may have. My people are going to wear them. And while they get the diarrhea out of their clothes, Macaros has a special job. 2 Thrumbos entering the region. Tall, venerable, serene, and very valuable. I believe in hunting the all-natural way, by respecting the ecosystem, being in tune with the land, and psychic blasting the Thrumbos into incapacitation, then beating them with a rock. Thrumbo horns sell for a lot of money, and with microelectronics, we finally got a comms console. This is where all the respectable merchants are, like the organ trader, and I've got plenty of merchandise. Screech's recruitment skills amount to, hey pal, what's your construction skill? For reference, it's 2. On the front line near the wall, I completed a double-layered hotbox. There are no drugs in here, just disappointment and a slow, painful death of heat stroke. I tried seeing just how hot our heaters could get, and it's not even close to 900 Fahrenheit. Next, I tried adding a steam geyser. It was almost there, but not consistent enough to matter. Even in a testing world, 2 steam geysers connected couldn't do it either, and neither could lots of heaters. So our dreams of downing Big Jim with heat stroke were basically fruitless. Still, there might be a more creative option available to us. And by creative, I mean something so stupid there's no way the mod creators thought of it. Finland first, because I have to fight Wave 4. Or I should say it was Wave 4. As soon as Big Jim was done reenacting the atheist version of David and Goliath, we lured him further into the compound into a big-ass maze. This whole time, I've had to manually queue hundreds of commands to keep Jim running in a circle and play on 1x speed. Now I could just put him to flee hostile targets and he'll loop Big Jim forever. Or at least until I noticed something for the first time. This button. The Black Leaper is tameable somehow. If we could find a way to temporarily down it, and it just so happens Big Jim is getting hungry. Kiting for 2 weeks means victory through attrition is actually feasible by just waiting him out. Therefore, Wave 5 was our next concern. A pretty easy wave fighting shogunate samurai, i.e. people without light machine guns. The next 5 days was progression, ship chunks for components, a machining table for crafting, recruiting White, and curing him of his warpstone addiction with lots of beer. We could now craft ourselves a super shotgun and give it to Kato. The base was looking at least marginally better. We were stockpiling resources, and the Void is expanding. So let's talk about the Void. The Void is a faction of hyper-advanced, genetically engineered sociopaths. Their weapons are insane, their armor is almost invulnerable, and they just took a settlement from the Adeptus Astartes Space Marines. Eventually, one of these waves will be them. So our endgame is to prepare for the higher waves, including the Void. More minor events like this Chaos Rift is no match for the human spirit and its indomitable shotgun. A few demons made it into Big Jim's maze and met Korn's true champion. The oncoming Wave 5 comes with a caveat, a modifier giving reinforcements. The Ori Ashigaru, besides giving me Shogun 2 flashbacks, are countered by a very angry man vomiting acid and firing a shotgun. The Wave reward gave us Zack, a pig man. Now hear me out, if I butchered him, would it be human meat or pig meat? I called this dilemma Schrodinger's cannibalism.
I don't know if SpongeBob is dead or alive until I watch inside the box. Shut up.
He's also a member of the Italian fascist army, probably unrelated. Morale on the Rim was doing fairly well, between looting Japanese alcohol off the shogunate and ignoring Ivan Woman's food poisoning and dead sister. The next wave would be 19 tribals. Within the next 5 days, we could now complete an important quest, the Deserter. Accepting gives us a free colonist, somehow wielding a bolt gun, and sends an Empire loyalty squad to catch her. I don't know how they acquired las guns, but it was nice of the squad to donate them to me. This reveals the location location of an Empire outpost with 2 Psylink Neuroformers, letting us gain more Psycasters. I sent Kato and Screech, seeing as they'd become best Stockholm Syndrome friends. My team showed up to the compound and killed the Empire with Vomit. 2 Psylinks acquired for just about nothing. I might have also stolen a whole-ass solar farm because you can't have shit on the rim. While they were on their way back, I gave Jim his monthly 30-minute break, which he spent throwing horseshoes before working a 72-hour shift in the mines. The ball-crushing mines, where they crush your balls. His kiting job was replaced by Zach, whom I forgot about immediately until his leg was punched off by Big Jim. He's also my only doctor, so he had to fix it too. For the next raid, I built a heat stroke kill box, although it has a minor problem. It's cold. I need to simultaneously keep the doors open, but keep the temperature high, and heaters just aren't good enough at getting incredibly hot temperatures, so we'll have to try a different heating method later, and hope we can deal with the tribals. At least we still have a good choke point. Huh? No, Mothra, open the door! Thank Randy for sidecasting, or else this probably would have ended the colony. Multiple downed colonists, everyone bleeding, and now 17 ninjas on the way. But at least we have the finest medicine on the rim. It's just that I've banned everyone from using it. We should be using natural medicine, like if you were diagnosed with a tapeworm. Go to the doctor and they'll give you some lame medicine, sure, whatever. But if you're cool, you'll do what I do, which is drink an entire bottle of ghost pepper hot sauce and duct tape your asshole shut. Make those tapeworms regret the day they ever crawled into you. You think you're in my stomach? No, this is hell. And the only way out is through my ass. Buckle up, little buddy. The ride's about to start. So missing a leg? Walk it off. But in RimWorld, when something bad happens, it's really an opportunity for learning. So when I say Void is now hostile, we have a psychic drone, and a Jabberscythe is trying to kill us, the lesson here is that I need drugs. Also, if you don't know what a Jabberscythe is, it's very big and has a 5% chance to not eat you. It's between him at the top and a mad iguana on the bottom, raging against the storm for about 20 hours, and despite a tunnel connecting the two, the Jabberscythe did not dare face him. Regardless, with the waves beginning to get higher, raids starting to get bigger, and our colonists getting outscaled, let's talk about raid AI and heat. Generally, in RimWorld, heat could come from a few sources: the outside temperature, a heater, a steam geyser, or some machines. Having a 2-tile thick wall helps keep heat in, but the moment either a wall to the outside is broken or enough roof tiles are removed, the temperature immediately switches to the outdoor temperature. But doors are weird. Closed doors are better for insulation, but for whatever reason, open doors also provide insulation too. That means that with enough open doors, you can get the same insulation as a closed door, and we need open doors to trick raiders into walking through the kill box. If the doors are closed, they'll beat down the walls and break in, which is also why I dug a massive tunnel from the bottom side to the top side. So if we use open doors, now we just need a source of heat powerful enough to stay at a high temperature for a while. I mentioned 4 sources of heat, but a 5th is fire. An inside fire will rapidly increase the temperature to insane levels, enough to down pretty much any enemy. If we replace our heaters with wooden floors and craft humanity's best friend, a Molotov cocktail, we gain a way to ignite the floor, exploding the temperature, all while tricking raiders into walking through the fire because the doors are still open. Besides, the resources to make chem fuel are very renewable. Bones. And I've been storing a lot of those. While we work on that, the rest of the colony needed improvement. I started building an indoor hydroponics area for space crack farming, received Ray, the Slaneshi spellcaster, as a wave reward, and got a combat supplier trade ship. Then promptly bankrupted them by trading hundreds of bows, swords, and shivs for chemical weapons. The Jabberscythe slithered away, somehow, while our prison became a homeless fight club where the last man standing gets shot. After nearly 30 days of constant kiting, Big Jim was finally out of food and began to starve. Using 2 spellcasters, we could now temporarily down him while we dealt with Wave 7. The heat box would make quick work of any raiders. You can now see the flaw of kill boxes when people drop on top of you. It's truly something when raiders set fire to everything in sight, kill themselves on said fire, and leave you to put it out. If Kato wasn't standing in the hallway tanking 24 shurikens, that probably would have gone a lot worse. Everybody is mostly okay, except for Zach, who's now missing his eye. Also, the reason the drop pods are made of fire is a weird mod conflict. Your guess why is as good as mine. The raiders are not my only enemy, because the errors in the debug log have been steadily increasing, and I I have been consistently ignoring them until they go away. One of the other unexpected twists is that Big Jim is no longer hostile. He just sits in the labyrinth like some kind of minotaur, meaning he can be tamed. We just need some meat and a handler. White gently touched the Black Leaper. Yeah, I think he's still hostile. He just won't leave the cave. On the bright side, his hunger is satiated. I'm just gonna forbid opening the door, because the next raid is the mercenary faction. It's not a lot of people, and that's because they all wear armor, have light machine guns, and are addicted to ketamine. Just like my newly enslaved Italian man who had a wake-up withdrawal I cured by giving him wake-up. I call it the CIA debt trap. If he doesn't want to sleep, that's fine with me. I also added some recreational furniture, because right now the only things to do are throw horseshoes or stargaze outside while two people are beating each other into unconsciousness. What we really need is consistent trading, because orbital traders are so uncommon. If we manage to increase our relations with someone, we can request traders and military assistance. The only nearby factions are some useless tribals, the Void faction, who we cannot make peace with, even if I agree with their destruction of the Republic of Finland, and the Doom faction, meaning we need transport pods to send them stuff to increase our goodwill. So even more mining and research. But first, Wave 8. Imagine being a mercenary for hire, deciding to raid this random colony because why not, and you're forced to walk through a brick structure to get there. And when you get to the end, a large rat slams the door on you, and all of a sudden, there's a fire behind you. So you slickly slam the wall with your left fist and die. Your allies who make it to the end are about as lucky. Finally, having a decent functioning heat box is extremely important to surviving, because the next wave is 3 Wargors, 10 Minotaurs, 9 Razorgors, 1 Beast Lord, 8 Ancient Chaos Spawn, 3 Bestigors, 11 Tuskgors, 1 Ravager, 3 Raiders, and 1 Cygor. That is a lot. And to beat it, we'll need to make some big changes. Number 1, give Kato a lobotomy. The Void faction adds a series of brain implants into the game, each with their own stacking bonuses. From the conversion chamber, we got our first, a Havoc implant, improving combat stats across the board. With enough implants, Space Marine armor, and a chainsword, we could turn Kato into the literal Terminator. The second was Big Jim. Taming was still possible, I just needed someone who could survive it. And the only person I could think of was Jim. Jim firmly touched the Black Leaper. Jim offered slow, friendly gestures to the Black Leaper. Jim tamed the Black Leaper, and it only cost a bruise on his leg, because the other is gone. The Leaper's first move was to gobble 2 entire corpses, barely filling his hunger bar. Big Jim is like a giant dog who will eat every single thing in the base if we let him. So his new home is the Jim Zone, conveniently located on an all-you-can-eat buffet. While we trained them up using happy clicking noises, we had a Wanderer join, either because they hate themselves or they really want to kill Beastmen. So to quote a famous World War I general, I'm gonna use chemical weapons. 1 Amazon Prime delivery of the Anarchist cookbook later, and we're in business. Some of the recipes are a little questionable, like putting beer in a mortar tube for rage gas, or using smoke leaf to get people so high they fall asleep, but either way I built a field gun and started production. Of course, while I was looking at the menu, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what this is. I do know that it opened the door, strolled in, and began to consume Zach. Look buddy, this isn't McDonald's. You can't just walk in and eat people. For whatever reason, this pleases our people. The cannibalism does not. It's time for Wave 9, so I gathered everyone up at the choke point and it's drop pods. All over the map, drop pods. I threw Big Jim in the choke point and everyone else to clear up the base. Somehow most of the beastmen dropped outside of the walls, forcing them to walk through a maze guarded by Clifford the big red dog. Except he's not a dog, not named Clifford, and he's only red after he kills 30 people. Not even a single casualty on our side. The reward from the wave was prosthetics, which is worthless because I've already got spare limbs. And the next wave is a problem. 25 enemies is not a lot, unless it's those 25 enemies. Those are war caskets. People who feel no pain, carry miniguns, and they've got death acidifiers, meaning we can't even loot their stuff. And that's not even the bad part. The mod they come from is Vanilla Pirates Expanded, which is a great mod by the way, but it adds a unique raiding strategy for this faction specifically. Instead of walking or drop potting, they will kamikaze their ships directly into the colony, so this choke point will do nothing. The rainstorm is pretty accurate to how screwed we are, but I think I know a way around this, and it involves lots of money. It also involves a mechanoid cluster, because by accepting this quest we can spawn one. As long as I don't activate it, one of the raids will. Ironically, it has a climate adjuster, making things colder, but like this is the desert, so thanks. To keep our colony happy, I think it's important to incentivize good behavior, so I gave Big Jim a medical procedure to administer strawberry beer. The only problem alcohol can't fix is running out of alcohol and getting plasteel. Our research is stuck because we need plasteel for a multi-analyzer, and orbital traders is so rare it's unlikely we get it. But if we researched drop pods and sent a gift to a nearby faction, we could increase relations enough to call a trade caravan. I decided to give them a person as a diplomat, so I sent 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 nose, 1 jaw, a stomach, and because I'm such a nice guy, I'll throw in a complimentary kidney. This is basically what happens on a Spirit Airlines flight. Boar is slightly unhappy about this, as shown through his minus 53 mood debuff. Fortunately, he has no spine. I gave it to our cook, who ironically has no stomach. My colonists are amazingly happy either. Oh my goodness, someone's organs were harvested. But I did eat that lavish meal. We did have a small issue when someone insulted Makaros, so he psychic blasted them into unconsciousness, then went on a mental break to try and kill Zack. It might have had something to do with my heaters, because in trying to solve the hypothermia, I may have gone a little overboard. We were now neutral with the Doom faction, because they apparently enjoy opening gifts filled with organs, medieval weaponry, and tainted clothing. It's like regifting an ugly sweater, except it's not ugly, it's just covered in blood. I thought that was pretty weird, and then I got an offer from the Void. We will give you the plasteel you need, and all we ask for is 57 veils. Now that might sound easy, but veils can only be made from a few materials, so we can't use the easy to acquire stuff. That means our hydroponics farm needed to get larger and start growing cloth. Before long, Wave 10 was only a few hours away, so I gathered everyone into our main room and waited. These guys may be soulless killing machines, but so am I, because I have no intention of fighting them. Heading over to the comms console, we have an option to hire pirates. This comes from the same mod the war caskets are from, and lets us hire pirates for a sizable fee. Unless I choose the cheap ones. 35 silver for a single drifter, which means I can hire 89. We're going to use hired pirates to defeat the more expensive hired pirates. They're cheap because the contract expires in 1 day, if they can survive 1 day. If I had a choice, I could not physically pick worse weapons for the drifters. Clubs, shivs, and in a Soviet sort of way, some of them don't even have weapons. I thought 89 drifters would surely be enough, but I wasn't even close. Half of the War Casket Raiders were barely even scratched, and they only died because they ran into an immovable object. They also don't have psychic resistance, so we could psychic blast a few to capture. By the end, I think I can finally understand the meaning of a Pyrrhic victory. This is what my colonist bar looks like, and I have over 100 notifications of deaths and funerals. There are so many, it goes off the screen and took a full minute to dismiss all of them. Any remaining pirates I psychic shot to capture, and any remaining friendly pirates I ignored. Unfortunately, for each dead friendly, we incur a 5% fee on the next pirates we hire. And with 89 pirates hired, only 2 survive. The difference between being mentally ill and eccentric is lots of money, and I'm in debt. Technically, more had originally survived, they were just taking up beds. I didn't pay you to eat my food, I paid you to die in a war, so the least you can do is that. Each person was given a proper burial, i.e. hauling them into a stockpile and throwing a Molotov. As you can see, it fixed the problem very quickly. Our wave reward was both industrial and advanced components. Our next wave is from the dwarves. 260 dwarves. That might seem bad, but don't worry, they also have double health. And on top of having that to look forward to, we also got a mechanoid cluster. A second one that hopefully the dwarves will fight. After a lot of organ bribery, we also finally allied the Doom faction, allowing us to request a trade caravan from them. We also recruited 2 War Casket prisoners, probably on account of their acute brain damage. The other prisoners are unwaveringly loyal, so they'll just sit here for the rest of time. Whenever we get a sadistic rage mental break, my colonist goes into the prisoner room to get crazy and... Now, by this point, the raids are getting quite large, and it's possible this has had some unintended side effects. For example, we got an insect raid, so I brought all my colonists out to fight
Something's
them,
broken the mod
find
pack.
out they're not hostile. For anyone not familiar, that's not supposed to happen. But fingers crossed that it won't impact anything else going forward, right? It's probably not a good omen that the Doom faction's trade caravan has My Little Pony figures in it. Don't worry, they're just slaves. I'm sure it's heartbreaking to hear that Twilight Sparkle couldn't make bail, but I'm more concerned about the 260 dwarves looking to put me in a jar. I moved Kato up to the mechanoids to activate them, just as Wave 11 began. With that many naked men, I know they're either here to kill me or strap me down and force me to watch Reggie videos. And the only way to prevent that is luring them into a blast furnace. As for activating the mechanoids, they're just not hostile. Either they crap their trash bins upon seeing the dwarves, or they've changed their opinion on humanity after seeing a goth girl explain Five Nights at Freddy's on Facebook Marketplace. Dwarves walking into a 1,000-degree oven is very good for us, especially when they break the laws of physics and form a dwarf hydra. But there's so many, the fire will run out before they all die, and they've started to coagulate around the entrance. It's nice of them to stand still, so I can fire mortar shells on top of them. So what horrible, noxious gas is this? It makes them into animals. Totally random animals. From horses to eldritch abominations to a jabberscythe. The dwarves inside had a choice between firing squad or becoming a furry. Needless to say, rock and stone. They're dead. You might have noticed the game beginning to get pretty laggy, and it almost actually crashed just loading the wave. So ideally the next factions have more expensive units, so there's less raiders. And I'm happy to say Wave 13. It's the Skaven.
Please! Somebody put me out of my misery!
So now I have mutated animals fighting on my doorstep, completely bugged out mechanoids, and 500 Skaven attacking in 5 days. Or actually 8 days because our reward delayed the wave. Also, some of you might have noticed, hey Cleeper, what happened to Wave 12? The Skaven were so hungry, they just ate the entire previous wave. Let me put it like this. If you go into dev mode and try to generate a raid, the maximum points you can assign is 10,000. We went over that limit 5 waves ago, and now we're at 43,000 raid points, with it increasing even more every wave. I sent Kato outside to negotiate with the animals, and it turns out most of them aren't hostile and can be tamed. I could also destroy the mechanoid sunblocker because they don't seem to mind. Since wave 12 was skipped, we got 2 rewards, and the other was a group of friendly shamblers. I just didn't realize that shamblers could be space marines, who surrounded a behemoth in my base and beat it to death with their bare hands. The amount of weapons, corpses, and tainted clothing on the map is diabolical, although I think part of the dwarves' problem was that many of their hammers were made of rubber. Morale was so low, one of my colonists decided to leave the colony. Fortunately, he had a spontaneous change of heart. On account of burning hundreds of corpses, whenever I click a grave, I just see this. I also witnessed some casual Doom Dwarf racism, which is peanuts compared to my competitively racist zombie space marines, hunting down every man-hunting xeno animal and tearing them apart. Meanwhile, Jim transported the 57 veils the Void faction demanded, gaining us more implants for Kato and the resources to build advanced fabrication and the Codex Astartes. I built an Imperium furnace and... Excuse me? This is a dwarf, kinda. Somehow, the mutagenic gas created a tameable titan, another monstrosity like the Black Leaper, except this one is controllable and, the only difference between Titan and an 18-wheeler truck is that a truck runs off fuel and he runs off natty light. Normal people haul chunks. He hauls mountains. So the first thing this mutated bioterror did when recruited? Smoke and play pool. Then an animal tried to hunt him. Tried. So now we've got Titan and Big Jim, but Kato still needs better gear, and it just so happens that now we have Space Marine armor in the form of these Shamblers. After hunting the God Emperor's chosen enemies, like the local iguana population, they naturally expired after 5 days. Stripping them gives us their tainted armor, letting Kato equip it. He doesn't like it, but what is life if not one long parade of things you don't want to do? At least you get paid in life experiences, or preferably money, or even more preferably, the plasteel chainsword we just crafted. Add in a bunch of new implants, and Kato's DPS exceeds Big Jim and Titan combined. Between now and the Skaven raid, we had visitors from the UAC, who rated their visit as great. If we exclude the part where a wild animal killed them on their way out, I accidentally recruited Boar, the man with almost no body parts left, began expanding the heat box to be more functional, and gathered our team to deal with the Skaven. Wave 13. It's another drop pod raid with 500 Skaven. Oh my god, there's so many! The first thing they did was explode on top of a mechanoid cluster, then explode all the mortars and shells, then explode all my chem fuel, then explode my hydroponics room. Over 100 Skaven dead, and I didn't kill any of them. Screech's spellcasting and a lucky portable shield basically saved most of the colony, while Kato was on search and destroy. He did nothing but purge Skaven for 12 hours. A few hundred had to walk around, and the Skaven in the heat box caught fire, boosting the temperature further into 1,000-degree air. Titan didn't even attack, he just stood there, menacingly. By the end, every Skaven was dead to the Inferno, or Kato, and almost every colonist that could feel pain was down. I tried saving as many as I could, but inevitably a few people died. Their names were not important, but what was important was a chaos portal opening, and the demons inside were not hostile. Actually, they were hostile to the Skaven, just not me for some reason. Also, here's Big Jim being tended. This is just how many wounds he has. Low mood did lead to some mental breaks, but if you're gonna try and break out the prisoners, you've lost your leg privileges. Murderous Rage, Screech uses his special move, Cancer Beam, go! The base was possibly more red than any other color. And guess what? Go to your window and look outside. There are 500 rat girls approaching your location, and they are armed. We're gonna need to do something special to get out of this. Something to unite the colony and focus our efforts. That's right, doing crack. So I selected every single person in Belgium and made them snort lines of Warpstone Coke. They say hard times create strong men. I say hard drugs create strong men. It's really potato patata. Plus 30 mood and a set of buffs. The stat increase is only temporary if you run out of Warpstone. With our team powered by crippling dependency, our base went from this a few days ago to this right before the next wave. So can a bunch of armored medieval rat ladies beat us now? Maybe, if I hadn't run Screech through the heat box to cast AoE spells easily routing the first group. It would be a cakewalk, and then a demon opened the door. I tried to close it, but it was blocked by the rat corpses immediately, meaning we had to fairly beat the entire rest of the raid. And of course, by fair, I mean creative. And by creative, I mean bombing them with acid. Word of Power, Melt Your Skin Off, is actually pretty strong, routing the entire swarm of ratkin. Our legendary reward was about as useful as a block of wood, because it was a block of wood. Ironically, it's pretty useful, because the next wave is the Imperium of Man. 25 librarians, 154 space marines, and 6, all rocking bionic implants. But by doubling the length of the heat box, adding more wooden floors, and preparing by building 100 graves, by the time the raid showed up, they waltzed into the heat box and popped before they even reached the end. No sneaky Zeech demons this time. That's another wave down, and on to the next. Okay, the game crashed, and I think I know why. Right now, the game is trying to generate a raid that uses up all the raid points, and it can't. Supposedly, some factions do not physically have the ability to spend this many raid points, so it just crashes the game. I tried spawning new settlements for every destroyed faction, but that still didn't fix the problem. Reloading the game and the same issue. So I tried the nuclear option of obliterating every faction at a time to narrow down which one could spawn raids, and I found 2. The first is the Void faction, probably to nobody's surprise. The second, and I have no idea how this is the case, is a tribal faction. Our next raid is 2 Berserker Chiefs, 279 Hunters, 162 Warriors,
got a few guys.
244 Hunters, 1 Archer Chief, 261 Heavy Archers, 261 Archers, 106 Pensions, 330 Archers, and 157 Berserkers for 1,803 total tribals and 147,000 raid points. My computer will not survive this, and the heat box won't work either because it's an Impid tribe who have heat resistance because they can all breathe fire. We'll need something else to deal with the tribals, but in the meantime, what about lag? In RimWorld, stuff causes lag. Items, pawns, events, everything. And if we can't reduce the lag enough, the game will just crash when the wave spawns. The last few raids created almost 1,000 slag chunks, hundreds of corpses, and a legion of weapons all lagging the game. So we need to channel the energy of the world's greatest leaders by taking our complex problems and dumping them somewhere else. By gathering up hundreds of chunks with Titan and Big Jim, we can form a caravan to immediately dump all the chunks on another tile and repeat this process to clean out the map. Until my worst fear came true. Big Jim got mugged by one guy. I also sent Titan to get some void loot from a random quest, a special void medicine that instantly cures any injury, but it's guarded by void soldiers.
Hey, can you... Oh yeah, sure thing. Wait a minute.
He is a 50-foot tall behemoth, and they kinda just let him through. I tried clearing as much as I could from the map, making it look like a nice clean street, where definitely nothing is on the road. I also opened up the demonic danger, which had, gasp, demons who ignored me. The people in the cryo caskets, So how exactly do I plan on beating a raid of this size? With Makaros. At the start of the game, I recruited him for one actual purpose, because at the end of the Archon Psycasting tree is Neuroquake, and we'd finally got it. Everyone in this circle, this circle will be driven violently mad and go berserk. The smaller circle is the safe zone where people are unaffected, so I gathered my colonists around Makaros and waited for the raid. Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. Oh my god. This black hole is 1,800 people, and this is the speed of my game in real time. It took 30 minutes for them to get inside the Neuroquake circle, and 10 minutes to cast the Neuroquake. For reference, Neuroquake has a casting time of 12 seconds. In an instant, the blob unfolded like a tectonic slinky and spread across the entire map. First, there was nothing but peace, and then... Another small detail I forgot to mention, none of these people can feel pain. Now, I'm not gonna torture you by showing the whole ass thing as I saw it, so this is what it looked like for 2 hours. Almost an entire in-game day later, and there's still this many people alive. Meanwhile, the raid is over, and we're on to the next and final wave, the Void. Wave 20 was the goal for this video, but I did not expect the game to literally be unraveling at the seams. Wave 17 is as far as I can go, because Wave 18 will actually melt my GPU, because the 1800 tribals made my computer sound like a Category 4 hurricane. I had to use incendiary mortars just to burn enough corpses so I could get a stable frame rate. My best efforts, and it still looks like this, until we had a miracle. A group of guests come to visit the colony. By making a massive stockpile covering the tribals, I can trade with the visitors. And by trade, I mean gift everything. Preston is now carrying enough tools to defend all the settlements that need your help. The Neuroquake also gives a -12 mood debuff to all of our people, so I just changed their drug policy from some to a lot. So what kind of easy, cheesy strategy can we employ this time? None. There is no easy way to beat the Void. They're immune to psychic powers, heat damage, heat stroke, most weapons, while having an absurd ranged and melee damage, all while regenerating health and body parts rapidly. One of these would kill half the colony. There's 129 in the wave. If we want to win, we have to sacrifice everything. So that's what we're gonna do. Sometimes it's not about winning, but by making sure that if you lose, so does everyone else. I have done nothing but build nuclear warheads for 5 days and send all our important resources to the bottom right of the map. A bunker with plasteel doors, walls, and an Astartes bolt gun turret, plus all the food we could ever need. With nobody to stop them, the Void will walk directly into the base, and that's exactly what we need. Ignac, the wealthy, Godspeed by unwilling soldiers. Well, I'm glad we got that out of our system, because they're still alive. 23 Void enemies either outran or out-tanked through 9 nuclear explosions. And now, they're on their way. The mini turrets in front stalled for a few seconds, while the advanced doors kept them locked out for a little bit. I gathered everyone in defensive positions, used Screech's spells to poison the area, and waited for them to break through. But I've got one last trick up my sleeve. A rat with a remote control. Nobody could survive an orbital beam targeter blasting the power of the sun unless they were immune to heat damage, which I forgot they are. Even with Titan, Big Jim, and a drunken dwarf manning the dwarf, the Void Hound started to break through, with all of our weapons dealing nearly no damage. And just when I thought we were dead, boom. Screech's poison had slowly downed the Void monsters one by one. Kato was able to rush in and finish them off before they recovered. It may have cost our entire base, but we had survived Wave 17. As for Wave 20, I'd like my computer intact.
Yeah, that has just been one of my favorite videos of his. It's just fucking ridiculous. Like, how does anyone even use that guy with the waves, or Winston waves? It's just insanity. Okay, it's still not working. Fuck. Well. Hmm. Well, fuck. Mm. Okay, what mods did I add? That one, that one. Good of you. Hmm? Hmm. See. Let's see. Okay, first of all, we'll remove these. This one, and that one, and this one. Okay. I've removed 3 mods, and we'll see if any of those are the issue.
Look, I'm a trust it. You kill me, just know that's fucked up.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. We're done.
No, I got my knife out.
Okay, I got mine.
Hey, I like your outfit.
Thanks.
Ah, dude, I knew I could trust you.
No! I could trust one of them, not the other.
Hey, you. I just downed a bottle of vodka with somebody and some whiskey. You have to down it with me.
Okay. Are you ready?
I want to see it happen. I'm loaded.
Oh yeah, baby.
Sir.
Oh yeah. I like that. Where'd you get all these bottles, son?
Imagine you in my passenger seat.
Okay.
We just singing some songs together.
Okay.
You with your femboy outfit. That's just like a perfect goal right there, ain't it?
Okay.
I could think of it right now. Dude, what if I were to just like hood surf my own car?
You what?
Hood surf?
What's that?
Oh, it's basically where I'm gonna put like a cinder block on the accelerator, then I'm gonna stand on the hood of my car and just surf.
Don't do that.
Let me beat the semi. I'm gonna die right now.
Yo, why you going? Yo, can you calm down? The spawn is so bad.
This is a good spawn. It's actually probably the best spawn you can get because you're right next to the arms. Ah! The fuck is shooting at me? Help the bullet, you fucking dick!
Are you dead?
You're watching me! I see shit, my guy.
Me either.
See anybody?
Oh, I see Sturman. I killed Sturman.
Who's shooting at you?
Guards.
Oh, you fucking dickhead. They're shooting at me now. Cheers. Why did you run towards me?
No, left side.
Fucking hate these guards, bro. Why'd you run to me, you fuck?
I went by the log.
I'm going to bed.
Did you die? Bro. Yeah, he's dead.
What a fucking shot, dude. That was a nice shot.
No, it wasn't a headshot. Ah!
Well, I call them dump tanks.
Sit down, son.
NPC, I'm gonna kill him.
What's up, son? You took my leg!
You sound like a fucking virgin.
What the hell?
That's a good nade. Hey.
Get his ass in Arkham. I'm a tire pop, dude.
Oh, fucking lose. Oh my god. Oh, oh, oh.
hurt. I'm hurt.
I got this. I got this. You know I got this. Watch this.
Did you die?
Yeah.
Bro, you're fucking ass. Battlestar pants. Unreal. Right. Bro, stop following me like
you
a
were
dog.
going that way. You were going that way. That's why I went in there.
You don't have to come right up my fucking ass. Cause every time I turn around, I have to look at your stupid face with that shooting mask on.
Ah! They took my legs. Ah! Ah!
Oh, and elite players, the fucking gangster on Napoleon.
Bro, we gotta go.
Yeah, let's go. You go first. You go first.
Ah!
Is he in the stairs?
Yes.
With the laser?
Yes.
Ah!
Yo.
Bro, I told you I was too tired. I told you I was too tired. I wanted to go off last day.
Yo.
I told you I was too tired. I saw a Discord mod coming up the stairs.
Loki gives me, but I just be talking to myself sometimes.
I still have to go over here to the thing and then to the bunker and whatever else.
You gotta plant him in that house there, Napoleon.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna kill him.
No, don't kill him.
What?
Let him plant his shit, then we'll kill him.
Honestly, God, man, just bring in your gun. It's all good. We're cool.
Really?
Yeah, it's all good, man. As long as you don't kill us, it's...
Okay.
Don't be a dick.
Thanks for trusting me. That's cool. Thank you. And then, where's the bunker one too?
That's diabolical.
Why did you kill me though? Honest reason? He said fuck you.
Oh my god.
Oh, yes, T, bro. Thank you, bro. I was broke, bro. Oh, like, look at what he's wearing, bro. What? Huh. Okay. Okay.
If you want, I can just leave.
Well, whatever you want, bro. I'm not gonna shoot you, but
Alright. I don't do this often, but I'll trust you.
you don't need to pull your knife out, man.
No, I just don't wanna, you know.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
What is this fog, man?
Oh.
Santa! Oh my god, he dropped me a fucking sugar. Hold up, what else you got, my guy?
Santa Claus, give me something. Yes.
They killed Santa!
You're asking, did Iram say ask him advice? What advice do I have? I don't have shit.
You're
What the fuck do I have, bro?
experienced.
Dude,
They
I'm a fucking virgin. No, seriously. What the fuck do you want me to say?
Give the children the vaccines. Watch their eyes dull and give Satan his servings of pain. I'm a human, and I'm coming. I like to eat. I like to have children. This is a human. This is what we look like. This is what we act like.
Did you kill him?
Oh, will right now. Watch this headshot. Oh. Big guys over here. It's just. He's by the blue bins. Shit right there in front of us. The blue shit right there with the red stuff on top.
He killed me. He insta-killed me. That was such a dog shit call out, my guy. You got me killed easily, even though I knew what you were talking about.
I got him. Hey, dude. Are you a scav?
I am.
Oh, okay. I'm a scav as well. Don't kill me. I just killed a PMC. I killed him. Curb.
So goated.
Fuck. Yes.
bro. You just ran on top of him. Thought somebody could have killed you there.
Okay, bye.
These guys were fighting our ass. Our teammate, or
Bro, there's no way you're using a cheese on arena, my guy.
Let's cap these points, fellas.
How about I cap your mom?
She might like that.
Oh, I know she will. Your mom is so fat, it takes 3 people to capture her objective.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh my god.
Those are pretty funny. Okay, let's see if rimworld works this time. Uh-oh. Oh my god! I thought it just crashed. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, let's get rid of all the new mods I've added then. Okay. It might be the Helltaker mods. Well, look, I expected this to work. I didn't expect it to implode on me. I thought it was me playing all day, okay. I didn't think I'd be working on the mod list the entire time.
Goodbye, old friend. I'll miss you. Just kidding. Hey guys, my name's Dogshade. I have never played Crash Storio before, so this will be a completely blind run. As per usual, I have started with default settings on a randomized seed, so I have no idea what to expect. Unfortunately, it looks like we got a desert with no trees. Great. What the heck is a Mersite? Guess we'll find out later. Looks like there's some biters fairly close by, so we'll have to take them out before starting any serious automation. Inside the spaceship is some pistol ammo. Also, looks like we start with a few slow assemblers on the ground. And it looks like they nerfed mining speed a ton too. Picking up these bits of rocket debris is taking forever and a half. We also get a little lab, but it takes tech cards instead of science packs. Oh, and a tiny 240 kilowatt reactor. We haven't even researched anything yet, and there's already some new stuff to worry about. Inserter parts? Weird. Now that all the rocket bits are picked up, I'll grab some wood to make power poles and hook everything up. Man, this research tree is insane. There's so much new stuff here that I have no idea where to even start. For now, I think I'm just gonna go take out this biter nest and free up the coal patch. Bullets now have physics, which is pretty cool, but it also means I need to aim more precisely. And holy cow, these biters seem to have a lot more health than usual. I should have brought some fish. It seems I have severely underestimated the biters, which is good news and bad news. The good news is it'll make gameplay and base defense more interesting, but the bad news is I'm terrified of biters again. Another little quirk of Crastorio is you have to set the recipes in furnaces manually. Smelting plates now takes 10 ore to make 5 plates. Hopefully there's a way to make that ratio better later on. It seems like a lot of crafting recipes haven't had their ratios changed, but their crafting amount has been inflated. So instead of crafting 2 copper wire from a single plate, you now have to craft 8 copper wire from 4 plates. I think this is an interesting gameplay change, but man, it's annoying when you're low on items. I'll handcraft some, basic tech cards, and holy crap, they take forever to craft, but thankfully you get 5 at a time, which makes it slightly more bearable. Might as well use these little ship assemblers to make the tech cards while I'm doing other stuff. And there's automation cores. They're a prerequisite to assemblers. Next up, I'll research military so I can try taking out those biter bases again. Automation cores require gears, sticks, and copper plates. Early game recipes already require 3 ingredients. Oh no.
I got a WhatsApp video of my cousin seeing the Steam pop up going, Pikachu and Meth started playing New Vegas.
And military is done. I just realized that rifle ammo is separate from pistol ammo. And I can't even make rifle ammo in the assemblers we have, so I have to handcraft it. It seems to be a lot more effective, but I can hardly aim once the biters get up in my personal space. Next up is automation tech cards, which require these blank tech cards as well. I tried to fight this other nest as well, but I wasn't prepared for worms, so I had to bail. The ship lab is pretty darn slow, so I add a second one to hopefully speed things up a little. But since I don't have inserters yet, I still have to move the tech cards around manually. It looks like the purple stuff under the biter nests absorbs pollution. That's cool. Speaking of absorbing pollution, I want to unlock air purification as soon as possible, so biters will be less of an issue. The ship's reactor can't keep up with power needs anymore, so I'll have to build a few of these wind turbines. These turbines make a hilariously small amount of power. 20 kilowatts is laughable. But I've got no other choice right now, so I'll just have to spam the heck out of them. Why do the ores stack above 50? This feels so wrong. Plates too. Well, I've been procrastinating long enough. Time to throw down some more miners and furnaces to really get things moving. These turbines, man, they're hardly making a dent. Automation cards are done. Now I'll research turrets. Red tech cards require quite a few intermediate ingredients, and that is both exciting and kind of scary. I hope the later tech cards aren't extremely complicated. A bit of waiting later, and turrets are done. Next up is automation, and then light armor. An hour in, and I finally place our first assembler to boost basic tech card production. But we don't have enough power to run it, so it's time to make even more turbines. And light armor is done. Time to make some more rifle ammo and get those biters. I seem to be missing a ton of shots up close. Guns are definitely more balanced towards long-range combat in this mod. Or the more likely case is it's just a skill issue. Jeez, that took forever. Back to research. Now we're working on electric miners. I'm hoping to get a smelting array up and running soon. Next, I'm going to research crushing. For some reason, I thought it would let me refine ore so I could smelt it into more plates. I have no idea where that idea came from. While that researches, I'll start belting the ores over to where I want the smelting array to be. I really should have set up steam power before using electric miners. That was kind of a dumb move on my part. Regardless of how slow it is, we've got ore. There's the crusher. Next up is logistics. I made a crusher, and past me was immediately disappointed that I didn't get special items for crushing ores. Moving on, time to start working on the smelting array. I can't actually build it yet, because I'm still waiting on logistics. After adding a second lab, logistics is done. Next up is fluid handling, which will bring us one step closer to steam power. A little tip came up while I was building the smelting array, informing me that I can switch what side of the belt inserters place their items. Pretty cool. And there's basic fluid handling. Now we can research steam engines. After setting up the inserters to fill both sides of the belt, the smelting array is done. Now I just need to set the recipes and get some more coal. Steam engines are done. What's with modded Factorial always making offshore pumps need power? Anyways, with some coal, now we've got more power. Iron plates are starting to produce. I just realized they're slightly retextured, which looks strange at first, but overall I like the lighter color. With these new ratios for smelting, I have no clue what I'm doing ratio-wise, so this is probably way too big. Anyways, time to finally automate some belts. I'll tear down all the old lab equipment and build a dedicated setup for making the tech cards. Now we finally have fully automated science. Except for wood. We still need a greenhouse for that. Speaking of greenhouse, all we need now is stone processing, and then we can unlock it. This tip scared me because I thought it was triggered by a biter attack, but nope, it was just a random tip. Man, with all these intermediates, crafting inserters takes forever. Time to set up a stone mine. We're going to need it for crushing into sand and then smelting that sand into glass. Also, loaders make their first appearance. Now that stone processing is done, we can get started on greenhouses. I wonder how major of an ingredient sand will end up being, but for now, I'll just turn it directly into glass.
Okay, I heard the noise. I heard the rimworld noise. I heard noise.
Next up, I'm going to automate rifle ammo so I can have a little stockpile for purely diplomatic reasons. Here would have been the perfect opportunity to use a loader, but I didn't really consider it at the time because I had already forgotten they existed. Old habits die hard,
Why
I
isn't
guess.
it working?
Greenhouses are done. I'll also research the trees you can place, because I'm hoping I can spam them to avoid pollution spreading too much. Underground pipes are super long. I wonder why. After hooking up our first greenhouse, we can now turn water directly into wood. Seems kinda cheaty, but it's probably well balanced. Wood on the bus. Now that's something you don't see every day. It's so cursed. I don't like it. I'm done researching trees.
Wait, sorry. Why is it not working? It's talking about... It's saying errors related to several different mods that I removed. See... Okay, that's what is going on. It's saying a lot of mods just didn't start correctly. That's weird. Okay, I don't get what's happening because... What's it called? I removed all the new mods I added. Unless it's this one. Let's try it again. I removed one more mod. And we'll see it. We'll go back to YouTube until it's done. Because yeah, we're having issues again.
Yet another thing I never thought I would say. Looks like the dream of spamming the trees is dead for now. Long craft times means it takes a total of 90 seconds to create one tree out of water, but maybe later on I'll scale this up a ton. Next up on the research tree is electronics. This will unlock green circuits. Here comes our first tree. But for now, I'll switch back to making wood. Electronics are done. Next up is logistic tech cards. Green circuits require wood. I think I'm going to be sick. Whatever, I still have to set them up regardless if I have a distaste for their biological nature. I'm an unbelievably indecisive player sometimes, so I made some more trees. I have a suspicion that I'll need glass later on, so I'll add it to the bus. Logistic tech cards are done, so now I'll start working on scaling up science production. First up, we're gonna make blank tech cards. Making gears on the bus for this run is kinda strange, because gears are actually the same density as plates in this mod. But whatever, I like having gears on the bus, so I'm doing it. The bus is about to hit the lake, so it's time to turn east. With the bus properly rotated, we can set up some serious science production. First up is the super simple basic tech cards. Next is automation tech cards, and for those I'll have to make automation cores. I also researched steel, but I forgot why. Time to make logistic tech cards. They're super easy. There we go. All 3 tech cards are done now. So I'll go ahead and tear down the old research setup since we don't need it anymore. Fluid chemistry looks interesting. All of my trees are starting to die from absorbing pollution. I guess I'll need to plant more of them soon. But it looks like they hardly made a dent in the pollution cloud anyway. Looks like steel processing unlocked coke. I'll go ahead and set that up.
Oh, Coke! Can't wait to snort that! God, I shouldn't make drug jokes.
It looks like it's using the wood for fuel, and I'm not sure how to prevent that. Oh well. Last time I checked, Coke is white, so this must be a really bad batch. Anyways, I'm purple now, and it's time to make some steel. Anyways, oh well. Last time I checked, Coke is white, so this must be a really bad batch. Anyways, I'm purple now, and it's time to make some steel.
I'm purple now.
And there we go.
Okay, I'm just gonna lay back and just let the game go.
We're almost 4 hours in, and finally the biters have decided to attack us for the first time. Now it's time for some retaliation. First I just have to find where the nest attacked us from. It's probably to the west. Scratch that, it's probably towards the south, but at least I found some oil. And they didn't come from the south either. Must be from the northwest. It would be nice to have a radar to reveal the area around us, but I can't research it yet. There they are. Back to the base now. It's time to add some more labs. Fluid chemistry is done. Next is fast inserters to load the labs faster. After upgrading the inserters, next I'll research sentinels. They're like a little mini radar. I'm also going to set up engine production. Once again, I don't have a specific reason as to why, but I feel like we'll need them later. Oh my goodness, he's so cute! Little tiny little guy. I love him. I went ahead and placed enough of them to cover the entire base. Next up is Automation 2. Now I'm just researching stuff that looks cool. Silicon processing is next. I went for a little stroll and found this worm, and that made me realize that guns have a lot bigger of a range than usual. Man, these immersite caves are pretty. Double the labs means double the reused jokes. Water electrolysis looks interesting, but I'm not looking forward to dealing with all these separated chemicals. There's oil processing. Next is mineral water extraction. To show off the lab speed, I researched stone walls and heavy armor, but heavy armor ended up taking a lot longer than I thought it would take. I also made myself some of that heavy armor. And steel axe, because why not? Okay, let's start working towards chemical tech cards. We're going to eventually need oil, so might as well set it up sooner rather than later. Apparently, oil is a limited resource in Crastorio. In the base game, pumps just slow down over time, but nope, after 2.5 million oil, this pump jack will completely stop. I'll put a turret here, just in case. Sulfur is done. Next up is plastics. Our new oil setup is going to live where our old science production used to be. I'll set up stone brick production. Basic oil processing is the same as it is in the base game, so no special shenanigans yet. Also, plastic is done. Next up is red circuits, which take electronic components. That's new. Since we aren't going to do anything with it for a bit, I'll throw all the petroleum in a tank. The tree delusion's returned, so I'm setting up a greenhouse to make trees with the excess wood. Red circuits are done. Next up is chemical tech cards. That only takes about a minute to research. We're still trying to work towards air filters, so next up is atmospheric condensation. Now let's set up some sulfuric acid. I always forget that you need iron plates for sulfuric acid, so for now I'll be lazy and just grab it directly out of one of these furnaces. For the electronic components, we'll need glass, silicon, and plastic. I've already got glass, so I'll set up silicon next. Silicon is made from quartz, and quartz is made from sand and water in this filtration plant somehow. Whether the filtration plant has inherently magical powers or not, we do not care. What we do care about is the quartz, which we have now gained from the plant's unknown methods. I'll go ahead and bring this quartz up north, and then we can smelt it into silicon. To finish making the electronic components, we're going to need plastic, so it's time to slap together some of that. A single chemical plant will probably be enough for now. I'll run the plastic over by the silicon and glass, and now we can finally make those electronic components. There we go, that wasn't too bad. Now for the hard part. I need to get the plastic and components onto the bus somehow. No worries, I'll just cut straight through the middle of the pre-existing bus. I love playing new mod packs because they bring a bit of chaos back into the game, since I can't plan things in advance anymore. Spaghetti and belt weaving is my specialty, so it wasn't too hard after all. Although the bus is starting to get a bit uncomfortably wide. Time to make red circuits. And holy crap, that is a lot of fluids. Honestly, the whole production chain up to red circuits wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I was worried there would be some additional steps, like maybe fluids to mimic immersion lithography. With red circuits done, it's time to move the labs to make some room for chemical tech card production.
I heard noises.
Glass and red circuits in the same tech card sure does feel strange. But now the blue cards are done. I'll combine the 4 belts into 2 belts because combining 4 belts into 5 belts wouldn't have made any sense. Time to put the labs back together. While we wait for atmospheric condensation to finish, I'll do some base maintenance by placing more trees and fixing the iron supply for the sulfuric acid. With the research done, we'll queue up advanced chemistry, and then we can take a look at the new condenser building. Looks like it just makes nitrogen, oxygen,
It's not
hydrogen,
working
and
still.
water. I have a feeling I'm going to need these rare metals, but I still haven't seen any on the map. Oh well, that's a problem for later me. For now, I'll set up another smelting array for iron and copper due to low throughput.
Everything should be
That'll do.
working.
Also, we're starting to run low on glass, so I'll redesign the glass smelting to fit a few more furnaces in
In
there.
the group's chat. Okay.
Advanced chemistry is done. Time to finally research air purification.
Why is this not working?
If you pay close attention here, you will notice a major mistake. The new copper smelter is done. I also accidentally mixed copper plates into the iron plates. After I finished cleaning that mess up, air purification is done. The air purifiers are surprisingly inexpensive, so I'll craft a few of them and put them all in separate chunks. I'll chuck a few filters in them, and we'll check on them in a bit. But first we need to defend ourselves from the world's smallest spider attack. According to the pollution graph, those 4 air purifiers alone absorb as much pollution as all of our miners produce. I can already tell this is going to be slightly overpowered, which gives me a great idea. Cleaning the used air filters has a 90% chance of returning the filter, which is nice. But the cleaning process also produces dirty water. I currently don't have a use for dirty water, so I'll research flare stacks so I can just burn the fluid. These air filters last a super long time. Armed with the flare stack, we can burn off the dirty water, which will actually occasionally produce stone, but we can worry about that later. Now I'm going to build this huge belt all the way around the base. The plan is to have an air filter in each chunk so the pollution can never escape the base. Also, I forgot cliffs were a thing, so while I build this, we'll start researching cliff explosives. Cliff explosives are done. Also, the belt loop is done. Now I'll bring up all the ingredients to make air filters and set up production and cleaning for the air filters. Now I just need to place an air filter in every chunk. This might take a while. Through the magic of editing, you have now time traveled to a future where I've finished building the filters. And the filters are already starting to absorb a ton of pollution. Now that we shouldn't have to worry about pollution-induced spider attacks, I'll start working on advanced oil processing and then ore enrichment. Ore enrichment will allow us to wash the ores with water and sulfuric acid to produce enriched ores, which take half the amount of items per plate to smelt. This will effectively double our iron ore output. Oh, and I'll also set it up for copper ore. Now that the iron ore has drained out of the smelters, we can swap in the enriched ore and change the furnace recipes. I'll do the same for copper ore off camera when it empties. I still don't have a use for dirty water, so time to burn more of it. Would you look at that? All the pollution is gone. I'm curious as to what lies beyond the horizon, so I'll research radars. I've got a bunch of random stuff in my inventory, so I'll just destroy some of it in this wooden chest real quick. Now, if there's anything I've learned from the American school system, it's that guns kill things. But for some reason, that doesn't seem to apply to this wooden chest. I'll figure out another way to destroy it later. There's still a little bit of pollution hanging out around the oil pumps, but some trees should fix that. Since radars are done, I'll throw one down. Next up on our to-do list is construction robots, so I'll get started on lubricant. Next up is electric engines. And batteries. Looks like I found a use for the dirty water. If I run it through a filtration plant, I can make a small amount of rare metals. It makes stone most of the time, but at least I'll get some rare metals. And batteries are done. Now we can research the robot frames. After some pipe shenanigans, we've got batteries. While I was upgrading the labs, robotics finished. Now we just have to research construction robots, then modular armor for the personal roboport.
Oh god. What did you post in memes?
I forgot
What
you need
is
solar
this?
panels for the personal roboport. Whatever. While we wait for that, I'll go ahead and set up
What the
lubricant.
fuck?
Now I'll start working on
Why is it
electric
being
engines.
abused?
There's solar panels. Next up is personal solar panels. Now I can actually research the personal roboport. Portable generator, huh? Sounds cool. I'll research that too. Once I finish running this pipe for lubricant, we've got electric engine production. I made myself some modular armor, and that is a wide battery. I'll make myself a roboport, a small portable generator, and a big solar panel. It's slightly weird.
Where are we making the mod list again? Because it's this mod list is fucked.
But at least it's convenient. This big solar panel almost makes as much as that generator does too. I'll make some construction robots, and then we can finally teach this wooden box a lesson. I'm wondering if there's a way to cheese power production with these gas power stations, because I have an idea. I was thinking I could burn oxygen in the gas power stations for infinite power. This was dumb for two reasons. Oxygen isn't flammable, and gas power stations don't work with anything besides oils. With my lack of basic chemistry education out of the way, let's start working on the prerequisites for utility tech cards. Flammables, and then rocket fuel. The gas power stations make a decent amount of power when hooked up to petroleum gas.
Alright, let's
I think
restart
I'll
all
use that a bit
this.
to supplement our steam power.
Clear.
And rocket fuel is done. That is loud and awful, but still sounds better than any riced Subaru I have ever seen. Next up on the research tree is blue circuits. I'm feeling a bit ludicrous today, so I'll run the filter belt into the middle of the base. Oh, and blue chips are done. Next up is low density structure. I have no idea why I did this, but the more the merrier, I guess. Here I take a slight detour to research fuel for no reason. Looking at the recipes for rocket fuel, it turns out it's possible to make it from iron plates and thin air. I'll throw together some atmospheric condensers and a chemical plant to make ammonia. Fuel is done, back to low density structure. You thought that detour to research fuel was pointless, huh? Well, apparently we actually needed the fuel refinery to make the rocket fuel, so I'm glad I did it. And there you have it, spicy canned air. Production was a bit lacking speed-wise, so I rebuilt it to be more modular. Low density structure is done. Next up is the research server. After massively scaling up the rate we make gases and completely ignoring ratios, we now have 3 times the rocket fuel production. Research server is done. Now we can actually research the utility tech card. Unfortunately, those cards require blue circuits, which take rare metals as an ingredient, and after all this time, the filtration plant only made a nice 69 of the ore. Apparently, rare metals are supposed to be in ore patches on the map, but I do not see any nearby. For now, I'll just set up everything I need to wash the rare metal ore. First up is an electrolysis plant to make the chlorine and hydrogen for hydrogen chloride, and the tech card is done. Add that to the list of things I never thought I would do, making chlorine out of sand. Time to actually do something about that filtration plant's output. I'll stick the stone back onto the main stone belt with a priority splitter and also accidentally mix it into the coal.
We're gonna be doing this for a while.
After cleaning up that mess, it's time to wash that rare metal.
Okay.
Every single time, man, these pipes get me. Like, you would never expect this to reach, but it does. It's so great. And there we go, enriched rare metal ore. What a mouthful. I also researched level 2 mining drills. I'll put some on the coal patch in a minute. I'll make a tiny
I'm not gonna use the
rare
Project
metals.
Rim Factory. I don't want to use that mod.
And there you have it, rare metals. I use those few rare metals to make these level 2 mining drills. Well, now that we're officially out of the ore, guess it's time to go exploring to find some more. To explore for the ore, we need a car, so I'll research logistics too, and then cars. Now that we've got a car, we can go ahead and slap it down and throw some coal into it and get going. Except you can't use coal, I have to use fuel. I'll temporarily make some fuel from light oil, and then we can get going. I discovered the car has a equipment grid, so it's time to throw some random junk in there. Apparently, these electric engines help with acceleration a bit, so I'll put one of those in. Yes, I know there's only one solar panel in there. This car will be parked most of the time, so it'll have plenty of time to charge. Now let's find some ore. After some driving around, I found a patch next to this biter nest. Running about that far would probably annoy a few of you, so I'll start researching trains and grab some ammo. And there's trains. Might as well research fluid wagons while we're at it. Rails are a tad simpler now, only taking these steel beams and stone. No more iron sticks. And there's fluid wagons. Next up is train stations. Since I'm not mass producing rails at the moment, I'll just hand feed the stone. Even though I don't need them yet, I'll also research rail signals. I'm not sure how many rails I'll need to get there, but definitely a lot more than 138. Whatever, starting early never hurt anyone. Except Jeffrey Dahmer. After grabbing some steel to go the train and the wagon, we can start working on the drop-off.
What the fuck did he just say?
Inside of the train, there was a little surprise. Looks like every vehicle in Crastorio comes with an equipment grid. Man, this one is huge. I'll stick some of these electric motors in it later. Another surprise is rocket fuel stacks up to 100. This sucker will probably go hundreds of trips before needing to refuel. 8 of these electric engines should make this train super quick. Time to start heading in the opposite direction of west, but looks like there's a few biter nests I'll need to take care of. These worms sure do seem a lot more tanky than before. Definitely a lot scarier to deal with. As we continue to head northwestern, we come across another biter nest, but don't worry. I shall let the blood of John Moses Browning flow through my veins as I hand-build a sniper rifle. Unfortunately, I still needed to run back to the base to make more ammo. After resupplying, I can now take out the nests and worms from a distance, but it's pretty slow. As cool as the new weapons are, turret creeping with fish spam just seems to work the best until very late game. Now that the train is fully charged, the acceleration is nuts. I pushed a little bit too aggressively. Let's get out of here. After I came back with some more ammo, we finally conquered the rare metals. Apparently the stuff around the biter bases is called creep, and I can pick it up with robots. But after reading the in-game tips, it turns out I can pick it up with Alt-C. Time to build a pickup station. I don't have enough materials to set up mining yet, so I'll come back later. Some people may say that I'm addicted to handcrafting, and that may be true, but it is nice to take a little breather and plan out what I want to do next while I wait. I think right now is a good time to take a little detour and set up military tech cards. The first thing I want to research with those cards is energy shields, so I'll cue that now. Time to set up the cards, but I got distracted by the surplus of bricks in my inventory. Setting up military tech cards isn't too hard, but it sure is a lot of fun to try to get all these things off the bus. I don't think I'll need biomass on the bus, so I'll just hand feed it. I need the biomass to make these biter research data cards, which is a nice intermediate step. I like it. We'll get the military cards soon, so I'll belt them to the labs.
Combat
But
extended
how?
again?
Belt weaving. And there we go, military tech cards.
Do I want combat
now
extended?
That subplot is over, we can get back to the rare metal mine. Using loaders on the train should make loading times super short. I started placing the miners down, but lo and behold, I apparently need chlorine to mine the metals. Whatever, I'll finish building the miners and worry about retrofitting the stations for fluid wagons later.
I do want
Energy
combat
shields are
extended,
done,
but
and apparently we can research the next level of
I don't want to
power
deal with
armor,
what
so
mods
I'll
are
do that.
not
I
compatible
need
and
to
what
get
mods
power
are
to the mining
compatible.
outposts, but conveniently my arms are long enough that I can hand assemble a power pole and string the wires between them while moving faster than freeway speeds over 8 times a second. It seems I forgot to park the train, but luckily I can just stop it with my face. Power armor is done. Next I'll start unlocking all the different types of modules. After attaching the fluid wagon to the train and then helplessly watching it ride into the sunset, I'll expand the station slightly so we can load chlorine onto the train. Also, efficiency modules are done. Next up are productivity modules. Come on, man. Now that power is finally connected, I'll hook up the miners to the loaders. Now we can bring the ore back to base, unload it, wash it, then smelt it. Our balance of chlorine to hydrogen isn't quite right anymore, so I'll have to use some circuit conditions to burn off the excess hydrogen. I'm super grateful that the wires don't require green circuits to make. This is how it should be in vanilla, honestly. 2 steel furnaces isn't going to cut it long term, so how about 6? Now I just need to snake the metals over to the bus. I was making the bus a tad longer and ran out of belts, so it's time to channel my inner American and drive 500 feet to get some more. That mining outpost creates a lot more pollution than I thought it would. We should probably do something about that. Oh, and I forgot to do speed modules, so there they are. We're actually getting surprisingly close to launching a rocket, but luckily there's a lot more to this mod after the rocket. I don't feel like putting air filters on the train or running a belt of them all the way over to the mining outposts, so I'll just build a ton of trees. This definitely isn't a long-term solution, but it'll help for now. But this nest is still a bit too close for my liking. Also, the Crastorio devs are smart. You can't just run up and grab the creep. Apparently, trains produce pollution when they move. Neat. We don't have enough sand to make chlorine, so I'll upgrade our stone production. Yeah, those trees aren't helping at all. I'll just ignore the pollution until it becomes a problem. But it would be nice to have some laser defenses, so I'll research those. Why did I put speed modules in here instead of just building a second crusher? To be honest, I have no idea. You know what? I'm gonna automate all 3 types of modules so we can just chuck them into random buildings more often. Also, lasers are done. Next up are laser turrets. And there we go, fully automated modules. I kept putting off building a mall, but now I think it's finally time to just bite the bullet and do it. Although I will be building it with cargo wagons just for fun. Cargo wagon malls can take a little bit to set up, but I think they're actually pretty cool. Now I just need to figure out how to get the items into the wagon. After a slight
I got
mix of
distracted. I'm
sushi,
supposed to
spaghetti,
be
and
doing this
circuit
mod
conditions,
list.
we can now automatically load in iron and copper plates. Oh, and green circuits. Now we have automatic inserters, except for the stack inserters, which we just researched. I'll also set up assembler assembly. Finally, I forgot we unlocked energy shields, so I'll quickly make one. I'm not sure how much it'll help, but it's nice to have regardless. Our iron patch is slowly starting to run out. We're gonna have to find a new one soon, but not quite yet. It's time to start working on utility tech cards, but first we need to set up blue circuits and low density structure. I'll do blue circuits first. Don't worry about the research. I'm just doing random ones in the background to get them out of the way. And there's blue circuits. I don't show it much on camera, but clips are still occasionally getting in the way, so let's finally automate them with some mouth-watering spaghetti. Now that we've got explosives, I just need to figure out how to cram grenades and barrels in here somehow. I need steel for barrels, but guess who forgot you need coke to make steel? Me. I'll just make some coke on site. Okay, now we just need grenades, and luckily they fit in here quite nicely. Now we have fully automated cliff explosives. Back to that tech card, let's start working on low density structure. All done. Hopefully we have enough copper to keep up with demand. My train schedule was super messed up, but I finally got around to fixing it. Oh, and I also made myself the next level of power armor. And since the new armor is a tad bigger, I'll research exoskeletons so I can throw one in. I'll also research everything up to personal laser defense. A single exoskeleton is only a 20% speed boost, but it's still nice to have. Now we can start automating the actual tech cards. And there we go. Slight problem, we can't use these tech cards in our current labs, so we need to upgrade them all to advanced labs. But we can't use the basic tech cards in the advanced labs, so before we upgrade all of them, I'll research everything that requires the basic tech cards in the background. While I wait for all that random stuff to research, I'll cobble together a new iron mine just south of the base. I'll also surround the mine with air purifiers. I don't remember why I was driving around, but I could not for the life of me fit between these two cliffs. Woo, please fix. There we go. I haven't built all the miners yet, but it'll do for now. And we're done with all the researches that require the basic tech cards. Now we can disconnect the production and swap military tech cards into their place. And after I reverse this belt, we just need to upgrade all the labs. Making 41 of these new labs is not fast. Crafting them took a while. Let's take some of them for a spin. In this case, quite literally. And there we go. That's yellow tech cards and all the new labs. Now that I think about it, we've got 2 out of 3 ingredients for launching a rocket. But we aren't quite ready. We need purple tech cards to research the silo, and for those tech cards we need uranium, so I'll finish researching uranium processing. Once that's done, we can scout out our surroundings for uranium. There's a small patch to the north. In the background, I'll research logistics robots. It's time to start building our uranium drop-off station. I'll use some rail signals to make sure the trains don't kill each other. Mining uranium requires sulfuric acid, so I'll hook it up. Here's where we'll split off the main rail to head north, but I'm missing green circuits for rail signals, so I ran back to the train mall. Unfortunately, our sushi shenanigans have surely backfired, resulting in a surplus of copper plates, so I'll have to relocate the excess. Logistics robots are done. Unfortunately, this lights up my ADHD brain like a Christmas tree, so I'll take a major detour to set them up. After placing our first roboport, I'm informed that you can pick between different modes, either expanding your logistics area or construction area. That's pretty neat. I'll start placing passive provider chests everywhere, and then we can get to work on automating the logistics robots. While I wait for the rest of the logistics chests to be researched, I'll work on some of the prerequisites for purple tech cards. First up are red belts, and these assemblers kinda act like fidget spinners. Logistics system is done. I'll start researching purple tech cards while I finish setting up robot production. Using logistics chests will make this a piece of cake. And there we go, fully automated robots. With logistics robots being produced at a large scale, I'll throw down a bot-based mall. There's the tech card. Our new mall completely overshadows the wagon mall, so it's time to say goodbye. Next up in the research tree is rocket control units. Continuing the trend of automating anything and everything before uranium, I'll set up the productivity modules for purple tech. Small problem, power problems. We're not making enough petroleum for the gas power stations, which makes sense seeing as we only have 2 oil refineries. But don't fret, I'll whip together another 4 refineries. There we go. Back to procrastinating, we're running low on red circuits due to a shortage of green circuits. After expanding the green circuits, we now need more copper wire. I expand and upgrade the wire production several times, but it just leads to an endless battle of needing more wire. I'll postpone the war temporarily and finally get back on track. No pun intended. I ran into a few biters on my way there, and I even wrote a cringeworthy rap about it while I was editing.
Now, on my way to the uranium patch, I find a few biters that I need to dispatch. Using bolts, turret creeping, and guns galore, I clear my way up to the coastal shore. After fighting off some more of those biter attacks, I scroll up on the huge world's mini-map. What's this? Oh, it's more biters I see. Good thing they're just a lock and my gun's the key.
Once we finally arrived, I was pleasantly surprised when I started to take radiation damage. Although it did get a bit annoying after a while. While my Geiger counter continued to inform me that I would be a mutant by next Tuesday, I set up uranium mining. Originally, I was planning to run just the pump off of solar temporarily and run a power line back to the main base. But then I realized that running the entire mine off of solar wouldn't be too hard, and more importantly, would look cooler. So while I handcrafted some solar panels, I ran back to the base to resupply. After a few more
Our mod
trips
list
back and
has
forth,
gone
we've got enough
from
efficiency modules and solar panels to run this sucker
like
purely off of silicon's
390,
hatred for
like
sunlight. Stick a few accumulators on
330
there, and we can
to
run all night too.
257.
Slight issue.
So
we
it's
aren't
gone
going to
down
run
by
a
a
belt
good
of
amount.
air filters out this far, so I'll just have to wash the filters on site. Once I'm done setting up the filters and throwing in more efficiency modules, we can head back home with some uranium ore.
Okay, let's hope it loads
Back at
now.
the base, we can set up the unloaders and then try to figure out why we're out of sulfuric acid. Turns out I accidentally ran 2 underground pipes in line with each other. After fixing that sad attempt at pipe sushi, we'll run over to the rare metals mine to add some filters to it. That'll work. Rocket control units are done. Next up are speed module 2s. Then productivity module 2s. Now we can do efficiency 2. Speed module 3s take purple tech cards, which we still don't have, so I'll research worker robot speed instead.
I also have to put a
Centrifuges
hot
take
compass in my
concrete,
eye.
which I have neglected
Oh my god,
to
I forgot.
automate
Did I
thus
forget to
far,
install
so
a
I'll get
better
started on
the
that
loading
right after I
bar
fix our
mod?
coal shortage. Also, there's another level of
Yes, I
worker
did.
robot speed.
I need the loading bar now. I need
I'll
to
go ahead
see
and keep
some
the ball rolling
progress.
with another level of worker robot speed. Now let's start working on that concrete. Luckily I already have some pretty decent brick production, but one assembler isn't going to cut it. So how about 7? That should hopefully be enough. Now, our smelting array is currently quite the bottleneck, but luckily I could just upgrade all the furnaces to steel ones for a 2x speed boost.
It's not
That
closing.
speed boost means nothing if I can't supply the ore fast enough though, so I'll upgrade the copper mine to level 2 mining drills. I'll also upgrade to red belts in strategic spots. Back to uranium, I'll finally start setting up the centrifuges. Looks like processing the uranium now has a chance to output some byproducts, so I'll adjust my setup accordingly using some splitters. After plugging it in and throwing in some speed modules, we managed to get some uranium-235 in our first batch. Rare metal refining
now
stopped.
everything's going
Looks
well.
like we're backing up on
Okay.
dirty water,
Now
so
I'll be
I'll
back.
bodge a second filtration plant in here. With all my side tangents done, we've now got all the ingredients for purple tech cards. After running a belt of 238 up and slamming down some research servers, we're done. Now we just need to research level 3 speed and productivity modules, then the silo. But let's not research it ill-prepared. Let's set up rocket control units first. Luckily, we can just throw speed module production on top of productivity production. But it seems that blue circuit production is starved of red circuits, which is in turn starved of green circuits, which is in turn starved of, yet again, copper wire. The war continues. I'll expand copper wire production again, and use the extra headroom to squeeze out just a few more green circuits. Looks good to me. Turns out we were a tad light on iron plates before, so we need to expand copper wire yet again. Now we're low on wire for red circuits, and with no room to expand, I just pipe some in from green circuit production. And thus we are losing the war on wire again. Time to expand even more. Copper wire looks good again, but now we're low on wood. I'll throw down a few more greenhouses, and by a few, I mean 10. After routing the wood through the pipe pasta, we start having power issues again, so I'll add a few more gas generators. Next, I'll upgrade iron ore mining and enrichment. Our increased red circuit production outpaces our electronic components, so we need to get some more silica for our silicon. I'll set up a secondary filtration plant for more quartz. We aren't making enough sand for quartz, and once we fix that, the problems move up the chain again. Now we don't have enough plastic, so I'll add 4 more chemical plants. Now we've got a bit of a surplus, so I'll expand electronic component production. We still aren't keeping up with productivity production, so I'll expand that too. I'm just upgrading things for fun at this point, so here's some more blue circuit production. And now we've got a steel shortage due to a lack of iron plates. I'll just change the splitter priority. We can deal with the iron plates
Okay,
later.
I have a hot
Let's
compress
get
in
back
my
on
eye
track
now.
for a bit and set up rocket control units.
I can't play games right now, but it's a good thing everything is loading. A hot compress.
I finished
have
researching
a
speed module 3s
sty,
and productivity
I think it's
module 3s. Now we just
on
need
my
to
eye.
research the silo. In my
Basically,
secondary
my
furnace array,
eyelid
I had saved room
is
for an easy
kinda
upgrade to
inflamed.
electric furnaces, but now I've decided they're not really
What
worth
I've been
it right
told you
now.
to do
So I'll
is
remove
keep
the
a hot
gaps and
compress on
add
it
more steel furnaces.
for 15 minutes every hour.
And more furnaces require more
because
ore,
I'm
so
being
I'll
muffled
expand the
by
ore
a
enrichment some more.
towel. That's why.
Now we're low on copper, and when I say low, I mean low. Our patch has completely dried up. Luckily, there's another patch a tad more south.
Yeah,
I'll run the
so
air filter
I'm
belt
dealing,
around the new
I'm dealing with
patch,
that
and then we can
sty
start
right now.
extracting that ore.
It's annoying, but eh. Yeah, do we gotta do.
The single solar panel in my power armor isn't quite keeping up with my roboport, so I think it's time to research the portable nuclear
It
reactor.
is fixed
But
it.
first I need to research the regular
It
reactor.
is helping it.
There we go, and while
It's
we wait
using
for the
mods.
portable one to research, I'll finish building the air
Yeah.
filter belt. I totally
Hey,
forgot
Isaac.
about it, and the pollution triggered an attack.
I did lower, what's it called? I did
I'll place a ton more air
lower the
filters
amount
to
at
clean up the
least,
pre-existing
so it's
pollution.
fine.
Personal laser defense is super handy. There's the portable reactor. These are actually surprisingly cheap. Next up is Kovarax enrichment.
But Jaden, we need to launch a rocket.
We'll get there. But first I gotta take yet another side tangent to get Mark II power armor, because this little power armor, too small for my nuclear reactor. These biter bases expanded a bit too close to the base for my liking, so unfortunately
Let's hope
they
not.
must die.
Cause that'd be annoying. I like my UI mods.
There we go. No more looming threat. Power production has died again, so it's time to chuck in some speed modules, add a pump, and double up production. It takes a little bit to stabilize, but we're back up and running. Military 4 is done. Now we can start working on the power armor itself. Rocket control units have been stockpiling in the background for a while now. Hopefully I can use these all eventually. But right now our science is being limited by low density structure. So
Oh
I'll
yes,
blow
the
up some
barely not
clips
hentai
and
mods
build
are
more.
completely essential. 100% essential.
I lost 5 minutes of footage, and somehow we're done researching power armor. The suit takes a lot of level 2 modules, but fortunately I could just spam the heck out of them with bots. By the way, the level 2 power armor is the last side tangent, I promise. Now that I've got most of the modules, I'll just handcraft the remaining 4, and we've got Mark II power armor. After some kijiggering, I can fit another exoskeleton and roboport. Back to science, we're low on yellow tech cards due to blue circuits missing rare metals. Looks like the pipes have backed up again. I've been clearing them occasionally off camera, but I'll finally rebuild the pumps and the chemical plants so they don't clog anymore. Now we're low on sand due to a stone shortage, so I'll rebuild the mine with level 2 miners.
Oh wait, did I install the curvaceous microwaves?
We're short on red circuits again, so it's time to expand it even more. Here's a lesson in the dangers of belt weaving. Upgrading undergrounds can seriously mess things up, but
Nope,
we were lucky
I didn't
in
add the
this case.
curvaceous, the curvy microwaves. I have to restart it again.
Blue circuit stopped yet again,
It's an
this
essential
time because
mod.
of sulfuric acid. That's understandable, seeing as we only have one acid plant. I'll build a completely oversized array of acid plants to support it.
The barely not hentai mod is completely essential.
There we go. Now our limiting factor is rocket fuel. I'll spam some more atmospheric condensers and rearrange the bot mall to fit more fuel refineries. And there we go, the rocket silo is finally researched. I just bit my tongue. Ow. Gathering all the resources to make the silo is easy, except for steel. We aren't making any coke right now due to a coal shortage, so I'll have to set up a new mine for coal before we can do anything else. After connecting the new mine and upgrading the belts, we've finally got enough steel for the silo. Now we'll just place it, mod it, and hook up the materials. Rocket fuel is definitely going to be our bottleneck, so I'll have to upgrade it again. In the process of upgrading it, I seem to have somehow mixed the fluid systems together, so I'll just tear everything down and start from scratch.
I need to rewarm my towel. I'll be right back. But in the meantime, it is starting up again, so I'll be right back
Good
as
new,
this is loading.
but still not fast enough. Yes, I could totally bring light oil over here and make it the easy way, but what's the fun in that? After I finish rerouting the uranium belt, we still don't have enough nitrogen. Good thing speed modules exist. Really? That's still not enough? Fine, more condensers. And that's still not enough. But I don't care anymore. I can wait. Speaking of waiting, we're only 9% of the way there, so I'll spend my free time setting up uranium enrichment. Which also makes stone. Gotta love byproducts. Genuinely, I do like the byproducts and they add a bit more challenge to the design process, but when it's in such small quantities, you can usually just ignore it. Does anyone know of a mod pack that makes byproducts a pain in the ass besides Pyanodons? Pyanodon? How do you pronounce this? Anyways, uranium enrichment is up and running. Hopefully I can find a use for it later on. I handcrafted some level 3 productivity modules, so hopefully this rocket will finish soon. Unfortunately, I realized that satellites are actually quite far off. There's a few things that need to be automated before we can even unlock them. But I will be launching this sucker anyways. I can't let it leave empty-handed, so I'll throw a fish in there. Why did I get a dolphin? Let's christen the base with concrete to celebrate our first rocket launch. Immersite seems to be a pretty common late game ingredient, so now's probably a good time to set it up. We're out of stone due to our stone mine running out of, well, stone. And we just lost all game audio. Nice. There's another tiny stone patch below the base, and we can use that temporarily while we find a more permanent solution. The Immersite quarry is done. Next up is AI cores. They seem to also be slightly important. After gathering all the resources for a quarry, we can throw it northeast to the coal patch. Very convenient that all the resources are right here. Before we do that, we should probably enclose it in air filters. While I wait for those belts to build, we can hook up the quarry. After hooking it up, we've got Immersite on one side of the belt. There we go. Now we can finish placing all the air filters and remove the old belt. Next we need to start refining the Immersite into Immersite crystals, and for that we'll need Immersite powder, so I'll set up another crusher. Thankfully the loaders have filters, so this is pretty easy. After connecting the belt, we've got the powder. I'll route the sand over to the other crushers, and let's figure out how to turn that powder into crystals. Looks like we'll need sulfuric acid and nitric acid. That's new. Nitric acid is made of rare metals, ammonia, and mineral water. Now, where do I find mineral water? Looking at the map, I don't see any mineral water anywhere, so it's time to go exploring. I very quickly got in over my head with some biters and lost my car. And since I haven't paid for auto insurance since 2012, I quickly fled the scene and got another one. After driving by quite a few nests, I lost my car yet again. I still haven't found any mineral water. Back home, I check the tips and tricks for any information about mineral water and come up dry. So back to wandering around looking for it. A ton more exploring later, and I still haven't found anything. But AI cores are done researching, so that's cool. Even more wandering later, I finally found some mineral water. I'll clear out the nearby biters and start running a pipe back to the base. Once I've completed said pipe, let's set up the pump jacks. I'll put a big tank on the other end of the pipeline, so it's fine if it only runs during the day. Now it's time to set up ammonia. I'll build something bigger when I know the ratios, but for now, I don't need very much. I'll run the Immersite powder up, then we can get started on nitric acid. Here's that big tank of mineral water I was talking about earlier. I'll run the rare metals up, and now we've got a tiny amount of nitric acid. I'll set up the chemical plants, and now we have Immersite crystals. In the background, I unlocked these advanced radars. They're pretty cool as they allow us to cover the entire base with one radar. I'm going to cancel our research as it is so mind-bogglingly slow that there's no point in continuing. We desperately need stone, and all of the bigger stone patches are quite far away. So it's time to change
I have my
tactics.
warm towel
yes,
now.
That's right. It's finally time to start building actual defenses. Due to putting it off for so long, we don't have to worry about boring old gun turrets. We can skip them and go straight to laser turrets. I want my wall design to be based on Factorio's 32 by 32 grid for easy snapping. Oh, and I'll research substations to make this blueprint a bit prettier. And now I finally notice that OBS isn't recording any sound. Understandably, this makes me very angry. Finally, sound is back. The straight wall blueprint looks pretty good, so now I'll build the outside corner. I'm going for a more brutalist style wall, as opposed to the curvy walls from the Green Circuit series. There's the outer corner done. Now it's time to do the inner corner. Rails don't curve quite this tight, so I'll have to make a little loop that goes outside of the chunk. This wall is super overbuilt for our current defense needs, so I'll trim it down and use a lighter version that we can upgrade later. Concrete is stealing all of our brick production. I'll shut it off so we can make more walls. Speaking of walls, let's take those new blueprints for a test run. Now we just need to sit back and wait for the roboports to be placed. It would be nice to see what's going on next to the walls, so I'll add a sentinel to the blueprints. I enclosed some stone with the new wall, so let's set up another mining patch. New mine means new train station. I'll set that up. I'll run a belt over to the stone input. Hopefully that should help speed science back up. These biter bases are decently close to the wall, but I think we'll be fine. Power consumption is slowly climbing. Hopefully the new solar panels and accumulators will be enough to offset it. I'll run a secondary belt for maximum stonage. More laser turrets. We've now got more stone than we can consume, and we're still low on bricks, so it's time for a dedicated brick smelter.
Stoned.
Here I fix accidentally mixing the belts, and then I mix them again and walk away without noticing. With loaders, wall production is pretty easy. Having some higher tiered modules could come in handy later, so I'll set up a few assemblers for that. We aren't getting enough batteries for laser turret production. I'll build some more. The test wall is almost complete, and I'm quite satisfied with it. I'm going to make this little grid blueprint to make connecting new walls to our power and bot grid a lot easier. I started working on the south wall, but that project is short-lived because we have a major problem on our hands: power production. I'll build a tileable solar panel setup, but I can't build any right now due to resource shortages. We're low on iron due to a fluid backup of dirty water, which is backed up due to filtration plants being backed up on clean water. I'll add another flare stack. Now we're making more enriched iron than we can smelt, so in a classic move, I'll completely ignore our power problems for now and expand our iron smelting array. This new smelting array fits pretty nicely over here, and I didn't even measure it. After hooking up the iron, coal, and setting up the recipes, it's up and running. There's not an easy way to snake the iron onto the bus, so I'll have to go up and around the lake to sneak it in later.
Okay, let's see if it works. See.
And would you look at that? The consequences of my actions. Our petroleum
very
production is easily
issues.
affected by our power production. So once we start to dip, it's basically game over. And since offshore pumps need power, we can't even use steam engines.
It's still not working.
I'll attempt to remedy this by putting efficiency modules in the oil refineries and chemical plants that are dedicated to petroleum. And then I'll disconnect the entire thing from the main electrical network so we can run it off of solar power. But now our oil pump jacks have stopped as well, so I'll disconnect that.
Did I
and
accidentally install
I forgot about
Combat
the
Extended? No?
After isolating everything essential to power production onto its own separated power networks, we get about a 50% duty cycle for power during the day, which is fine. But the moment it becomes night, we don't have enough petroleum to support all the generators, so it's time to make a secondary oil refining setup. With the secondary setup up and running, the accumulators are actually starting to charge up, so hopefully we shouldn't have to worry about power for a while. Never mind. I think it's time to continue our path of world domination, so let's clear out some more biters.
What the hell?
I pushed a bit too hard here.
Man,
and
I've been doing this for like 3 hours, haven't I?
Take out the rest of the behiders on my behalf.
Oh no, it's only been about 2 hours.
After recovering my body and massacring more biters, let's start setting up our southwestern wall. A bit of walking.
Not 3 hours, doing like
later,
2 hours. Because it's just not starting for some reason.
I'll throw a second belt down for more iron ore. Whoa, that's a lot of walls, but not a lot of concrete. I'll throw the excess bricks over to concrete production. Still no satellite for the rocket. Bummer. Back to wall building. I'll manually place the roboports to help speed up the process. I can also speed up the video to speed up the process. Next up is our northwest wall. Right after making the turn to head east, this biter nest absolutely destroys me, so I come back with grenades. That did not work. How about poison capsules, guns, grenades, and fish spam? There we go. I want a Spidertron. Badly. But there's more to research before we can build one, so I'll work my way towards fusion energy. Copper supply is lacking, which leads me to finally discover the stone being mixed into the ore enrichment plants. Once that's fixed, we're good as new. Power is still cripplingly low, by the way, but we can ignore it and just go back to working on the wall. I made some more personal laser defenses, and now guns are merely a suggestion. We're now done blueprinting the northwest
try it one
wall,
more time.
so let's finish the southeastern one. There we go. Time to wait yet again.
Bleh.
Power is still a major issue. Let's try to finally fix that. Literally 1984. Let's try solving our power problems with yet another steam power plant. Old habits die hard, so I did the wrong ratio again. After building the whole thing and hooking it up, I am very disappointed in the relatively tiny amount of power it provides. And you know what? It's time for a real solution. We're switching to nuclear. Thanks to Nilaus for this 4-reactor build. I can highly recommend his base in a book and masterclass blueprint books that are scattered around the internet. Let's tear down this stupid steam power and start automating the pieces we'll need for the reactors. Also, I'm slightly modifying his design to use robots for uranium delivery. There's one reactor. There's two. It's not even near fully built yet, but we're producing enough power to finally not worry about blackouts. While it finishes building in the background, I am a bit curious. Will I get something special if I launch the Dolphin back into space? Nah, it's a waste of a rocket. Maybe later. And later is now, let's go. Oh man. The walls are all finishing in the background, and fusion energy is done. We are barely using any of the iron, or it turns out we've got a shortage of sulfuric acid. A lot of petroleum is being consumed in the gas generators, and with our new nuclear power plant, we don't really need them anymore.
Sorry,
So
I'm
let's just
still
get rid of
trying to work on this mod list. For some reason,
Portable
it's just
fusion
not
is
working.
done. Next up is efficiency module 3s. Enriched iron production is still slower than a headless chicken crossing a road made of molasses. Turns out our oil refineries are out of oil, and we're out of oil because we're out of oil. 2 of our pump jacks have completely dried up, so let's go get some more. There's a pretty dense oil field to our south. Let's surround it with roboports and then we can get cracking. I'll hook all the pumps together into one of these huge tanks so we can stockpile the oil while we build the pipes. After laying some mad pipe, the refineries are back up to speed. And now we've got more sulfur, and thus more sulfuric acid. Ore washing is back up to full speed. Research has basically stopped. We're out of purple tech cards, and purple tech cards are out of red belts. Having gears on the bus has bitten us in the butt. Our red belt assemblers are starved. Gear production is also starved because those darn green circuits are eating all of the plates. I'll put some localized gear production. That should do the trick. After fixing a few misplaced inserters and force-feeding the research server some red belts, we've got purple science again. Efficiency modules are done. Now we can start researching the Spidertron itself. And we're out of purple science again. It's the belts again. All of the iron plates from the secondary smelter are being turned directly into steel plates, and a lot of them are being consumed by the bot-based mall, so I don't think they're going to back up anytime soon. I'll remove the priority from the steel plates. Still not enough belts, and we're also running out of Blink tech cards. Once again, it's Green Circuit's fault. They're stealing all of the iron plates from the Blink cards, so no more priority for it either. But guess who loves overkill solutions? This guy. Let's put together an entire additional iron smelting array. Nothing in life is good without balance. In this case, 5 to 2. The old design for ore enrichment was cool and all, but I want to try making a slightly different design. Now, unfortunately, I neglected to make it actually work, so I spent a bunch of time designing a design that was completely and utterly useless. Pasted it down and fully built the whole thing before I realized the mistake. With the shocking revelation that you can't use multiple underground pipes in a line with different fluids, I tore down the new design and reluctantly went back to the old one. After building a smelting array and hooking it all up, it's ready to go. Except we don't have any belts to finish making it with. A tale as old as time. I need iron to make iron. After scavenging enough iron to get some belts placed, we start to smelt, albeit a small amount. Good thing we can rely on good old trickle-down beltonomics. Plates to gears, gears to plates, and belts to belts. Slowly but surely, all the belts are placed. Now we can deconstruct our temporary production and move an incredibly overbuilt amount of iron into our purple science red belt production. And we're researching again. Yeah, this is way too much iron. Oh, since we've got walls now, we don't need the filters anymore, so we can tear those all down. Now we've got a shortage of green circuits for productivity modules. We need even more iron for the circuits. We just made more iron, but nobody in their right mind would run a belt that far. Now we're actually starting to put that new smelter to use. We've got green circuits again. Still not quite enough prod mods, so here's some more. We're still low on blank tech cards somehow, but it looks like I just accidentally disconnected copper plates. That's an easy fix. Prod mod stopped again. This time it's because we're out of electronic components due to a lack of silicon. So let's up our silica production. I won't get into the gritty riddles, but I hope you can sand some rough jokes. After upgrading our quartz production, it's pretty clear that should be enough. Now we're low on glass, which is great because I get to make more painful jokes. I'll put it off for now, and I'll fix it when the cracks start to show. Science production is looking pretty good now. It's not a problem quite yet, but we're slowly running out of copper for low density structure. And that's because all of our extra copper is being chucked into this chest. But where are these bots taking it? Oops, I still had the heat exchangers and turbines automated. I'll tear that down. Evidently that was the issue. Now we've got a steady flow of copper, but Purple Science is out of prod mods yet again. And yet again, it's because of the electronic components. Time to fix the glass. Our current glass production is tiny, so let's build another one. After some horrid belt shenanigans, it's all hooked up now, and I managed to build that entire smelter without cracking a single glass joke. Wait, that still wasn't quite enough glass though, so I threw down even more smelters. That'll do. Yellow tech cards are running out of low density structure, not due to shortages this time, just not enough assemblers. I'll paste some more. And finally, we've got the Spidertron researched. Now we just need to build this sucker. The recipe looks pretty normal besides the fusion reactor and the AI cores. AI cores require nitric acid, so I can't handcraft them, but one assembler should do the trick. The rest of the items don't have any weird quirks, so I'll just use bots for them. We don't have any tier 3 efficiency modules, so I'll use bots to build the correct ratio of them and crank out a few. And there it is, our first Spidertron. And man, I can't wait to take it for a dry... Wait, apparently the Spidertrons require fuel. I guess since it doesn't require a fish anymore, they can't use fission power. DT fuel cells don't look too difficult. They require tritium, empty DT cells, and heavy water. The empty cells are easy, it's just rare metals and low density structure. Tritium is a tad more complicated. It needs rare metals, lithium, and U-235. Well, let's do this one step at a time. Lithium is made in an electrolysis plant and requires lithium chloride. Oh, and water. The lithium chloride needs mineral water and hydrogen chloride. Mineral water is easy, it's nearby, but the hydrogen chloride is a different story. We use it to make enriched rare metals, but it's currently stopped due to a lack of sand. After changing the priority, it's up and running again. Making the hydrogen chloride is currently pretty wasteful. I never worked out a proper ratio, so these pumps are discarding a lot of the gases we need. I'll remove the pumps and just clear the tanks manually if it becomes an issue again. I plugged everything in, and now we just need water and heavy water. Unbelievably, heavy water is made from water, so that's easy to set up too. Although it is very slow. I forgot to remove the Spidertron assembler, and now we've got 2 extra ones. After a bit of waiting, we've got tritium, and we're making DT cells. After chucking them into the Spidertron, we're good to go. I was worried about how long these will last, but it looks like they actually last quite a while. Nice. I started filling the Spidertron with personal roboports that I made earlier, but unfortunately the DT cell just powers movement, not equipment. Might as well simplify fuel management and use a portable fusion reactor for power as well. Five roboports have a pretty good range, and they handle about 100 bots. This'll work great. I'm going to stockpile a few more DT fuel cells, and then we can start mass deconstruction. That's right, we're starting over. Shoot, I forgot to launch another fish before deconstructing the rocket. This deconstruction planner should leave all of the power poles intact, so hopefully we won't accidentally disconnect anything. The nuclear plant is staying though, at least for now. Deconstructing an entire base takes a bit longer than I expected, but I only did have about 1,700 robots. Most of the base is gone now, and I'll also deconstruct the solar panel grids. I made some landfill and filled in 2 of the lakes as well. Now I'll start deconstructing all the power poles and roboports so I can place a roboport grid across the entire base's area. This disconnected the walls from the nuclear power plant, so I'll quickly plug them back in. We ran out of substations and roboports, so I'll make some more of those with the buffers left over from the base. We ran out of steel plates and red circuits, so we can't expand the grid anymore. I'll cancel all the ghosted building and tear down the assemblers. We need to decide how many lanes of copper and iron we'll want. I picked 6 lanes of each, purely because it divides evenly between the substations. This lake is kinda in the way, so we should probably start the bus a bit further back.
Okay, I'm back again.
Before we set up iron or
Let's see if
copper
everything's
production,
working now.
let's make some concrete. I was using my upgrade planner on the miners, and it
Okay,
turns
there's
out
no
there's
red.
a second tier of substation. Oh well.
It's
too late.
not
Now
working
let's mine
still.
the iron for the concrete.
Yeah, I was expecting to play
Okay,
games
time to
all
smelt the
day
stone
today.
into brick. So, I never researched electric furnaces. Luckily, it doesn't look too expensive, and I should have enough science laying around in storage to research it. I think it's safe to say we've got enough. Cool, let's tear down the labs and start making some furnaces. With those being slowly produced, I'll whip up a silly design for brick production and hook it up. Now we can set up the actual concrete production. This setup works just fine, but it's kind of boring. Let's try something else. Recently, I've been having a lot of fun with these tiny tileable designs, and thus I redesigned the concrete production. With enough concrete production to pave a small city every 12 minutes, let's start working on iron smelting. 6 lanes sure is a daunting task, but since we don't need the full capacity immediately, let's just work on 1 lane for now. Although I will test to make sure we can fit all the smelters here, and they do fit, so we're good. For now, I only need a little bit of iron, so let's skip ore washing temporarily. We ran out of substations and roboports again, and unfortunately we can't really expand without them. Time to make some more, but I'm out of copper wire, so time to make copper wire, but now I'm out of red circuits, so time to make red circuits, but now I'm out of steel, so time to make steel, but now I'm out of red circuits again, so it's time to make more red circuits, but now I'm out of copper wire again, so time to make copper wire, but now I'm out of steel, so time to make steel. The iron smelter is up and running, we're slowly filling the belts. But I'm out of copper plates, so time to deconstruct everything and make copper plates. Building at this massive scale is kind of intimidating, not gonna lie. Oh, also keep in mind there's no way I could possibly feed all of these smelters with these little patches of ore nearby, so I'll definitely need to bring in the ore with trains later. And there we go, we're making copper. Not very much in the grand scheme of things, but at least we're making some. Now it's time to set up ore washing. Washing the ores in the chemical plants is actually quite fast. You only need 16 plants per belt. We need sulfuric acid to wash the ores, so let's go set oil back up. Even bigger tank this time. After piping it around, let's set everything up over by this coal patch for easy plastic production. Continuing with the theme of just guessing production amounts, I'll build enough plastic for 2 red belts. That's a lot of refineries. Let's get cracking on cracking. We'll crack the heavy oil down into light oil, then re-crack the cracked oil into petroleum. 32 chemical plants and some coal later, we're almost done setting it up. After hooking up oil and water, it turns out I built most of the refineries out of alignment. After rebuilding the refineries and running some more pipes, we've got plastic.
It's not saying what's going
Iron, copper,
on.
and plastic. What's next? Wood. It still feels strange putting wood on the bus, but 2 lanes should do the trick. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Instead of just mixing the belts earlier, I decided to balance each individual belt and then stick it into a 6-to-2
This
balancer.
is all just pain
This is
and
stupid.
suffering.
Oh well, it's basically done. I just need to wait for all the greenhouses to be built. Imaginary wood is now on the bus. Oh yeah, ore washing. Should probably finish that. A bunch more oil refineries and chemical plants later, we can set up sulfur and then sulfuric acid. But I need iron plates for the acid, and we don't have any belts to get it over here, so let's set up belt production. A couple wacky designs later, we've got belts. Let's finish the ore washing setups for copper and iron before we plug in the sulfuric acid. After connecting everything up and hand feeding a few iron plates to test it, we're washing the ore. I'll swap the recipes around and we've got plates again. Slight problem, dirty water is backing up, but we can just burn it off for now. Now we can get started on steel production. Let's make some room. I'm aiming to make 2 belts of steel, so this will be yet another huge setup. Time for coke. Thankfully, its production isn't too complicated, so we can just produce it locally instead of smuggling it in from other countries. Let's steal coal from plastic production, split it, and then grab wood off the bus. Don't forget to set the recipes. Oh, speaking of wood, we still don't have any. And speaking of not having any, iron production has stopped. Looks like we somehow disconnected our oil supply. I'll hook it back up and then finish a line of coke's wood. With the wood starting to trickle in, coke is done. And while we wait for the CIA to send me a check in the mail, let's hook up the iron plates.
Okay, what? I don't know how to fix this. I have to wait for Taki to wake up.
Fuel cells.
So
that's fine. We've got a decent amount of processed uranium
that's
in storage.
Unfortunate.
I'll just throw down an assembler. It takes a minute, but we've got power back.
Well,
a few substations later, and we've got steel. I'll chuck it in a chest.
That's about 2 hours wasted.
We're out of base supplies again. Time for another bot mall. Except this is ugly. Let's make it look prettier.
Okay, so do we want to do Black Desert?
After placing the rest of the chemical plants for ore washing, we're output limited. I'll move the input belt to the middle. And now we're input limited.
Do I want
a second belt should do the trick. There we go. Full belt of output. Now I'll rebuild the copper side. I needed more substations, and for some reason I thought it was a good idea to just deconstruct these ones. Let's see how long it takes me to realize that oil's been disconnected. I'll put steel on the bus, then we can fix that dumb wood splitter. It's time for some green circuits. Let's make 4 belts of them. I was originally going to use this side split design, but it looked extra dumb. I'll go with something a bit more traditional. I'm not sure how many times we'll have to tile this build vertically, and I'm worried about running into the lake. So let's make some landfill. Yeah, not much to see here. I happened to pass the nuclear setup, and it looks like we're out of fuel again. We ran out of 238, but we've got a decent amount of uranium ore chilling in storage, so we can put off the mining for a bit longer. Back up and running. It's green circuit time, and wouldn't you believe it, the assemblers fit perfectly. Each one of these towers makes 2 belts of green circuits. This looks super silly, but hey, it works. Time to plug it all in. Oh shoot, I forgot to switch every other inserter to fill both sides of the belt. I'll fix that. There we go. Now I'll bring all 4 belts down to the bus, and we're done. Now let's do red circuits. Yeah, we don't have any stone on the bus. I'll mine some, and then we could just squeeze it into the middle of the bus. Okay, now we can crush it all into sand. Yeah, that's a lot of sand. And now we get to make a bunch of quartz. Like, a lot of quartz. 2 belts of quartz. And we'll turn that 2 belts of quartz into 1 belt of silicon. Then the other 8 crushers worth of sand will be smelted into glass. After running a belt of plastic over here, we've got everything we need for electronic components, so let's whip them together. 3 belts go in, 1 belt comes out. There's the oil pipe. Took long enough. After expanding the bus a bit more, we can start working on the circuits.
What to play? Because, yeah, we can't play RimWorld right now.
I built this way too long. We wouldn't have been able to feed the whole thing. So let's split it into 4 parts. Then I'll design this ridiculous distribution head, paste it, modify it, and start hooking up all the resources. Done. Now we just need to wait for the bots to place all the belts. And there's our first red circuits. Would you look at that? We're out of uranium ore. Glad I caught it early this time. Luckily, the uranium outpost is a sovereign state, so we can just renegotiate trade agreements with it. The real problem is figuring out where to put the rails. I'll route it directly over green circuits so we can unload next to the centrifuges. After doing a loop-de-loop around the uranium centrifuges, I'll set up a station.
That scares me, playing Factorial.
I'll bring the sulfuric acid over with bots.
Especially because I've never played Factorial on my own before. I've always had a friend help.
Here's our first delivery. Man, I love loaders. Now that the uranium is taken for a spin and then spun, we should be good on power for the foreseeable future, hopefully. Now we just need to wait around for the rest of the belts to be produced, placed, and then we're all done. 4 belts of red circuits. Hopefully that'll last a while. Next up is blue circuits, but we don't have any room to build them. We're getting pretty darn close to this lake, so it's time to start filling it in. Small issue though, if we fill in the lake, there isn't any walls protecting us from biters, so we'll have to build some new walls too. Luckily for us, if we take a look at storage, we've got a lot of walls on hand already, so no need to automate them. There's a few things we need to work on before expanding. For example, only one side of our copper belt is being filled. It looks like I somehow managed to swap all the recipes on the bottom furnaces to iron. I'm just glad the enriched ore didn't end up on the belts. Next up is explosions, then explosives. We're going to use the explosives to make rockets for the Spidertron to help with expansion. Just a few more. I can stop whenever I want, I promise. Since we want these rockets to be actually useful, I'll set up a temporary lab and research stronger explosives.
I want to play Factorial in the hand.
Biters are starting to actually damage the walls. I'll just upgrade this part of the wall and hope for the best.
I like making things.
Stronger explosives is done. Let's take these rockets for a spin. I am extremely disappointed. The shooting speed is super slow. The rockets feel more akin to a toy than a weapon. They do supplement my personal laser defense a tad at range, so I guess that's nice. I was hoping that using a slowly shrinking spiral pattern around the bases would make taking them out less tedious, but it ended up just not working at all. Time to start building that wall. I turned on my personal roboport to repair the Spidertron, but I forgot I also had some building materials on me. This did not make the biters happy. Now the path is completely clear for the wall, but there's still a few internal nests that we need to deal with. Now let's start filling up that lake. Now for the next wall, but before we can get started on that, let's set up some minor bot production to replenish the ones that got killed in action. Their sacrifice will be forever remembered until I forget about it. Let's get those biters. This nest is easy, but then we have to move on to Big Bertha here. Oh boy. I tried that spiral strategy again, but it had a predictable outcome. Several minutes later, that huge nest is gone. Let's blueprint that wall. There we go. Now all the bots will get to work. I'll throw down a radar, too. Now I'll head home and we can start working on making more landfill. This little patch we're using isn't quite fast enough, so how about another patch? We'll have to make a little bump in the wall, but that's fine. While I was casually looking around the base, some biters managed to destroy the uranium train. Guess we'll have to surround it with walls, too. Back to that stone patch, we'll cover it in miners and stuff all the output into this one assembler. Looks like there's 2 recipes for landfill. Let's just go with the old-fashioned recipe. We're mining faster than we can craft, so time for a second assembler and some speed modules. Robot production also stopped. We're out of electric engines, but we can make some more. Slight problem is we don't have any lubricant production, so I'll steal some heavy oil and make a little. Barrels make fluid delivery so convenient. I love them so much. And now we're making electric engines. I also whipped together some battery production for laser turrets. And our new east wall is basically done. Let's start tearing down the old one. I made a new fluid tank for the uranium ore train, and now it's back up and running. It'd probably be nice to have some decent modules on hand, so I'll use bots to automate all 3 kinds and all 3 levels. Then I'll chuck some speed modules into the landfill stone patch down south. Waiting for landfill is driving me bonkers. After upgrading the assemblers to speed module 3s, that should hopefully speed up production quite a bit. At this point, I think our lack of bots might become the bottleneck. So I'll cancel the lake of landfill and focus on filling in only the important bottom part for now. Let's extend the bus. Man, these biters on the landfill production are brutal. I've got to upgrade over here too. Might as well upgrade the entire wall while I'm at it. Okay, let's finally get started on blue circuits. First up is rare metals. We're going to need a lot of it, and I want to make 1 red belt of blue circuits, so 2 belts of rare metals is required. But before worrying about any of the other complications of washing the ores, let's just build a huge smelter. 96 electric furnaces. Now we need to wash that ore. Let's get started on the refineries. 3 belts of ore go in, 2 belts of refined come out. This build ends up being pretty long due to the underground belts in the middle, but it's only 30 refineries. Now we need to make the hydrogen chloride for washing the ores. We only need 10 refineries to make it, but that's not the hard part of this build. Now we need electrolysis plants to make the chlorine and hydrogen from water and sand. This is the hard part. We need 50 of these electrolysis plants, and to fill these plants with sand, we need 6 belts of sand. Yes, this design has 5 belts. I'll fix it later. To make those 6 belts of sand, we need 20 crushers, and their size makes them a pain to deal with.
Let's see.
I'll hook them up in a way that looks nice, and then we have to start worrying about trains. Yep, we're going to deliver the stone for the crushers by train. Oh, and the rare metal, too. Fitting the train stations into this grid is a tad strange, but it doesn't look too bad.
It's like a
There's the stone
digging
station,
tower
time
defense
for the rare
game.
metal station. After repeating myself about hooking up stuff, let's place the trains and go hook up the mining outposts. Rare metals is easy because we've already built it. Gotta be careful to make sure the rails fit inside of the grid. Now let's go set up stone. I'm worried about output, and I don't really want to upgrade this for a while, so I'll put speed modules in all the miners. Stupid biters on the landfill wall again. They're a lot tougher than I give them credit for. I'll just spam more turrets willy-nilly inside of the walls. Let's finish that stone outpost. I'm able to fill the train with 11 loaders, but unfortunately I don't have a balancer that big, so I'll have to use a 3 to 4, then a 2 to 6, and a 2 to 5.
Fuck it, you know what?
No. After hooking up the rail and setting up the schedule on the stone train, we're good to go. As soon as I fix some broken signals.
To play this game?
Did you know
Yeah,
if
this
a
is
bot
why I've been
places a
wanting
rail
to play.
signal while you're on the rail, sometimes you stop dead in your tracks? Fun, right? After getting a load of stone, the crushers start crushing. Looks like there's a slight issue with my design though. Only one side of the belt is being filled. I'll fix that. After hooking up the water to the electrolysis
I realize
plant,
that I don't want to play Black Desert
Let's steal
anymore.
some of that chlorine and
It's
go
an
get
interesting
some rare
game,
metals.
but I don't think it's my
Well,
cup of
the
tea.
train left early, but hey, at least the signals are working. After upgrading all the miners and waiting for the train to come back, we've got a tiny load of rare metals. I'll hook the water up to the ore washing refineries, and now we've got enriched ores. A short trip through the oven later, we've got rare metals. Now we need to deal with the dirty water. Good thing we can just burn it off. The electrolysis plants make slightly more hydrogen than chlorine, so we'll have to burn some of that off too. Okay, now that we've got fully automated rare metals, we can start working on blue circuits. A few things to do first. We've got to put the rare metals on the bus, expand the bus, and then take out some of these darn biters attacking the landfill production. They're driving me nuts. With that done, rare metals will go on the bus next to
Okay,
sealed
I have
plates.
a game. Okay, let me swap us over now to what I want to play. The spotter. The spotter, dig or die. This game. It looks interesting, and we have all night. We have like what? 8 more hours before I'm gonna get off. Right? Like 4? Yeah. Yeah, we have like 8 hours before I get off, so let's try this game out for about 2 hours. If I like it, we'll keep going. If I don't, I'll refund it. And no, I will not be changing the title of the game, of the stream. toilet humor. Not really my thing. Options. Audio. Uh-oh. Yeah, let's do window. Full window. Yeah. Desync off, frame rate. Walk it at 60. I guess that's fine. Alright, let's go. We'll do the middle ground for difficulty.
They are humanity's last chance of survival.
Carefully selected amongst the best of us. The brave spotters were assigned to protect the last
survivors and await for the president's vital message.
We built the underground city of the future for you. Keep your receiver on to get the president's message granting access to the city.
Fix the receiver, seriously. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the toughest tool in the shed, or sharpest tool in the shed. Ooh. Shovel. Collect junk. Beans. A researcher for shovel upgrade, you'll need to recycle junk. It's diggy diggy whole time. Dig. Dig. Pet the dog. Man. I can do better shovel scoops and mitts. Shovel. Ooh, it's flat now. I need some beer before I can dig again. What? Oh, okay, so you need a cold one to keep digging sometimes. Gotta pop open a cold one. Dig it. Diggy diggy hole. Oh, there's another thingy. Okay. This is sector. Okay. Let's see, let's get the backpack. I can hold more thingies now. Oh, I can piss. That's That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Thank you for a cold one. Shut that you. Beans. I should head to the fridge and refresh. Another cold one. I could get a jetpack, or I could ignore the game's advice and just not get a jetpack.
Oop.
And instead, I get a better shovel. Is that a spork? Ooh. The most advanced shovel you've ever seen.
Oop. Oop.
Ooh. Ooh, a stop sign. Well, it's not stopping me, that's for sure. Okay, fine, I'll buy a motherfucking jetpack. Turret? What's this do?
Oop.
Ooh.
Oop.
Climb to the roof. Oh, I missed a prompt. Take position in the turret control seat. A mutant horde is spotted. Eliminate all mutants. Oh, I missed. Oh, it's reloading. Really? This thing has 6 shots? Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Repair the base, okay? Sure. Endurance? Ooh, that's a pretty big upgrade.
Oop.
Diggy diggy hole. Oh. We seem to have found a thingy. Something down below. See? It's good enough. Nah. A better backpack. I can now hold 10 whole things. What is that? Is that just a fucking joint? Smoke weed every day, dope dope, dope dope. Alright, let's get like one more backpack full. Here. It really wants me to get the reload speed upgrade. I think I'll also get the extended magazine. Or... Nah. What can I get? A machine gun? Ooh. Let's get that machine gun, I'm curious. Ooh. Machine gun. Oh, save game. Is receive the president's final message. So what's down here? Ooh, a frying pan. A time freeze. Ooh, gold. Whatever that thing was, it was worth 10. A microwave. Another microwave. It was this way, right? That way. Something over here. There is something over here. I saw this green, I was like, you know, it's kind of weird that there's nothing. Oh, wait. Oh, that's what it is. Man, we're about to be rolling in scrap metal.
Whoop.
But we still don't have enough. Okay.
Whoop. Whoop.
A guitar and money. Need a handle. Ooh, a handle.
Oop.
Bunker number 1 found. Oh, yummy pickles. Mm. The next thing was over here, I believe. Over here. Oh?
Oop. Oop.
This is in here. We can upgrade the shovel again. Yeah, we'll put a little bit into here too. Extendo the Magazino. What is this? I guess it's a shovel.
Oop.
Oh, that's the thing I was just at. Eh? Oh, so that's what that joint was. I guess like since time's frozen, I might as well go in here. Oh, $1.
We understand you're on a crusade about the irradiation of food. Yeah, they have this new
Money.
process running gamma
Money.
through
Oh no.
vegetables. It kills off everything alive, every little microbe, and then they assume
Oh, a cold one.
Now, how would you like eating radioactive rock?
What? If you're not gonna stop me, I'm gonna take all the money here, but that's it. I'll also temporarily overclock the main turret for extra damage. Adds an additional layer of protection equivalent to refrigeration. 200 iron. I mean, this is pretty nice. What's up, dude? Hey, brother. The neighbor upstairs got tired of the beat, so he couldn't take it anymore. I could, he could. Hey, so I'm not missing Cheers, brother. The beat's about to hit. Cheers, brother.
We understand you're on a crusade about the irradiation of food. Yeah, they have this new process running gamma rays through vegetables.
Cheers, brother.
Oop.
Oh, that goes in there. Let's see. Okay.
Oop.
More microwaves. Frying pan. More microwaves. More microwaves.
Oop. Oop.
A gun. Cops no. One cop grabbed it and showed he's underground. I heard he's doing agriculture now, so he's not. Oh, okay. Please, Neil. So something else this direction. Alright, diggy hole. Oh, I found it. Is that a motherfucking truck? Uh-oh. don't need another machine gun. I don't think. Let's get cooling system. Doomer 2000 what? This is probably such a waste of time. Oop. Oop. Nice. That was most definitely just a waste of time. Also, seriously, how the fuck is there an entire truck down here? Oop. Oop. Oh, money, thank you. Let's look around the place for a second. A bomb. Oop. Oh my god. We can take a hit from a fucking bong. Plane. Ooh, plane. Oop. Oop. Oh. Wait, did I never get the key from the guy down below? I swear he gave me a key.
We understand you're on a crusade about the arena.
Oop. I never took the fucking key.
We understand you're on a crusade about the irradiation of food.
He had a key and I just didn't take it. I am good gamer. I game good.
We understand you're on a crusade about the...
Oop. I'm good at video games, very good. Don't worry. Oop. A jar of pickles. Oh. A small pot. Alright, let's deposit all this. And then check this out. The key, it works. Garage. Anything in here important? A couple dollars. A little toy. Some more money. Huh. Yeah, it's missing a few parts. Yeah, I'm missing a few components. Like 90% of them. Ooh. Oh? Oh, what'd you see? Oh, I'm already at storage space. Backpack is full. What's that? Let's get... Yeah, let's get another turn. A friend of mine went on a travel trip to Pakistan. He went to the Rainbow Market. Yeah, all the games are pirated. Oh, that's pretty cool. Don't think I need all of those yet. Now let's see what this shiny thing... Sorry, my father just barged into my fucking room. Alright, my order has been placed for Taco Bell. Yeah, that's kinda cool. What is Red Buffalo? Oh, okay, so it's just a drink that you can find down here. Okay. It's okay. It's cheap. Somewhat. It's fast food. That's the best I could say about it. It's fast food. Yeah, just what you say, it's depressingly alright. I ain't got nothing good to say about it. Okay, there's something, you know how like there's all those memes of, oh, Taco Bell makes you have to go to the bathroom? Yeah, those are true. But it's not the food, it's the, what's it called? It's the sauces. The sauces are not good for your stomach whatsoever. Ooh, I found a wheel. Yeah, the sauces fuck you up a lot. At least they do to me. They do not treat me very well. That wouldn't pass. I mean, no, they would pass FDA approval. It's just they it barely qualifies as food.
Oop.
The type of sauce that requires you to pay like a few $100,000 bribe to get through. What's this thing? Oh, this thing over here. I should have kept digging this way. Backpack size? Aw, only for a temporary amount of time. Damn. Oh, there's no horde this night.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
My sounds like. Oh my god, he does sound like Goofy.
Oop. Oop.
Uh-huh. I'll never unhear that now. We're fucking playing as Goofy. Alright, let's upgrade the receiver. Yeah. Actually, no. We'll wait a little bit longer. Actually, yeah, we'll upgrade it. An auto shovel? Oh, it's a drill. No, get the auto shovel. Oh my god.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
guys call it the best kebabs in my workplace. That place with the best kebabs I ever ate. The guy even went to martial arts to place his instructor. Ooh. Aw, that sucks. Unfortunately, that was probably for the best if there's a cockroach infestation, though. You're not even digging anymore.
Oop. Oop.
I need to empty my backpack anyways.
Oop.
A depot meter. Oh, neat. Don't really need that, but it's cool. Oh? Ooh. So I need gold for all those upgrades now. Okay. I need to get a beer. Let's kind of smooth this out a little bit. What the fuck do you need weapons for? For the zombies that appear towards the end at the sometimes at night. Alright, it's time for plushie time. Oh damn. Oh, wrong one. The plushie has been summoned. Bonjour. God. You know, it actually has been a while since I brought the plushie. I know, it's absolutely adorable. Alright, back up we go. Let's see. Backpack upgrade, I think. Ooh, dynamite. Adds the ability to craft and use dynamite. Let's do more backpack. More backpack space. Alien invasion? What?
Oop.
I see you. Oh, awesome. Great job, Mio. Let's see, come on. Sephiroth. Huh? The fuck just happened?
Oop. Oop.
Oh! I hit a bomb.
Oop.
That was a bomb.
Oop. 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 Oop.
The sleeves cost more than your deck. Yes, I remember the Sephiroth deck. Don't worry, Mew. I remember the Dread. Alright, let's upgrade the drill again. Unlock the industrial drill.
Oop. Oop.
Oh, okay, we have to go up. Before I go in, let's see. Turrets. Increase their damage, aim speed, and reload speed. Yeah, for shits and giggles, upgrade that as well. Man, that went horribly wrong. Oh, hula girl.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Infinite jetpack. Alright, I'll just do what the game said earlier and follow the roots. Or follow the vines. Okay, I found it. But also, I need to get a cold one. I didn't make it up. Hello, Taki. Here's the drill that will pierce the heavens. Sorry, I can't find. It's alright, don't worry. So, rimworld stopped working. So, I started to make a new mod pack. I started to remake a new mod pack. And it didn't load. Which is weird because I didn't add any new mods. Let's do artillery. That seems fun. The entire game just kinda imploded on itself. Alien invasion. Come here, aliens. I'm ready for ya. Fuck you.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Might just go through this path.
Oop.
Oh. Wait, it's not what I was expecting at all. Welcome to the gaming room. Yep, this is where all the gaming takes place.
Oop.
Lots and lots of gaming. With a singular gaming machine.
Oop.
Burger.
Oop.
A 70-ish Dream Street. Sure, Mio. Let me just do a bit more here. I need to find out where this fucking loot goes. Where are you going? Where's the exit? Where's my exit? That's my exit? Yeah, my exit. Okay, what is this? What is it, Mio?
Welcome to the ride of your life. Just keep away and your life will be pleasant to find. Some secrets are best let go, so stop knocking on my front door. I'll find you and I'll kick you out of sight. For you see, as much as I look like I've got stuff left for you, my house is not the place to steal all my clothes. I know you're new here, disrupting twice before you come near. I'm smarter than your average neighbor too. I don't care what you do. Into my house, because you can't just tiptoe quite out the mouth. Hello, I'm your neighbor. Goodbye, see you later. This place was not for you to look and see to get from me. Hello, you're in danger. Good at your behavior. You may think I'm the devil. With your lies and peril. This smell is out for you. I'm just your neighbor. Now get out. Where are you now? Way out and seek. But I'll always find you out. Now get out. You're a nuisance to my bed. Now get out. Now get out. So my house is huge, yet it's 2,000 feet high. This does not give you the right to propose what's behind. I think some no right ways of sailors sneak up my building and fine. You're more treasure than the soul you should know. Your curiosity will be it's always there. Please get the white all around the show.
The mutant wave is shattering, so too your back.
You think I don't know where you are, my boy? You don't think I know? My cameras are always watching, so let's keep your tuition prepared. I'm ready to knock some sense into you. Haven't you heard? Be kind to your neighbor.
I'm back. I'm being called out.
Keep away, say a word. Take your head out of the clouds. You're getting closer to the door. If you don't wanna know, just go. My house in the basement so low. So you found it. You happy with yourself? You nosy little I told you not to look. You're scarred. I told you you wouldn't get far. Get out of my house! Hello, I'm your neighbor. Goodbye, I'll see you later. This place was not for you to look and see to get from me. Hello, you're in danger. Good riddance to your behavior. You may think I'm the devil and wish your lives in peril. Let me spell this out for you. I'm just your neighbor. Now get out. Where are you now? Way out and seek. But I'll always find you out. Now get out. You're a nuisance to my plans. Now get out.
You know what else funny? That song brings back memories. I listened to that a long time ago. Like as soon as it started playing, I was like, oh my god, I recognize this song. And sorry, my Taco Bell is here, and I am hungry. I'm a hungry. I need to BRB again. Let me put something on for a couple minutes. For a couple minutes while I eat.
Weaponized cloning, eating toxic waste, and harnessing the power of child labor. Because today in Rimworld Biotech, we'll be beating the new final boss of the game by hugging our friends, making use of eugenics, and creating a god. We set out to slay the mechanoid commander and ruin the planet. Biotech's release has added a ton to Rimworld, but most significantly genetics, with gene lines that can be passed down from generation to generation. At the beginning, our gene line was harmless, hairless, hideous, and yellow. Everything else I'll explain later. We started with a little man named Gru, and the map was an island off the mainland, meaning people would only arrive from the north. We decided to start our base next to a safe location and began growing crops. By finishing Gru's Hooverville and naming the faction accordingly, we had an actual house, and looking at our starting scenario, we began with basic genetics and cloning. Because our gene line is sterile, we can't reproduce normally, but with cloning, we had a more efficient method. After starting to expand, a visitor showed up. He had decent skills and equipment, but with genes as basic as a pumpkin spice latte, we ignored him. That transitioned into a mad gazelle, but because Gru has kind instincts, doesn't matter. Both kind instincts and staggeringly ugly for certain traits in our gene line, and later in the game we get to splice other things. As Gru researched batteries, our first raid, Alice, drug lord. While our starting character has their own set of genes, there also exist other gene lines, each with their own traits, of which we could use to splice our own gene line. Downing Alice, we could recruit and give her all the rights of a colonist. None, because all our colonists would come from either quests and events or cloning. While Gru continued our research, we got electricity running and a transport pod arrived. Ace had the skills we didn't, so we rescued her. To add on to that, we got and accepted a quest for a refugee, who is a wonderful pyromaniac, utterly useless, and if we were cannibals, he would be meat. Still, he could cut stone blocks, so we gave him luxurious accommodations and put him to work. Ace also got an infection, so I went to execute her, if she did join. With our colony expanding, the Empire offered us a deal we couldn't refuse, to dump toxic waste in the ocean. So I refused, not because I'm opposed to polluting the environment, I mean, I play Factorio, but because we didn't have drop pods researched. The only thing better than dumping toxic waste in your backyard is dumping toxic waste in your neighbor's backyard. I mean, the planet's so big, how could we possibly pollute all of it? After getting batteries up, we were greeted by our first trade caravan. As an exotic trader, one of the goods they carry are gene packs. These act as the way we splice our gene lines with new abilities, although these ones were trash. Regardless, with Gru researching, we were able to get going on our long path to genetic ascension, starting with a clone extractor. Now, minions are born all natural, with the birds, bees, and vats of ooze. Clone extractors allow us to copy embryos from a host, who in this case is Gru. After sitting in the machine for a while, we get an embryo to turn into a human. Then we gently take that embryo and toss it in a vat. By supplying food and power, we can grow it into a fully fledged colonist with all the traits of its host. Sorta, but we'll get into that later. To prevent us from doing this a million times at once, the host gains a debuff. If we extract again before it expires, there'll be a minor side effect of death. So for now, we were just waiting on our growth vat to do its job. In the meantime, we got a betrayal offer for our refugee. If we got them killed, we'd get a whopping $250 side trainer. But I would never betray my ally for such a low price. Helping a trusted Empire friend, on the other hand, I would gladly let these traitors do it. By saving the Empire Knight, we raised our royal street cred enough to give Gru a siling. But when the bestowers showed up, I realized something. One of the biotech gene lines are called Hussars, and the Empire was full of them. Hussar genes are for combat with fast healing, great fighting, and most importantly, a Go Juice dependency. This manifests a permanent dependency on Go Juice, the best combat drug in the game. But it also has an interesting side effect. See, dependency replaces addiction, and for whatever reason, it's actually easier to manage. So while the gene is supposed to be a weakness, it actually turns into a ridiculous strength. However, to harness this, we'd need some further tech and less intimidating Hussars to capture. After waiting for the bestower ceremony to commence, which took a while, Gru was given a level 1 siling. The Empire left and we returned to managing our colony. poorly. Without food, our incubated embryo would starve, which would be terrible for the economy. We harvested some rice, hunted the local gazelles, and started on a freezer. Then my embryo almost exploded, a mad gazelle was beat to death, and another raid. A genie gene line, these pawns are great at research and crafting. This one was alright with a tiny base 20 crafting skill. They were also unwaveringly loyal, which meant we couldn't recruit them, conventionally. To down him, we gently blew his head off in one shot, accidentally. Back to the food situation, we need more growing space. Just one of these vats requires 4 times the nutrients of a normal pawn, so if we wanted mass human production, we'd need more food. On the topic of cloning, Gru's genes had regrown. That meant we could extract another embryo without killing it. But right before that, another raid from, some 40k giffer, we kited it to death and did as any sane person would do. Threw it in the ocean. During the fight though, we'd gotten a unique quest, one that we need to fight the final mechanoid boss, because now on the map was a Mechanitor complex. Before biotech, mechanoids were solely enemies and acted as the quintessential endgame threat. But now, instead of just fighting them, we can also build them. This is where the Mechanitor comes in, which allows a colonist to connect to and build mechanoids. They're also the only ones who can summon the 3 mechanoid bosses to the colony. To get the implant, we need to travel to the complex, but with only 3 people, we'd save that for a bit later. Right now, we were just focused on cloning, because our embryo was about to become a baby. The colony itself wasn't very developed, so we added some more housing and cemented the freezer. At last, our growing embryo was ready for the big day. Wake up, babe. New social security lore just dropped. As it shot out of the vat like a womb cannonball, we at last had a healthy baby. Now, given the unique name of Minion 1, he'd inherited all of Gru's traits, and then some. Because given the conditions of his cloning,
chores
he
haven't done,
becoming a
but
slow
I'm
healer, sterile, and hyper-aggressive.
eating.
But now we could set him on the right path by giving him a wonderful childhood. Back in the vat. Babies have 2 jobs, being a dependent on my tax return and paying me child support. So we'd keep Minion 1 in the vat until he was grown a bit more and could do real work. Luckily, growth vats accelerate development by 2,000%, so we wouldn't have to wait long. Back to developing the colony, we almost starved Arcade with a power outage. Someone with dementia forgot where they were and started a social fight, and the game pleaded with me to not make a clone farm. You have more babies than beds. And a refugee also departed, and while I would normally eat them to ensure no witnesses, I let him go. So now we were down to 2 colonists and 1 baby in a jar whose only trait was staggeringly ugly. A face only a mother could love. But it just so happened that a vagabond showed up asking for money to save his life. Given he was incapable of violence, well, sleeping in the freezer, another pawn would let us accept the deserter quest. This would give us a free pawn at the cost of fighting the Empire. A free pawn who was a Hussar. And to give you an idea of how strong Gojuice is, this one guy almost wiped our colony. Right now, we couldn't do anything with our Hussar, but later in our tech, we could extract genes with some non-invasive methods. Until then, Robin could defend the colony, regenerating all of his wounds in just a few hours and having a base 16 shooting skill. Of course, besides that, he was completely useless. Moving ahead, we got a relic quest for a sharp stick, started research on a gene ripper, and Minion 1 was now 2 years old after 3 days. A soul trader also showed up, allowing me to use a little trick. Step 1, donate all my belongings to them. Man, we're such good people. Step 2, kill them. By donating our stuff, we increased relations just enough to keep the faction happy despite their trader's untimely demise. It also gives us back everything and more. Speaking of happy accidents, I started growing drugs. That and buying neurotramine so we could make Gojuice. And while using Gru to collect another embryo, we were greeted with a welcome surprise. The beginnings of child labor. With Minion 1 becoming a child, that meant he was no longer a useless scourge upon society. But children can only do certain kinds of work, and recreation is replaced with learning. As children grow up, they gain traits, skills, and passions influenced by how much they're learning, which is an integral mechanic in biotech that we'll ignore. Because at least for right now, free labor. Despite Minion 1 being a clone, we could actually insert him too into the clone extractor to get another embryo. But given his hyper-aggressive mutation, no thanks. Remember, if he starts a social fight, he's still a child. They also have a massive mood bonus, so his room was a chair. And while he hauled stuff outside, another mad gazelle. Luckily, Cowman drew the aggro, but was incapable of violence, so he just stood there getting headbutted, ignoring the gazelle. And while walking home, he got struck by lightning. Also, remember that refugee we helped? Well, he contacted us to bestow a tiny gift, a legendary revolver and shield pack. Naturally, we did the responsible thing, and on that topic, we built a gene ripper. Right now, Robin was suffering from Gojuice withdrawal, and the gene ripper could fix it. By inserting Robin, we could extract one specific gene from his Hussar gene line, choosing his Gojuice dependency. While we waited, Gru and Minion 1 bonded like family, sleeping on the ground and getting heat stroke together. This led to Minion's first mental break, so to stop him from blowing up a battery, we arrested a 3-year-old child. Now before you say that's immoral, we immediately let him go to snort coke, which completely fixed the mood problem at no cost. He then proceeded to stargaze for the next 12 hours straight during the day. But back to Robin in the Gene Ripper. "Oh no," said someone else. A small detail I might not have mentioned, while the Gene Ripper does extract a single gene, it also conveniently turns a living pawn into human meat. By building a gene bank, we could store the Goju's dependency gene and implant it into future clones, of which we started growing. Minion 1 also joined his brother, developing. In terms of actual progression, we expanded the common area, farmed more food, and filled our freezer. A quest also popped up to help someone being chased, which we accepted. Christina walked in, incapable of violence, but otherwise useful. Chasing Christina were imps, who, as far as gene lines go, aren't very bright. We fought some of the raiders up top, but didn't notice them burning our crops down. Unfortunately, they did burn down our wind turbines, but we were looking into better power anyways. More specifically, toxifier generators. While we researched those, Minion 1 got ejected from his pod so we could increase his learning. Ace sat down with him and explained comms console etiquette, how to curse, and another secret lesson. Meanwhile, Christina was dying from an infection, with her only treatment being thoughts and prayers. Luckily, Gru was there to nudge her in the right direction. Overall, we developed the base a great deal more, but our power situation was dire. So allow me to introduce you to my new favorite addition to RimWorld: toxifier generators and pollution. Ever since the beginning of RimWorld's release, it was missing something. Sure, I could harvest organs, spawn 70,000 chickens, or encounter man-made horrors beyond comprehension, but there was always a void I couldn't fill. Until now. Now, pollution works exactly how you'd think. Toxifier generators create insane power, but pollute the area nearby. Pollution causes colonists toxic buildup and gets them sick. But with pumps, you can turn ground pollution into waste packs, which you can freeze, dump somewhere else, or my personal favorite, lob it at an enemy settlement. That being said, the Minion's gene line is very special. Not only do we have toxic immunity, but also pollution stimulus. As opposed to normal pawns, ours gain a buff from being in pollution. Normally, this isn't very practical because they need to spend lots of time in pollution to max it out. So my solution, putting toxic generators in their bedrooms. By making hoarders look clean, we easily maxed out their pollution bonus. After filling the area with radioactive material, I temporarily uninstalled the generators because not all our colonists were immune. But as we get more minions, that would start to change. Which reminds me, a second baby. This one even healthier than the last, being aggressive, pessimistic, and genetically unstable, which is only sorta bad, and earning our baby the name George. Of course, it only seemed natural to throw him back in the growing pod. Much like my list of human rights violations, our base was growing. We'd walled and roofed the entire compound, began flooring, and upgraded our genetic bay. With the arrival of an exotic goods trader, we were able to buy some new genes, Optimist and Strong Melee. After inserting Gru into the pod, we could now splice our gene collection into our new clone, creating a more advanced embryo to gestate. To get more genes, we accepted some refugees, and to my delight, one of them was inbred. With a Habsburg jaw and the intelligence of drywall, this pawn was a Neanderthal, possessing a unique melee damage gene. By arresting the Neanderthal, we could use them in the gene grinder. But we were interrupted by a raid from some pig people, which would have been scary if one of them didn't have major Alzheimer's. It's not often that I feel bad about doing something in RimWorld, and this is no exception. Getting back to our prisoner, Minion 1 watched as Ace persuaded Lion to join us. Using the grinder, we could extract the melee damage gene for use in our clones. Besides cloning, we'd also need to work towards summoning the mechanoid final boss. With that Mechanitor complex nearby, we'd need to travel to it soon, but stopping us was George, who'd gone from baby to taller baby. Christina wasted no time, educating him on the latest Fallout cosplay and giving him his own bed under the generator excrement. Educating children increases their learning. Of course, we also can't educate all our clones because it just takes too much time. To get those clones, we could start extracting embryos from our clones, so we chose George as our first guinea pig and added the extra genes we'd been acquiring. Sure, they'd inherit his mild cell instability, but hey, it just builds character. While we'd ironed out our infrastructure, the island itself was pretty exposed, so we began work on an outer wall. Meanwhile, we got our newest clone, Lucas, in his new crib made of bone. Wow woo woo googa. Translation. On a slightly related note, we built our very first drug lab. With Yayo and Gojuice being produced, we were preparing to supply a clone army, but right on time, a Neanderthal raid. Given we have guns and they don't, what could go wrong?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Losing George was but stealing our clone extractor, whoa, and getting a furry raid right afterwards was rough. We downed one of them, allowing us to extract his Infinity Stone, Psychite Dependency, which functions exactly like Goju's Dependency, but for Yayo and Flake. To coincide with our cloning, we also needed to get a Mechanitor for summoning mechanoid bosses. Packing up Gru, Ace, and Minion 1 from Bootleg, Ohio, we headed to the Mechanoid Complex. Mechanitors are our mechanoid controllers. They can...
How's the food? Very good. As bad as Taco Bell is, I do enjoy it on occasion. It's not something you should eat very often, but it does taste pretty good.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Like I said, it's not very healthy for you. But having it on occasion is not very bad.
Oop. Oop.
It's prime slop, yes, essentially. Prime slop. Let's get that backpack upgrade. You know, what is this? Set bet? Oh my god, it's just a slot machine. Holy shit. I just lost $5.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Miwa, I get that. Have you tried the taco? People who say that usually get the bell. So listen, I'm your friend talking about killing. True. Taco Bell is not for the faint of heart. Oh. No mutants. Good. What the fuck? Is that a fossil? Is that motherfucking dinosaur fossil?
Oop. 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 Oop.
It's a dinosaur. Let's do endurance.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Yo, it's Grandma, the first VTuber. We've discovered the first VTuber to ever exist. She's a bit old, but give her a little bit and she'll be good to go. Oh? Infinite energy.
Oop.
close by to them. This is gonna speed things up so much. An arrow? Oh my god, it's to the place I already know. Might as well grab a cold one. What? Wait, I'm using it. Wait, what? I am? Oh my god. Wait. Okay, but wait, that's the version that the Rabby mod is telling me to use. Oh, but there's two of them. Okay, so let me get rid of that one. Just delete the mod. Delete the 1.41. Thank you. I never would have discovered that. SpongeBob font. What? Okay, thank you. Oh, it already rocked. Damn. Finally, we found it! Took forever to get here. Although we don't have much time to explore. Oop. 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 Aim speed. Yeah. And increase fire. And basic options. Oop. The TikTok lady. Oop. should be happening any second now. No, I don't have Sunlit Forest. Alright, let's check this place out a little bit. Hey, dude. Ooh, artifact. See? Growing a cactus which yields a prickly pear of fruits every morning. Consuming the fruit will give a boost to movement speed. Or 50 gold. You know what? I think I'd rather take the 50 gold. Cause that's only... I mean, I guess it depends on how long... Read his evidence. And now I decided to conduct the final examination personally. This is the key to the future investment decisions. Take and choose. I chose Thank you. Holy gas can.
If you don't dig, you'll get lost in this land. If you don't dig, look at deeper. If you don't dig, there's nothing but sand.
He's not smoking weed, he's just examining. Yeah, he's performing an examination of the substance. Time first. Can't see shit.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Well, guess he's been digging.
Oop.
Oh, wait, we can get the gun now.
Oop.
Let's grab the gun. Give me that gun.
Oop. Oop.
It's a 4-minute speed boost. It's not bad. That's for sure.
Oop.
Actually, a 4-minute speed boost is actually really good.
We understand you're on a crusade about the uranium.
Oop. Oop.
Well, down we go. No, what's it called? It was probably because of that 1.4 mod. Cause okay, the mods themselves are working. I should have described it better. Basically, anytime I tried to start a world, the world would not start. That's what was happening. It would fail to create the world. Yeah, that's what was happening. I did say that. I just didn't say it fast enough. Sorry. I thought I did say it like that. I mean, we can probably assume that that 1.4 mod was probably what was causing the issues. Also, I don't have diamonds, and I need diamonds. Oh no, not an IKEA landmine! Wait, weren't those all confiscated? Like, they were taken back by the military? You can't threaten me with those.
Huh? Oop.
How's this thing? Oh shit!
Huh?
Damn, Xenos. How do I craft more? How do I craft you? Like how economies numbers kept getting up to look better in modern day Europe, numbers keep falling just like most currencies found here. Oh, I see a coin up here. Okay.
Oop. Huh?
Pet dog.
Woo!
Pizza. Coin.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
We should probably go back.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Up, yep, up we go. Let us increase their damage. Bring in the boo. I'm sure the turrets can handle the rest. No, they can't. Never mind, they totally can. I should have more faith in my guns. How do I craft more of that dynamite? I'd love to figure out how. Oh, right here. 50 scrap metal. Okay. Alright, let's look for some dynamite. Dynamite? It's TNT. It's dynamite. TNT. Wait for the light. TNT. Oh, I forgot you place it. You don't throw it. Oh, shit. We'll just dig a hole down like this and then toss a stick of dynamite in there. Alright, inventory's filled anyway, so we need to go back up. And let's get a... more lift on our back, on our jetpack. Oop. A bicycle? What are you? Alright, into the hole you go. Is this a bus? No, what is it? Increase its battery and gives more dynamite.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Yep, this is a bus. An entire motherfucking bus. Alright, let's stick a thing of dynamite right over here.
Oop.
And let's head back up.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Hey, Bond, on this has Ratkin twice. Really? So it's Domekeeper 3D. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, it does have Ratkin twice. Huh. Alright, then I'll get rid of that unofficial one. Thank you. What do you mean? This is totally Black Desert. Look, the desert is clearly black.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot Rabby English. Rabby English, there we go. Saved again. Alright, I'll go alright, see you later, Pikachu. Or Pika? Meth. Yeah, I forgot to add the patch. Goodbye, have a nice night. Sleep well.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Ammo. Alright, let's stick some dynamite in that hole.
Oop.
Ooh. What the fuck? Alright, up we go. Oh! Ooh! This thing has a wheel I could steal.
Oop.
I'll check later if there's any more.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Rifle.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
I forgot to get more dynamite. I'm going too fast. Let's get... yeah, let's just get more dynamite. Don't need anything else. More explosives.
Oop. Oop.
Look, I have the curvaceous mechanoids. That's the only porn mod I need.
Oop.
Barbed wire. Game, stop showing me. Stop showing it to me. I need. Game. Stop. Not your shield speed. Turrets can handle the rest. Thank you, turrets. Alright, let us not upgrade everything.
Oop.
Look, okay, I don't need the porn mods. The porn mods are just more mods that are added to it that just... Also, I don't have good experience with the porn mods. The porn mods broke last time I tried to use them. Man. Look at Golden Goblin.
Oop.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Well, that almost ended poorly.
Oop.
Last time I died to that bomb, so... I didn't die this time, so clearly things are going better.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
I recognize that, you know, random beeping, random rapid beeping is not good.
Oop. Oop.
Right, back up we go.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Okay. I can upgrade the receiver again. Now, do I want to though? Let's see. Do I want the vacuum? Let's see. I'm able to get more stuff faster with this upgrade. Yeah, exactly. True porn mods are in Skyrim. Everyone knows that. Let's see. I just need more stuff.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Alright, so what's in here? What is this?
Oop.
Strange note, these rusty cars won't budge, and I am too fat to squeeze in between them. I went to the other side of the pit to look for a way around. Oh, it's a dude. What?
Oop. Oop. Oop.
There. And now we get the backpack upgrade or the drill upgrade. You know, we don't even use the drill that often anymore, so we're gonna get backpack upgrade. The drill we use for when we need a little bit of precision, but most of the time we're just using dynamite.
Oop. Oop.
Oh shit! My dog!
Oop. Oop.
Assholes! Wait, taking Frodo from me.
Oop.
Where did it go?
Oop. 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 Oop.
Pickles. Alright, back up we go. Yeah, the dynamite is like super expensive to use. But it is just makes things a lot faster.
Oop. Oop.
I haven't saved in like 3 hours. Or whatever amount of time I'm playing. I forgot to no, I have dynamite. I did remember to get dynamite. Pickles. Ew. I got food poisoning.
Oop.
I'm just not even getting my brain for this glasses. Don't worry, it's a plushie. There was no brain there to begin with. Oh, it fell through it fell through again.
Oop. 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 Oop.
can handle the rest. More dynamite. Let's see, upgrade the backpack or the drill again? Upgrade the backpack again.
Oop.
Yeah, how's the extra rat mod causing it? Damn! Oh, that's annoying. Thank you, once again.
Oop. Oop.
Ooh, an AC.
Oop.
Alright, let's roll inventory.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Ooh, no mutants tonight.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Okay. More dynamite. Let's get... Another battery upgrade for the jetpack might be nice. There are no more dynamite upgrades, unfortunately. Barrier's choice. Traps. I think what we have now is fine. Yeah, we'll go soon.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Oh, time freeze. You know what? I could use a time freeze.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
god, it's a Cybertruck! They got a motherfucking Cybertruck down here. Oop. 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 Oop.
Ow! Ow!
Oop. Parkour.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Oop.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Oop. Well, at least I know where my stuff is. I should probably get another health upgrade at one point. Oop. Damn parkour. Oop. Oop. Alright, thank you, Taki, for all the help. Oop. Have a nice day. Oop. 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 Alright, parkour again. Oop.
Ow!
Oop. Oop.
Ow!
Oop.
Ow!
Oop. Ah! Okay. So that's just an insta kill if I fall down there. God damn it. Okay. One more time. Oop. Straight down there. Oop. 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 Oop.
Ow!
Oop. Oop. Ah, thank goodness. Cheese. Oop. Hey, if there's no way forward and no way back, means I fight perfectly. I really know this stuff. Thank you. Oop. Oop. Let's see, orc converter. Oop. What? An additional ore drop-off point in negative 28 meters. That's pretty decent. So where's this other code? Oh, okay. Money. Oh, the dancer.
Oop.
Yeah, I just lost all my stuff. It just gone. Damn. I lost so much ore. Money and a hula dancer. Thank you. Cheese.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Ah, rolled back at me.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Oh, I am out of dynamite. I need to get more of that.
Oop.
Oh yeah, you can totally trust me with heavy machinery, don't worry.
Oop.
I'm basically forklift certified.
Oop.
So what else do we need? We have the key, we have...
Oop.
The steering wheel, that's what we're missing. Oh no, not my summer car. I know that hellish game. I don't want to play that.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Extra no.
Oop.
Look, I watched a playthrough on that game. It seems horrible. Oh, that's a motherfucking bomb.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Another bunker.
Oop.
Alright, let's deposit our stuff real quick.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
They say the guy inside likes cables. Maybe he's also if someone will try to steal them. Huh? Ah! I understand now to keep on pressing the buttons. I needed that. I don't like that.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Never. I suck at Dead by Daylight.
Oop.
I'm horrible at that game.
Oop.
I suck.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Oh, another bomb. Oop.
Oop. Oop. Oop. Oop. Oop. Oop. Oop.
Okay. First of all, these upgrades. Let's see. We actually have enough, almost have enough for the next upgrade up there. But I think I'll do the next drill upgrade. And then the second drill upgrade. Thank you. And then super endurance. Infinite energy. Hell yeah.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Oh, this place. Border.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Wait, a generator? What?
Oop. 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 Oop.
Okay, before the fighting starts, does extend magazine, frag shrapnel, aim speed, sectors. They're defending the wrong sectors. Come on, guys.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
I could use dynamite a little faster.
Oop.
An anchor? A laundry machine?
Oop. 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 Oop.
A wheel.
Oop.
Oh my god, this must have been where some of my other TNT had detonated.
Oop. 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 Oop.
What? Well, shit. I was nowhere even close to that explosion. Ow!
Oop. 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 Oop.
I have no idea where I died.
Oop.
Cheese.
Oop. Oop.
The steering wheel. Oh my god, I need to find my body. I need the cables.
Oop. Oop.
You know, I have no idea where I died. I don't know where my entire backpack went. Okay, now to try and find my stuff.
Oop.
I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. I think. Yeah, this is it. That's not all my stuff. Wait, what?
Oop. 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 Oop.
That was a bit too
Oop.
fast.
Oop.
Okay, probably a head rolled in or something. Okay. Alright, let's Let's not do anything stupid this time.
Oop. Oop.
Like, you know, blowing myself up.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Shit!
Oop.
I'm a film director. I stand on my hand so the blood rushes to my ideas. Rat. Okay. Oh, tell back to base once per day. Okay. Thanks to the rat, I guess.
Oop.
That was weird. These are their defense would be nice. laundry machine. Lots of stuff here. Ooh, a gold bar. Ooh, shiny.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Oh, another artifact. Why are you just sitting up there? Might as well take that one.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Cheese. Alright, let's get back up. I think I'm lost.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Okay, I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, I should get that flashlight upgrade.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
It's starting to get kind of hard to see down there. There we go. Okay, let's see. I guess I should get that vacuum upgrade too. Actually, wait, the car. Let me check the car. Activate from the main turret to smash the mutants. Okay.
Oop.
Guess we'll see how it works then. Protection. Installing precise thrusters that will prevent a hard landing, and you also how to avoid smashing the ceiling. What? Oh, remove all fall damage and or jetpack. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Remove all fall damage.
Oop. 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 Oop.
You know, I don't like how there are spider webs in there. Like, I know I have a gun for a reason.
Oop. Oop.
Yeah, I have my teleport. Okay, let's see. Let's get this upgrade, I think. No, I should upgrade my turrets again. A little bit more. Yeah. Let's see, incendiary rounds or slowing rounds. Down we go.
Oop.
I forgot to get dynamite. It's fine, I have one more. It's fine.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Hydrate and stretch. Ugh. And stretch. Nice stretch.
Oop. Oop.
You know, I still don't know what I use my money on.
Oop.
Like, I have all this money, and I don't know if there's a way to spend it.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Oh, more dinosaur bones. Shovel overload. Oh my gosh, bro.
Oop.
Unlimited power. Oh, reach the bottom of the diggable pit. Open in case of nuclear threat. Okay. So this is the bunker.
Oop. 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 Oop.
That's the end of the game.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Oh, another shovel.
Oop. Oop. Oop.
Now, do I trust my defenses to hold on their own? No, not at all. Let me see how good this is. Okay, I'm very glad I didn't trust my defenses. Oh yeah, I could have used that, couldn't I? Ow! Yeah, I could have.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Shovel overload! Ooh, another artifact. Hell yeah. Those are always good to find.
Oop.
I will be right back. My father's requesting my aid. So,
Build,
enjoy
connect
crew
to,
again.
and command
I'll be right
friendly
back.
mechanoids. To get a mechanitor, we need a special implant found at the complex. Arriving there, it was a pretty empty place, and getting inside, we quickly found a cryopod. Exploring a bit triggered a trap of just one Militor mech, but after pulling a little mech, we returned to the pond preparing for a fight. Or not. I'm sure he won't miss this chunk of brain. Implanting the mech link into Gru even called down a free hauling bot, although we'd be able to construct other mechs soon. While the group marched back to the colony, some interesting shenanigans had taken place. A quest popped up to save a colonist from manhunting cats, and a wanderer had joined. But 9 times out of 10, wanderers are spies or human-eating mimes. So I did the only rational thing. I mean, just watch as he turns. Any minute now. Okay, my bad. You win some, you lose some, and your life. But at least we got another colonist from the quest. If I had read the fine print, a 4-year-old child, Hollis was profoundly useless, but we'd keep him anyway. With our caravan getting back to the colony, we were able to clear out the manhunting cats and secure our hauling mech. As our mechanitor, Gru could now research basic mech tech, start creating friendly mechanoids, and summon bosses, of which there were 3. We need to fight the Diabolus, War Queen, and Apocryton in that order, and defeating each one would unlock their respective levels of tech. Of course, to do so, we'd need an army. With Lucas becoming a child, we immediately cloned him and stacked all the new genes we'd acquired. Instead of giving clones a childhood, we'd just start leaving them in the vat until adulthood. Because after watching Lucas get the flu, beat it with no tending, and cloud gaze outside during a thunderstorm, I was scared. On the mechanitor front, our hauler recharged for the first time, generating waste packs. In addition to toxifier generators, mechanoids also pollute the environment, so I built more mechanoids. After finishing part 1 of the outer wall and developing more of the base, we had a functioning mechanoid chamber, just as some beggars showed up, asking for free stuff. And what's more free than jail? I had hoped to send one of them to the gene grinder, but apparently he was too young, so we'd get creative. Back to improving the colony, our base was filling with pollution from generators, so I built geothermal power. Still, with a new cleaning mech being gestated, pollution would increase, so we'd need to replace our current workers with toxic immune clones. To help with that, we accepted a quest from a mercenary faction who was rough, tough, and now in prison, because they had genes I wanted. As we made room for more production, we moved the growth vats elsewhere. I'm sure he won't mind. With clone production increasing, we also had Minion 1 hit a growth moment. Because of his high growth tier, we could choose from more traits and give him a passion. A raid also hit full of wastelanders, one of which we downed, giving us access to a wake-up gene. With our gene line mostly completed, the colony thriving, and outer wall being finished, we could prepare to take on the first mechanoid boss, the Diabolus. Of the 3 mechanoid bosses, the Diablos is the first. Besides being an armored behemoth, it has a massive laser cannon, get caught in the blast, and, well, I won't spoil it. Beating the Diablos also unlocks the first stage of mech tech and lets us progress towards the War Queen and Apocryton. To prepare, we need to make weapons, manufacture clones, and get interrupted by manhunting animals. But because they were just some weak cactipines, I miscalculated. Covering our retreat was an entire family and a random visitor. We were only saved when some refugees showed up and cleared the cactipines for the low cost of a near-death experience. Don't worry guys, you won't be needing those anymore. We continued preparing for the fight and gestated some military mechs. After 2 of the refugees decided to join our faction, we were ready to summon the boss. Gru waltzed over to the comms console and whoa, man, that's kind of insensitive. Having aptly pissed off the 30-ton mechanoid, it was now inbound for our base. But right before it actually arrived, a shaman trader full of defenseless primitive tribals. And as they were leaving, What you doing, AI? I think you guys gotta move. Avoiding the giant red circle is really all we had to do. By dancing around the boss, we eventually chunked it down, losing nothing whatsoever. Upon defeat, the Diablos drops a signal chip, which crews study to gain standard mech tech, allowing us to build stronger mechanoids and get to the next boss, the War Queen. Wait. Okay, that's not good. Arresting that mercenary guest. Not my best idea. Miniguns, triple rocket launchers, and triple rocket launchers on a boomalope, plus most of them were high on go juice and yayo. I mobilized everyone to the wall, but the single-use rocket launchers were a problem. One shot and they'd kill a colonist. So new plan. Step 1, eject this clone I don't want. Step 2, inject go juice. And step 3, have your unethical plan foiled by an overdose. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. Oh, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences. With one of our best colonists gone, anger. But as we cleared up the rest of the raid, we'd acquired new armor and weapons, which was something. After extinguishing our burning crops, we captured all the downed pawns, and what you doing there, Lucas? Before all this, we'd started on component fabrication research and gotten drop pods, giving an actual use for all our masses of toxic waste packs. Relations with the Empire had been sour, so I sent them a gift. Now back to what I was saying before, the War Queen. Functionally a living tank, it repeatedly summons more mechs, meaning we'd need to rush it down. To do so, I waited for our clones to grow up and added more growth vats. In the middle of this, the 2 remaining refugees decided to betray us. It seems they were planning this all along. Some planning that was. The Empire also noticed our gift and returned the favor, shipping waste packs right back to us. Such an act would surely teach us a lesson, to send twice as many next time. Bolstering our tech, we researched the next mech level, then built a large gestator to make better mechanoids like lancers and pikemen. Unfortunately, we were running low on components and fabrication wasn't quite finished, so I did the smart thing and opened the Ancient Danger. The mechanoids weren't really an issue, but the drugged up ancients in cryosleep were. By inundating them and child soldiers, their gear and components were ours. We furnished the defenses, made Gru into RoboCop, and watched our numbers grow. Cloning was doubled and embryo extraction was getting exponentially faster. The only thing we had to do now was wait for our clones and call in the War Queen. This was it, the single strongest mechanoid in the game. After calling in the War Queen, we'd immediately go for the Apocryton, so we were in the final stretch. I'd waited a good long while to let our clones develop and extract more embryos. This meant several of them had aged to adulthood, allowing them to equip proper weapons and armor. Sorta. Something here seems a little off. I just can't quite place my finger on it. Besides awkward texture glitching, our clones' dependencies had now kicked in. So what more could we do to prepare? We'd bred an army of genetically mutated minions that were experts in combat and taking as many drugs as a Russian Olympics team. But I was forgetting one tiny thing. In our research tree, there was one tech I'd been ignoring. These wonderful inventions called war caskets. What are war caskets, you might ask? Well, by throwing a clone in the foundry, we get greeted with some options. Customizing an entire suit of armor, we could create walking metal aberrations out of pawns. But was I really going to forcibly seal someone into a metal tomb? No, of course not. Because I'm gonna seal everyone. After a lengthy process, our clones were welded shut in suits, and if any one of them wanted out, well, here's a hint. You can't. Plus, what's more horrifying than a guy in Space Marine armor hopped up on enough drugs to make him run faster than Usain Bolt? Could it be a drop pod raid? Maybe, if they hadn't dropped into our toxic waste stockpile and almost died to airborne mech feces. Luckily, our clones have no such problem. With the colony definitely stable, Gru sent hate mail to the War Queen, so she'd arrive soon. In the meantime, I crammed every adult clone I could into a war cask. Not long after, the mechanoid boss arrived. With her entourage, the War Queen is able to spawn smaller mechanoids to overwhelm us. And overwhelm, she did not. A bunch of 18-year-olds hopped up on coke versus a literal queen of the machines. She didn't stand a chance. After paper cutting the War Queen down, we immediately researched the next level of mech tech, allowing us to summon the true mechanoid final boss, the Apocryton. An infestation impeded our progress, which died very quickly, and
Okay, I'm back. Hello. I really fucked myself up. I really cut myself on one of the machines.
Oop. Oop.
You know, I forget just how painful alcohol wipes are. They hurt a lot. Drugs? Drugs. I'm out of dynamite. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit! I have almost exploded myself several times. Oop. 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 How do we get back up? Oop. Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Oop. Let's see. FPV drone. Oh. Or 500 iron. Let's do FPV drone. Oh. Actually, I found all 6 artifacts. Oop. 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 The Helldiver's going crazy. No, Jade, don't do that. That Helldiver's just going crazy. It's just your game going crazy, Jade. Oop. I'm Warframe bot, so all the explosions I wasn't sure.
Huh? Oop. Oop. Oop.
I don't feel like I can trust my defenses still. Oh shit! Driving in my car. Oh my god, it's driven FPV. Okay, I believe that it's missing everybody's.
Oop. 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 Oop.
Straight hydrate. Straight. And hydrate. Okay, you know, random cat bot. all of you guys know Invincible, right? I guess, like, how many of you guys are Invincible fans? Because personally, I never watched it, but it does look pretty good. Oh, that's another one of my holes. Oop. Let's keep digging. Oop. Oh, it only increases by 10. Oop. 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 You don't know. Oop. I need to get more dynamite. Oop. 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 Let's also save the game. It's been a while since we've done that. See. Another rocket system. That's not that much blood, at least. Mortars. Ooh. Let's see. Automatic loader. Reloading is for the weak. Reloading is for the weak. This system generates rounds on its own, but constant firing makes the barrel vibrate, reducing accuracy. More bullets, more problems. This mechanism crams even more rounds into the magazine, but makes the weapon wildly unstable. You know what? Reloading is for the weak. Oop. Let me check this thing out. Reloading is for the weak. I agree. Oop. 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 Infinite jetpack. You know, I'm confident in my defenses. I'm confident that they will win this fight. Also have a teleport just in case. That's... I shouldn't have trusted them. Never trust your automatic defenses. They cannot be trusted. Remove overheating, but missed shots can cause temporary jams. Let's try that. So how's that work with this weapon? No downside to this. Ow! Oop. I forgot to buy dynamite. I can only buy one piece of dynamite. Also, does money seriously only exist just to gamble? Oh. Oh. It does only exist to gamble, but it can give you resources. I've only ever won when I use $1. Okay, I feel like your chances of winning this goes down with more money you use. so many of these. Come on. Stupid mechanic. This gun isn't living up to its full potential. Reloading is for losers. I'm not in debt at all because this is literally the only way you can spend money. This gambling machine is the only way to spend money in this game. All this money only exists to be gambled away. Alright, fuck you, game. We're going all in. If we lose, I can finally stop gambling. I lost again. Alright, at least I can stop now. There's literally no point to having money, so...
Ooh.
Oh, what's this? Oh, they hung themselves. You broke your legs, fucking idiot. Maybe I should have gotten the fall damage protection. That's hilarious. You broke your legs, you fucking idiot. What? I didn't think you'd break your head. That's bullshit. Mostly, I just need metal.
Whoop.
I almost have enough gold.
Whoop.
So yeah, pretty much I just need metal.
Whoop. 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 Whoop.
Wait, why is the bunker underneath this building? That makes
Huh?
no sense.
Whoop. Whoop. Whoop.
You wanna know what's funny? It's been a very long time since the aliens have tried to abduct my dog.
Huh?
I think they learned their lesson.
Whoop. Whoop. Whoop.
Yeah, listen up. Don't steal the only thing that's keeping me alive. Cause that dog is the reason that I've been respawning every time I die instead of just game over. Cause every time you die, it says, "Oh, because you have your dog, your dog dragged you out of the mines." But if the aliens steal my dog, I'm kind of fucked.
Whoop. Whoop.
Alright, we have everything we need.
Oop. Oop.
Holy shit.
Oop. 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 Oop.
No, I want to upgrade the turret over time. We get that found turret. Wait, what? Wait, why is it moving? I have to upgrade that because I can't upgrade it. Do I? Yeah, it should be over. It should not be overheating. Something broke. Oh my god! It deployed upside down. What? How'd I break my legs? I was standing still. That fucking sucks. The game just decided to fucking die. Well, Let's go back to Rimworld. It's so fucking broken. Wait a second. What? save the game like this. I'm gonna wait until the autosave goes off again. Cause this is kinda dumb. Oop. Can I beat the game like this? Okay, yeah, never mind. We'll put this away for now. That's just dumb. It is kind of funny though. Alright, back to RimWorld. RimWorld. Because now we know what the issue is. And we fixed the issue. The game was... I was just being dumb and didn't notice things. Which is very unfortunate, but it happens. So I guess we're just gonna be waiting until it loads up. Here's a good thing though. I did cut down on a lot of the mods, so... Oh my god, there's slot machines. Add slot machine to gamble away your silver. Faction Mafia. Oh, loot boxes. Aquariums. Hospitality. Oh my god, I forgot hospitality is a thing. Do I not have hospitality downloaded? Hospitality. Starship Troopers power armor. Ooh. I do love me some Starship Troopers. Sorry, I'm looking at mods again. I'm looking at more mods. Fear me. Fear me and my own power to destroy my own game. Therapy. Sorry, I'm looking at some of the mods and one of them is... Seam. Hospitality. No, not here, not here, it's here. Orion's therapy continued. So, tell me about this 8 without a table you've experienced. That is amazing. see what else is there. Is Rim Central Spaceports. Ooh. Mm. Rimfeller. Hmm. I'll download all of these, but I'm not going to use them now. I need to get a, what's it called? I need to get the towel again. I need to use the warm towel on my eye again. I'll be right back. Enjoy this.
Lastly, I gave one of our clones enough explosives and rocket launchers to collapse a small country. With high mech tech research and a mech band dish built, the Apocryton was inbound. Showing up almost immediately, it's a little angry. As a mechanoid commander, it resurrects mechs up to 30 times and lowers mood all across the map. For the mood, we had a solution. And for the mechs, sorry Minion 3.
Bye, have a beautiful time.
But the Apocryton has another ability that makes him tough to kill. He can jump out of combat. But we have one too, and it's called walking. Because the Apocryton decided living was too good, it sprinted away from its allies, achieving the primary directive of being hit by a freight train. With the Apocryton dead, now we can get back to the real game. The thing we've actually been working towards this entire time. 572 tons of toxic waste.
I was saving it in my pocket for us to share. Let's eat. Oops.
Okay, I'm back. Hello. I've only got one hand at the moment, so we'll start the world in a little bit. See what to put on.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Rim. Today, I'm going to be turning Billy here into royalty in the most inhumane way possible. by chopping people up into bite-sized pieces, raiding settlements, and maybe partaking in a little bit of the dark arts, nothing is off the table when achieving our goal of becoming an Archon. Basically, what I'm saying is, we're turning flesh into gold, using said gold to bribe our way to the top, and escape the planet via the Imperial fleet. You know, just rimworld stuff. With that said, let me introduce you to Billy, an optimistic royal bastard turned pirate doctor, and for the sake of having a backstory, let's say he was exiled at a young age and after a brief spell of crime, he wants to use his new talents to earn his way back into the family. To make this run a little more of a challenge, I'll be picking the solo star and landing on a lava lake, which has the map feature lava flow, which sounds really cool and definitely isn't going to piss me off throughout the entire game. After landing, I picked this location to build our wooden palace. As you can see, we're surrounded by cooled lava, which will occasionally flood and turn us into an island. And would you look at that, on day 2, we had our first lava flow. Coming in from the west, I got to watch all the wildlife burn while Billy cracked on with researching the battery. As the lava drew closer, I did start to wonder if maybe building a wooden house wasn't the greatest of ideas. So I got to work building a stone wall just in case. And it continued to creep closer until finally it began to retreat, and we were safe. Well, from the lava that is, as our first raid had arrived. Consisting of a single guy called Howard, who came equipped with a club, a fancy-ass hat, and a heart condition. With Billy armed with a charge rifle, I easily knocked him down and threw him in a temporary cell. Unfortunately for him, not only did I steal his hat, I stole his organs, then dumped his corpse into the lava, erasing all evidence that he ever existed. Well, aside from his organs, which I sold to a bulk goods trader for some herbal medicine, silver, and gold. Like I said earlier, our goal is to buy ourselves into royalty, and the way I plan on doing that is by converting organs into gold. With the gold, we can donate it to a royal tribute collector for honor. With honor, we can unlock new titles, and once we hit the highest rank Archon, we'll unlock a quest that will give us a ticket off the planet. However, a little bit of rapid fire maths here, each piece of gold converts into 0.015 honor, meaning to reach a total of 65 required for Archon, we needed to donate a total of 4,334 gold. Basically, what I'm saying is, we need to chop up a lot of people, a job that was going to be incredibly difficult with just Billy. So it was safe to say I was quite happy when a pod crashed carrying a genie named Lumpy, a tough, delicate, abrasive, wimp with 14 intelligence and 9 crafting. He was an absolute perfect fit for the colony, as I'll be able to leave him to do all the research while Billy cracks on with everything else. Tending to his wounds then, he joined the colony and he suggested that we name the faction. I picked the name Harvesters because I'm an uncreative piece of garbage, and kept the randomly generated name of the settlement as Sparta, because Spartans are cool. Once Lumpy was healed up, I made a proper laboratory and left him to research all of our problems away, meaning I could crack on with more important things like maybe finishing the lava wall. Before I could do that though, we had another waster called Kate raid us. She was on a mission to find her friend, so I assisted her in the best way I could by shooting her in the face and dumping her body into the lava. With friends reunited, we had a young beggar arrive looking for help, asking for a grand total of 30 silver so he could ransom his big sister. It did say, if I wished, I could kill, arrest, sell, or even harvest him without consequences. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Do you really think I'm going to murder a child to harvest his organs? I'm not that much of a monster, you sick, demented fucks. Anyway, I cracked on with building the wall, and there was no time for any distractions, as the lava could pour in at any time. With that said, we were hit with a mad gazelle, another raid from the wasters who we unfortunately shot, and finally some ducks joined us. Naturally, I prioritized building a decent pen for them, and accepted a refugee to help us build it. Plus, I accepted a quest to shelter a friend for those sweet advanced components we were going to need later on. To quickly run through the next few events, I built a chunk of our wall, Lumpy finished up researching microelectronics, a lizard attacked my ducks. Oh, there's a fucking lizard eating my ducks. Oh, you bastard. And a raider called Gun rocked up with an axe. At this point, things were going well for us. However, I still hadn't had the quest to save a poor noble from harm, which would kickstart our journey to becoming royalty. I did, however, get the deserter quest. Normally, I like to do these because you usually get a half-decent colonist, and because fuck the Empire, am I right? For obvious reasons, we won't be doing that today. A little while later, we did finally get the quest. This royal fool needed us to save him from a big mean rat, and in exchange, he'll give us the title of novice. After clapping the vermin, we sent him on his way, and one unimpressive ceremony later, we got our new title and our first psionic ability, Pain Block, which is pretty self-explanatory. Completing the quest gave us a total of 8 honor. With 57 to go, we really needed to crack on with chopping people up. With that said, you can imagine my delight when I built a comms console and a slave ship rocked up. On board were 3 slaves we could purchase. Butters, a pretty terrible chef. Luggy, a 5-year-old child, but as previously stated, I'm not going to harvest the organs of a child. And finally, Kirby the Builder, who had a massive 19 construction. Yeah, I think we can make space for a temporary slave. Putting him to work actually finishing this stupid wall, I imprisoned Butters, and the game informed me that he was unwavering. Oh, my poor friend. That isn't going to be a problem. Before I started, we had another raid, and fortunately for them, they died. Plus, the refugee left, and that reminded me that we were still sheltering a friend. And it probably wouldn't be a great idea to start ripping out organs, as it might make them a little sad. Their ideology wasn't as accepting as ours, and the last thing I wanted to do was upset them, and then accidentally kill them. With around 5 days until they left, I put Lumpy to work researching both sterile material and the hospital bed, to maximize our chances of success when it comes to surgery. During this time, Kirby did not enjoy his temporary position as a slave and ran off. But hey, at least he finished the wall before running off, so I can't complain too much. Plus, I wasn't too upset because the day after, a blind healer arrived. Wanting to speak to Billy, Chernoff believed that her skills were needed and offered us her healing power. Intrigued, I accepted and discovered she had an ability called Unnatural Healing. Using dark psionic influence, it has the power to apparently stop bleeding, restore blood loss, and can even heal significant injuries at the cost of sometimes having side effects. The term significant injuries got me thinking, and I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. Can it restore organs? But that was going to have to wait until our friend left, so I left her to blindly cut rocks. The next day, our friend finally left, and we were rewarded with 4 advanced components. More importantly, it was finally time to turn our attention to old Butters here. I got Billy to remove his lung before testing Chernov's ability, and oh my god, it actually worked. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we had just created an organ printer. However, in my ultimate wisdom, I saw Butters was tough, and I was nervous that he was going to try and escape. So I hit him with the old peg leg removal trick, and I'll give you a few minutes to try and figure out why that might have been a problem. Furthermore, Chernov's mind was beginning to crumble, and we had a very short period of time to try and reverse it. With a near 0% chance of getting my hands on some mech serum, I just kind of let her crumble. Since she was blind anyway, she couldn't really do anything efficiently, and let's be honest, her only purpose was to use her dark powers to print me money. After a quick break, I showed the boys my great plan, and it's safe to say they were impressed. And then a little later on, we got Chernov here. Came with Unnatural Healing, which I just tested. Also restores organs.
Not the Hoglands.
So you have an organ printer.
Yeah.
That is disgusting.
However, when Chernov's ability came off cooldown, it was then I realized my mistake. Turns out, her ability can also restore limbs. With Butters walking about and maybe a little upset with us because of the whole harvesting thing, I ended up taking his heart and feeding him to the lava. But hey, at least we had the foundations for something truly great. I just needed a better plan and some more colonists. Once again, Cass blessed us with a pod crash, this time containing Dumpling, who was suffering from paralytic amnesia. He wasn't a great colonist by any means, but if we looked after him for 45 days, he would join us, and that was simple enough for me. Next up was a Kami, I think that's how that's pronounced, who joined after we hosted a great festival, proceeded to have a massive heart attack, and died. Yeah, thanks for that. Anyway, since we had no prisoners, we weren't producing any organs. And obviously no organs means no gold, and no gold means no titles. So I was very happy when we were raided by a couple of pig folk. Annoyingly, we shot the first one and almost killed Sammy. But thanks to her smoke bombs, the turrets were unable to target her. And this gave me a great idea, which was just to let her continuously shoot the turret until she fell over from blood loss. And 3 minutes later, it finally happened. Patching her up, I was just about to begin our next harvest until a royal tribute collector rocked up. This time I actually read the pop-up, which informs me they arrive roughly twice per year, which was handy to know. In exchange for our stockpile of 321 gold, we were rewarded with 4 honor.
Maybe I should
enough
make the
for us to
world
rank
smaller.
up to Acolyte. After dripping
The
out
world
Billy's
is.
throne
I put the
room
world
and
to
murdering
100%.
some wasters, we held a
But
ceremony
it's
where we received
lagging
the ability
in
Water
the
Skip.
world menu.
Whoopty fucking do. Out of everything you could have
Hi,
given me,
Manfred.
you gave me the ability to pour some water. Fantastic. For this wonderful ability, his new title came with a handful of requirements, including specific clothing, his own personal bedroom, and I guess not being malnourished would also help. Yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit it, but at this point we were having some food problems. Like, have you ever been so low on food that you start feeding a coma patient the corpses of your enemies?
I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah, I won't lie, this wasn't my proudest moment. To help us not turn this into a workers and resources video, I took food drop as Billy's first permit, which gave us 20 packaged survival meals. Oh, and then my horse managed to escape and set itself on fire. And it's at this point I take back everything I said about Water Skip. What a fantastic ability. What wasn't so great was the fact that we were still having crippling food shortages. I tried to hunt some emus, but Billy got absolutely wrecked, and I had to resort to buying food from visitors just to survive. And it's not like Cass gave me an easy time either. When Billy recovered, he immediately went on an insulting spree, got struck with gut worms, and then she hit us with a solar flare. I genuinely thought I was about to lose until we were blessed with a trader. With tons of food for sale, we could exchange meat for meat and temporarily solve our food problems. Later that evening, I finally broke Sammy down and recruited her. The original plan was to give her the chop, but I decided against it because she was alright in combat, something that my other colonists, aside from Billy, were terrible at. But just as Rimworld gives, Rimworld takes, and unfortunately Lumpy was caught by some lava flow and burned to death trying to mine some components. I did try to save him, but by the time I got there, it was already too late. And the poor guy did try and crawl away when both his legs had burnt off, but he was too slow. Oh, and then Cass gave me gut worms again. Oh, you giving me gut worms again? Okay, I think we can all agree I really needed to sort out my food issue. And my plan to do that is with robots and corn. You've probably seen within my wall was an ancient exostrider, and if we destroy it, it cools down a ship which we can loot a mechlink from. All we had to do was destroy... Oh, this thing explodes. With the midsection destroyed, the ship crashed and we took down the defending cipher and ripped the mechlink from the not so lucky guy. Next step was to plant the corn while we produced the agrohands. And all we had to do now was survive like 20 days until the corn had grown. Saying that, a group of raiders arrived and the first thing they did was destroy my new lifter. The raid itself wasn't too difficult to fend off as they just ran into my turrets. And we captured ourselves a new subject to harvest.
Okay, I'm
while we fed
I'm
his
putting
friends
it
to the
to
volcano.
only 50%.
His organs were put towards buying Billy a new set of prestigious marine armor, so he'd stop complaining about not having royal clothing, and because it was time to do a little raiding. Nearby was a logging camp consisting of 2 people. I sent Billy off on his horse to bring home some meat, and I'll be honest, I wasn't too optimistic about this raid as I was expecting him to kill both of them. But to everyone's surprise, he didn't, and we downed Trap. With a brand new prisoner, I returned home, had Billy rope the horse back, sent Sammy to pick the prisoner up, and then a fucking cougar ate him. What? Oh, I fucking hate cougars. Out of mercy,
That's
Cass
funny.
gave me a quest to defend a shuttle crash, and I managed to down one of the raiders and salvage a shuttle engine, which I stashed away just in case we were going to need it later. For now though, it was time for the lava to pour in from the east. For a little test, I built a stone building on the cooled lava to see if it would survive. And it did. Meaning I didn't have to limit myself to just building on the grasslands. What didn't survive was a box good trader that kept trying to cross the lava to reach my base. How is that my fault? For some reason, they were adamant they were going to walk across it and burn to death because of it. Not really sure why they were doing this, as they could have just easily walked around it. They left behind a handful of gear and a burning comrade. Oh, and then Chernoff decided to do exactly the same thing. So yeah, it's safe to say the AI isn't great when it comes to pathing around the lava. And because of that, I was going to have to venture out and trade myself. And where did Billy decide to form the caravan? Yeah, that's right. On top of the lava. Anyway, I reached a nearby tribal settlement and offloaded our organs for their gold. And back at base, a slave ship rocked up and I purchased a waster called Sam, as it was time for one of my disturbingly genius plans. You may remember earlier I was toying with the idea of having an organ printer. Obviously things didn't work out with Butters, but I reckon we could make it work with Sam. You see, Sam here is a waster, an aggressive xenotype that thrives on pollution but also has a psychite dependency. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this, but for those that don't, basically the plan is to pump Sam full of drugs in exchange for his organs. With both Flake and Yayo giving massive mood boosts, we should be able to negate the huge mood penalties we get from constantly regrowing and harvesting his organs. Anyway, it did take us a little while to get things moving as we ran out of drugs. And to no one's surprise, he went crazy and tried to escape. But once I got the Flake production rolling, we kept him drugged up in exchange for an organ every 5 days. However, we did have one small side effect from abusing the ability, and that's, he grew a tentacle. Sam wasn't our only source of organs, as the Empire gave us a quest to look after a few political rivals. After building them some adequate accommodation, I proceeded to remove a few unnecessary parts, because nowhere in the quest did it state they had to be returned in full. Furthermore, we had some kind donors drop pod into the center of our base. To be fair, this was kind of scary because they had toxic grenades and shotguns, but we eventually prevailed. And I'll be honest, at this point, things were looking really good for us, and I was half expecting Cass to try and ruin it. Instead, she sent me a lone genius with 17 intelligence who was looking to use our laboratory. And in exchange, he offered us his healing powers. Yep, that's right fellas. Robbie here also has unnatural healing. With 2 colonists regrowing Sam's organs, the colony's wealth rapidly increased, and it was probably time to invest in some actual defenses. A point that was made clear when I had a pretty sketchy raid from some pig people, followed up by a pack of manhunting cougars. In better news though, I returned the Empire's prisoners and was rewarded with the title of Knight, which is fairly important because it allows us to trade with the Empire. With access to the Empire's trade network, I needed to make the process of harvesting Sam as efficient as possible. To start with, I made my life easier by enslaving him, so he got a massive mood boost for just being a slave. Plus, I gave him a nicer room with his own box of Flake, and set up a routine for him to smoke every day, so I didn't have to keep doing it manually. Anyway, with our stockpile of organs and our newfound privilege, I sent Billy out to trade with the Empire and bought myself some components, a shiny new charge rifle, and of course more gold to donate back to them. When he returned, we were hit with a pretty nasty mech raid, which left Sammy missing both a leg and an arm. Naturally, I began producing prosthetics, until I remembered that I had the power of the dark arts at my fingertips, and replenished her limbs. After a few days of waiting around, the Royal Tribute Collector finally arrived to pick up our donations. This time we had a massive 631 gold that netted us 9 honor, enough to make Billy a praetor, meaning we were just under halfway towards reaching our goal. On the topic of good progress, Robbie had finished researching fabrication for us. However, we were lacking a decent crafter, so it was time to crack open our ancient danger. Inside was a handful of cryo-sleepers guarded by a single lancer. Now the lancer wasn't a problem. The problem was when everyone woke up and decided they wanted blood. Drugged up and fairly well armed, things were looking grim, but little did they know, I had a trick up my sleeve. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to my new favorite ability, Vertigo Pulse. The moment they woke up, they all began throwing up in between getting shot in the face. And I won't lie, The fight was pretty messy as they started firing grenades at me and I had to pull back. Now fighting them in the fields, I picked them off one by one until we had killed them all. Unfortunately, the only person we downed was Luke, and he was not very good at crafting. But he did have a 16 in shooting, and that would make him a fine addition to the colony. We just had to convince him that we were his friends now, after massacring all of his. Shortly after the fight, a mech cluster decided to land outside my base. Now, I wasn't a big fan of this, but at least we could ignore it for the time being. What we couldn't ignore, though, was the siege that had just rocked up. So I sent Billy and Sammy to pick them off, and for some reason, they just kind of let it happen. Until finally they had enough and ran off. Thanks for all the free stuff, I guess. My skilled crafter finally came from a slave ship who conveniently joined as a colonist. I also bought a 93-year-old, but I don't think I need to explain what happened to her. However, chopping her up might have been a slight mistake. Turns out she was part of the Spacer faction, and this really upset them. And shortly after her untimely demise, a drop pod raid of well-armed pig folk landed in the center of my base. I'm not gonna lie, I again thought this might have been the end, but I managed to just about scrape out a victory by spamming Vertigo Pulse. Turns out you can have all the guns and drugs you want, but they're useless if the only thing you can do is vomit all over yourself. It also probably didn't help that this guy in the corner kept throwing grenades at his friends. Just as we were getting over the raid, a lava meteorite crashed into the mech cluster, waking it up. What? Now pissing out a steady flow of centipedes, I honestly thought this was incredibly unfair. But what was even more bullshit was all the turrets were immune to lava. I was so happy when the lava poured in from the east, as I was expecting it to clear it out. Instead, we just now had a mech cluster with its own lava moat. But it's okay. Once I had dealt with the steady flow of centipedes, I sniped the cluster from afar while hiding in a cloud of smoke. Moving on, at some point I had accepted a quest to look after a prisoner called MJ, and once I returned her and donated some more gold, we had gained enough honor to make Billy a Baron. With Billy a Baron now, we were just 20 honor away from completing our goal. All we needed was one last big payday and we'd be off this planet. A few days later though, our opportunity for a big payday came in the form of a quest called Paid Combat. As the name suggests, the Empire wanted us to deal with some imps, and in return we gained some honor, but more importantly, this was a pretty large raid. And I had another one of those great ideas. Sleeping gas. The plan was to lay down some suspiciously convenient cover, which will be rigged with IEDs filled with the gas. So I got to work planting smoke leaf, harvesting said smoke leaf, turning it into capsules, then into shells, and then planting the IEDs. During production, the lava had returned from the east and was steadily surrounding my base. No worries, I thought, as surely the raid wasn't going to walk straight into it. I was wrong. Now initially, I was very upset by this. I then realized this was perfect. As the raiders tried to cross the lava, eventually they got knocked down due to extreme pain. Immediately, I recovered as many imps as possible, and after dosing Billy up on Go Juice, he spent the entire night harvesting organs. In just one night, we had harvested a total of 9 kidneys, 10 lungs, 9 hearts, and a liver, coming in at a total value of just under 20,000 silver. Enough for us to buy a whole load of high-tier equipment, alongside 884 gold, which was enough for us to reach Archon, and all we had to do now was wait for a Royal Tribute Collector to arrive. To quickly go through all the events up until they arrived, we fended off some drugged up furries, had a waste pack infestation, got raided by some heavily armed pig folks who triggered said infestation, and everything got a little messy. Plus, I had an incredibly scary moment which involved Billy and a doomsday rocket. I then got fucked by some lizards, accidentally killed Sam when he tried to escape, rest in peace, built the Monarch's room, and then just as I was getting my throne rune up to the required 160 impressiveness, the Spacers who I had pissed off earlier drop podded in and trashed the joint. Thanks for that. So I fixed that, had some cult bitch arrive who proceeded to walk into the lava and die, triggering a bunch of sightseers to attack us. Then finally, I handed over our gold to the Royal Tribute Collector and Billy became an Archon, meaning we could finally begin the Royal Ascent quest. For this quest, all we had to do was entertain the High Stellarch for 12 days. She arrived with 4 stacked champions, and it's safe to say combined with my colonists, I was feeling fairly confident. For those that haven't done this ending, it's basically the same as building the ship in the sense that we're about to get raided pretty much every day. And to be honest, the first couple of raids were fairly easy. The first one we handled with ease, and the second one was even easier as they died trying to cross the lava. Nice. In fact, the following raids were just as easy, and I thought this was going to be a slightly anticlimactic ending. Until a raid of tribals rocked up. Armed with spears and bows, they rushed down my colonists, and we barely managed to scrape out a victory at the expense of bad luck getting bonked. But this wasn't the raid that almost ruined me. It was the two separate raids of 13 ciphers that rocked up at the same time, and made their way through a hole in the side of my base.
Water.
You see, I had made the fatal mistake of not realizing that one of the retreating pig folk had smashed his way through all the doors to escape, as I was too busy making sure no one else died. Anyway, to cut a long story short, we got absolutely railed. Nearly all my colonists got knocked down, including the champions and the High Stellarch herself, who only survived because she was a vampire, which I didn't realize until she refused to die from blood loss. After that, things were fairly quiet. We fended off another couple of significantly easier raids. Sammy and Billy then got married the day before the shuttle arrived, which was kind of nice, I guess. And with that, we had entertained the High Stellarch for 12 days and the Imperial shuttle arrived. Even though the base was in near ruin, the High Stellarch almost died along with her champions, she still welcomed us aboard the Imperial fleet, and Billy and his companions left to live a life of royalty. His path of ascension had cost the lives of around 150 people, and in total we had performed 142 operations, which by the time you minus out a few bionic implants and peg legs, probably works out at around 130-ish organs we harvested. Around 40 of which came from our boy Sam. And with that, I think we can say we were done here. I hope you enjoyed a slightly longer video. I've seen a lot of feedback from people asking for longer ones, so if you enjoyed, give it a like and, I don't know, comment log. And before you even ask, the mod list is in the description. Anyway, thanks to the people who throw money at me, and as always...
Okay, well that was going on. I've been messing with the thingies with our new religion for this next run. Just getting things ready. Load pawn from here. And there we go. I'm just gonna put another video until I'm done. I'm just gonna set things up. See what to put on, what to do. More rimworld.
Hello everyone. Today, we're going to be exploring the new Odyssey DLC for rimworld, which allows you to build a grav ship and fly to space. This alone gave me a fantastic idea. To play as a band of nomadic raiders whose mission is to tear down society, raid ancient facilities, and do my very best to not die like a little bitch. However, this journey was made significantly harder because we'll be chased by a horde of mechanoids, and the only way to stop them is by completing a handful of quests, expanding the ship, and then
that was me with Sword Art Online.
Anyway, with that all said, let's get into it. Starting the game, we were greeted with some text. To sum up our situation, we had stumbled across what we thought was an abandoned platform. It, however, was not an abandoned platform, but a mechanoid relay, and we had just awoken it. With that said, I had a short period of time to salvage the valuable grav plates before they arrived. While I was looting and smashing up their gaff, I came up with a brilliant idea. To just stay. I know it says a massive mechanoid force will be sent to kill us, but how bad could it be? Okay, I don't think we can take him. Holy crap. As I desperately tried to leave, the horde of ciphers broke down the doors to my ship, downed my 3 colonists, and blew up our fuel tanks. Yeah, this wasn't gonna work. So I admitted defeat, reloaded the game, and fled the platform. We arrived at the forest,
I
a
recently
new
watched
biome
Eminence of
engulfed in a
Shadow.
thick cloud of sulfur, which cast the region into permanent
Yeah.
darkness. Upon landing, 2 of my
It's
colonists
30% gunner
immediately
rate,
left the ship to de-stress.
40%
One rolled
just
around in the muddy toxic water,
edgelord,
while the other munched down on some hallucinogenic fungus.
and the rest is just
With everyone feeling a
anime.
little less stressed and Thompson believing he was the
It's
entire
okay.
universe, we got to work expanding our ship and naming it the Chaos Galleon. After a couple of days, we had transformed the ship from
don't
this
have poor
to
shooting
this.
routine, though.
With a dining room, a generator room, and a bedroom, it wasn't the most impressive vessel right now, but if you don't like it, then I slightly dislike you. While we waited for the engines to cool down, I sent the crew out to pick as many mushrooms as possible, before receiving our first subquest, an ancient stockpile which contained a grav core and some grav panels. When expanding your ship, you use grav panels as the foundation, while grav cores are used to expand the build radius. For now, our ship could only travel a small distance and we couldn't reach it. So I picked some random tile in the mountains, took a minute to take in how beautiful this biome really is, and left. Arriving at our next location, I immediately got to work harvesting the local resources, beginning the long and painful task of researching the battery and purchasing some human life. In exchange for 100 of our mushrooms, I purchased Seedling, a delicate lady who had pretty decent stats and 0 intelligence. Aside from that, we waited for our engines to cool down and then flew away before the mechanoids found us. I picked a tile which had both ruins and a junkyard, and little did I know how terrible of an idea this was. Having a quick survey of the location, there were 3 massive complexes we could search. So upon landing, I put the stupid slave to work digging rocks and sent the gang
Emphasis
into the
on
first building,
okay.
where we were met by some bugs. After a quick scrap with the mega spider, where everyone managed to keep their limbs intact, I continued searching until we found a stash of Luciferium. Ooh, a rare and powerful drug that gives the user a whole load of buffs, alongside the ability to permanently heal injuries. The only downside being that if you run out, you die. So for now, it's probably best we just store that away and pray we don't have to use it in the future. Anyway, I continued searching the ruins with Cole until she ran into a room full of wasps, non-lethal drones that periodically stun their victim. Cole being alone, she didn't really stand a chance and was overwhelmed. After scooping her up and tending to her wounds, she had a mental break and destroyed what remained of my small stockpile of mushrooms. Thanks, Cole. You whore. Once she had mentally recovered, I returned to grab the breaching hammer, but before calling it a day, I decided to search this small shed. This is where everything went wrong. Upon opening the door, we were greeted by a scorcher who proceeded to set all my colonists on fire. In a state of panic, I tried to flee, only to find that the combined movement debuff of the vac suit and my colonists' injuries meant the scorcher could easily catch up and knock Cole down. With Cole burning, my only choice was to fight. Scoring a few good shots, we were able to get it down to around 20% health. However, before we could land the final shot, it once again set my colonists ablaze. Watching my colonists run around on fire, my soul slowly left my body as Bowman was knocked down. With Bowman and Cole burning, it all came down to Thompson, who managed to land the final blow. Oh my god, okay, finally. Rescue everyone before they burn to death. As they both burned and Thompson spouted a load of insane jargon, it was all down to the slave to rescue the 2 colonists and do her best to heal them. With her 0 medical skill. With everyone covered in burns and our only doctor mentally challenged, it was inevitable that the infections would begin to fester. Bowman developed 4, while Cole only had 2. Thompson, on the other hand, rolled just 1 infection. With my 3 colonists on the verge of death, it was safe to assume that not everyone was going to survive. In fact, in my mind, I had already written off both Bowman and Cole. Thompson, on the other hand, could still be saved. Now, I'm not entirely sure it helped, but out of desperation to save this run, I had Thompson sign a deal with the devil and take some Luciferium. Shortly after, the inevitable happened, and before I could even have a second to mourn their passing, Randy sent a raid at me. A single raider who ran in and stole one of my engines. He just stole my thruster! What? He's gonna get away. He's actually going to get away with my thruster because Thompson can't hit anything. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
He just
But hey,
walks
on a
away.
positive note, Thompson and Seeding became lovers, which is nice. Anyway, after rebuilding the engine, I couldn't stomach being here any longer. So with just half the crew left, we once again picked a random tile and
Yeah,
left.
Luciferium is great. It's amazing.
Arriving at the new location, the first thing I tried to do was recruit Seedling, only to find that Thompson's new lover was unwavering.
Don't question it.
Are you kidding me?
That's the best way
This
to think about it.
bitch is
Just don't question it.
unwavering. Thanks, Ember. Then, just to top it off, the following day they decided to get married. If that's what they really want, is to be together forever, even though she's a slave and refuses to be a proper member of the colony, even though it's only her and her lover, fine, I guess. Moving on, I got a quest to take in a deserter from the Empire. Normally, I would ignore this quest, but since she was being chased by a single trooper, and I had just been raided, I accepted. She rocked up with some pretty reasonable stats and was armed with a Hellcat rifle. An assault rifle with an underbarreled flamethrower, which proved very effective at dealing with the drugged up trooper. Get toasted, you little bitch. Aside from that, our time at what I dubbed as the grasslands came to an end, as it was time to head to the ancient stockpile and get our first grav core. Landing in the desert, we were met with 3 separate stockpiles, which required 4 intelligence to hack, which meant it came down to Nikki with her 4 intelligence. As you can imagine, this process sucked. Okay, then she managed to get herself locked out of all 3 entrances, until finally, what felt like forever, we broke into the first stockpile. Inside, we were met with a surprise. Hello? Hunter drone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Okay, now that's not good. And with that, the expedition was over. After patching her up, I sent Thompson to loot the crate inside the room, where we found a legendary LMG. Titled Revenge's LMG, this unique weapon came with the trait hollow point rounds, giving it an additional 20% damage multiplier. The rest of the stockpile didn't have much to offer, just a couple of pallets of survival meals and some bugs. The second stockpile didn't have much to offer either, aside from a few more hunter drones to dodge. What the fired? Oh! And the slave having a little rebellion. Once we had calmed her down, I started to realize that maybe leaving her up there by herself wasn't the best of ideas. Anyway, exploring the next stockpile, we found our grav core. Got hit by another hunter drone. Nikki, run! Run, Nikki, run! Oh, and the slave's escaping. And then Seedling ran off. Seedling's escape was a blow to the colony, but it wasn't the end of the world. At least I had my shiny new grav core, which I could use to expand the ship. Placing it in the rear so I could expand Thompson's bedroom, it was all I could do before I had to make my escape, as the mechs had found our
12 a.m.
location
right now.
and would be
It's
arriving
midnight.
shortly. Here we go. Fly away. Since I seemed incapable of holding on to human life, I came up with a brilliant idea. Robots. Instead of having to deal with fickle human beings, I could instead have an army of robots. So with that said, our next destination was a nearby complex,
honest, I don't like
which
this
housed a
map.
dead Mechanitor. Once we arrived, we cracked open the cryo sleeper, ripped the mech link from his brain, and inserted it into ourself. With the ability to control our own mechs, we were kindly gifted a single lifter. If I wanted more, I was gonna have to do some research. But with a combined research of 5 at a 40% rate, because I didn't realize research benches had to be built in a proper laboratory now, this took forever. Anyway, once I had amended that skill issue and finally finished researching, it was time to start producing my own small army. Starting with a couple of Militors for protection, an Agrahat to help us with fuel production, and a cleaning bot to do some sucking. With my robot army built, it was time to resolve a little issue that had been brewing in the background. Our dwindling stockpile of Luciferium. To find some Luciferium, I was going to have to explore some more ancient complexes, and annoyingly, we were just out of reach of one. Landing next to the location, I sent Thompson out to explore the ruins. leaving Nikki alone to defend the ship. Because surely, what were the odds of a raid happening while Thompson was away? Arriving in the middle of a foggy night armed with melee weapons, the raiders closed in on Nikki as I tried to pull her back to the ship. With access to my stockpile, they tried to steal what they could, one of those items being my fucking grav engine. They're just stealing my shit. Hey. And they just stole my... With their hands full of my valuable loot, Nikki stood in the doorway and punched them to death. With one dead and the other knocked down, I let the third one escape with a handful of uranium. And you're probably thinking to yourself, but it's all okay, because I bet Ra found some Luciferium at the ancient complex. No, I did not. But hey, new slave who this? Anyway, as soon as the engines had cooled down, I headed towards another ancient complex, where I can promise you 100% I did not cheat this in. 13 Luciferium! I'm happy. I'm very happy. Take that. Take that. Yep. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Oh, yeah. With my desperate search for Lucy over, it was time to head to the mechanoid relay next to us and grab ourselves our second grav core. Arriving at the mech relay, it was definitely one of the more interesting maps. Having a quick look around, there were 3 stabilizers which we would have to destroy before the relay would give us our grav core. After clearing out the defending mechs, we could either quietly hack them with our 4 intelligence or destroy them. Destroying them, however, cools down a wave of reinforcements, but I'll be honest, it wasn't anything we couldn't handle.
Someone who just sees a shiny rock and takes it. With the stabilizers destroyed, the relay was now vulnerable and smashed into the ground. Securing the grav core, I spent the next few days searching the ruins, strategically using the Minotaurs as bait for the hunter drones. Sorry, Minotaur. Oh, he survived! And pulling old women out of sleepers so I could steal their armor. Following this, I dealt with a defoiler ship that randomly crashed next to us, before doing a little more ship expansion, mainly building some turrets around the outside, as it was finally time to do some raiding. Our target was a nearby tribal village. Landing directly on top of their base, we opened fire on the crowd of poorly equipped tribals. Their wooden clubs were no match for our machine guns, but I did get a little nervous when a large band of reinforcements arrived. With another 20 or so tribals to kill, I got a little nervous until they funneled through the village and directly into our kill zone. And once again, the poor bastards didn't stand a chance. With all the tribals dead and the 600 chocolate bars now in my possession, we were once again in the awkward situation of just kind of waiting around. During this time, we were offered a quest to take in Dweeb, a 7-year-old child who apparently wants to set fire to a massive garbage pile to kill a gang of cannibals. The only problem being that it would cause a volcanic winter for 12 days, which, let's be honest, isn't really going to be a problem since we'll be leaving anyway. So, accepting the child into our crew, he arrived with a massive 10 intelligence, which was more than all my other crew combined. But, being only 7 years old, we couldn't chuck him straight on the research bench. So, it was straight into the growth vat. While I waited around, I thought it'd be a good idea to provoke the Diabolus into attacking us. It followed the same path as the tribals, opting to run through the small village and directly into my turrets. After a brief and relatively easy fight, I recovered the signal chip, which will allow me to begin researching the next tier of mech tech, allowing us to research things like lancers and ciphers, but more importantly, the tunneler, a huge mining bomb with a built-in shield belt and smoke bombs. But we needed some plasteel before we could build one. Moving on, there was an asteroid floating above us, and I saw this as the perfect opportunity to explore space while also mining some silver. Once we arrived, I sent the boys out to mine what turned out to be a very tiny amount of silver, and then got raided by the Orbital Dragons. Yeah, they didn't stand a chance. Feeling a little upset by their raid, I got my revenge by exposing the survivors to the vacuum. With that said, my taste for violence had not been quenched, and I wanted more. So, landing at another tribal settlement, I sent the crew out and began to... Yeah, that's not good. With Nikki and Kate downed, all my Minotaurs either dead or offline, it came down to Thompson, who managed to just about scrape a victory with his LMG. Okay, we just about scraped out a win. This raid had taught me one thing. We needed more firepower. But crafting new weapons would have to come later, as a band of heavily armed raiders arrived from the nearby Waster faction. Armed with a combination of shotguns, heavy SMGs, grenades, and this guy who had a minigun, we barely managed to survive, as once again it came down to Thompson and his LMG. Good job, Thompson.
With another successful raid under our belt, it was time to explore another set of ruins. But they're not important because all we found were some bugs that wanted to kill us. What was important was the quest we got shortly after. What? A quest for 60 Luciferium? All I had to do was look after 6 paralyzed prisoners for 19 days and maybe get raided a little bit. Now, around this point, our stockpile of Luciferium was starting to run out, but with this quest, we would be stocked up for the rest of the game. So of course, I accepted the quest, let the paralyzed prisoners flop around in the freezing cold toxic fallout before chucking them down in the storeroom. This is where things went a little wrong. I didn't notice that 2 of the prisoners had suddenly just gotten over their paralysis, meaning they were now wandering around in the storeroom filled with basic resources, advanced components, and grenades. Within seconds, they tried to escape by picking up the grenades and running over to my very large, very full fuel tanks. Stop him! Oh! Oh! He didn't blow up! He didn't blow up! After the rebellion, I toyed with the idea of removing their legs, as the quest technically states they don't have to be returned in full. Instead, I just opted to move those 2 into their own little cell, and then headed to our next destination, a frozen terraformer which had another grav core. Arriving at the frozen terraformer, it became very obvious to me that this location was pretty cold. Once we had carved out a path to the facility, we found the usual suspects inside: wasps, sentry bots, and hunter drones. After making some good progress, I had to pull the colonists back to heal up. During this brief piece of respite, I gave birth to a tunneler. The tunneler is meant to be a humble mining drone, spending its days digging rocks for its creator. This one, however, was going to be my bitch. I planned on using it as a punching bag for all the crap you can find in these facilities. And you know what? It did a fantastic job, aside from when it ran into some wasps. Anyway, we grabbed the grav core from the terraformer and prepared
Just
for our
watching
next
a guy
stop.
play this
Another
as
mechanoid
I'm
base,
as
which
I'm
took
setting
me
my stuff
ages
up.
to grind through because every room was filled with mech vats. Not all of them were full, but every time I stepped into a room and heard, I would shit myself. Room by room, we slowly grinded through the mechanoids until I finally reached the ancient grav engine and ripped out the core. Before leaving this place,
Look,
I sent
don't
the
make
prisoners
me
home,
do-
giving us our 60
don't make me do
Luciferium.
triple. I will
And with that,
do
it
another
was time
one.
to depart to a more peaceful location. I'd spent the last few days either raiding or securing grav cores, and I just wanted a few days to relax and replenish our supplies. Arriving at this beautiful location, I sent the crew out to plant some rice and exploit the local resources. During this time, I dumped the pollution that my bots were producing in the mud just below the ship.
Okay. This is our map. This is our green. This is the farmable area. It's not bad. Yeah, finally game time. There are also insectoids in this area. Look, okay, the ears, look, because of the fact that I had removed a mod that gave her the ears, her ears were skin colored. Trust me, skin colored ears are much worse than with having no ears. Look, she still has a tail, don't worry. See? Look, okay, I know you want the ears, but we can't have the ears. If I bring back the ears, it'll look even worse. Okay, oh, that all comes later. I guess I should have described her better in the story. Basically, with how, in the story now, how the blank is, she is human. A cat girl doesn't come until much later. Oh. Am I not supposed to show that? Wait, is that... Oh, wait. Am I supposed to show that? What is that? Give me a second. No. Well, I haven't used any stamina-based abilities yet. Well, I guess like hasn't really been a ton. There hasn't really been a chance for me to describe the characters. That's where imagination comes in. And I'll be honest, I don't know how any of them really look like myself. I have a vague picture of how they all look like. But I don't really know exactly how they look like myself. When it comes to artistic stuff, I'm good at writing, not good at art. I'm not really good at character descriptions. Yeah, exactly. Let other people imagine. Give small descriptions as the story goes on. Something's going wrong with this. What the fuck? It's not giving me the code I need for Twitch. New token, please. There we go. Okay, where am I? Alright, there we go. Token generator. Yes, login. Give me the code. Authorize. Thank you. I am not a machine. Copy the token. I've now made the mistake of turning on Twitch Toolkit. going to hatch everybody. You know what? We'll save. We'll save right here. Oh my god. If it doesn't, if... Oh my god. Great, just do your thing. Oh my god. For accelerate time. I can't move. Oh my god. Well, wait, wait, what's our, wait, oh yeah, okay, none of that counts as our growth, does it? Please don't. Please don't tell me it doesn't count. 100,000 chocolate, 50,000 gold. Yeah, at least we have food. Oh. You know, the moment these hatch, my game's going to crash. Wait, why do you want a statue already? We just started. Before I kill your PC, okay? That's if we can even store it. Like, that is so much chocolate. I don't think we have enough time to store it all. I need you to increase your deck so you can actually get around faster. Stockpile zone. Crossbow. Okay, now, temperature. Where's temperature? There you are. Well, the campfire right here. And now, go haul as much of that chocolate as possible. Why do we have supreme expectations? Why do you have supreme expectations? Oh my god, because you have a role? Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, look, combat supplier. Now eat some chocolate, please. What? They've come to steal my chocolate. They just mugged me for my chocolate. It's used. Apparently it was, yes. Oh my god. We are already at 3.7 million. 3.7 million. To be fair, it was my fault for not remembering to turn off the infinite money. That part was my fault. Instantly I regret it. They won't buy chocolate. They won't buy chocolate. I don't know. They just don't want chocolate. What bitches? Another war merchant. Another war merchant. Uh-oh. Oh, like research supplies. Uh-oh. Arcane item collector. Do you think any of them will want chocolate? Fucking eggs. I could just gift it to them. It looks like it's already calculated with that. Crossbow. I hope someone buys all this, at least some of this chocolate. You wanna buy some chocolate? Do you want to buy chocolate? Yeah, they don't want to buy chocolate. How about you? Do you want to buy chocolate? They also don't want to buy chocolate. Do you want to buy chocolate? You know, a bulk goods trader would probably buy chocolate. They don't want to buy chocolate, though. How about you? They don't want to buy chocolate, no. It's fucking day 1. And this is... They're just begging everyone to buy their chocolate and no one wants to buy it. Let's just harvest more wood for now. There's so many ponds. Yeah, this fucking timed bomb. In 2.7 days, my computer explodes. My game will not survive this. Before the clock strikes midnight. Oh yeah, I need to change the religion real quick a little bit. See. Where's edit? Remove that. Done. Edit. Remove. Done. Edit. Remove. Done. Go trade with them, please. Will they buy? They'll buy chocolate. Oh my god, it's so okay. We'll get as much as we can from them and sell it to the other people. Okay. Just buy everything from them. We'll sell them 400,000 chocolate. Don't worry, it's fine. It's on the house. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Ah, no. I can't gift them a bunch of chocolate. But how much do you love me? Why are you asking? Gem of Force. Let's see what I can... Opium. We're gonna fucking need some of that at this point. We can't sell them anything. God, it's too much. There's so much here. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, or fuck. No. No. Don't you dare run over the stuff I just bought. Okay, thank goodness. Fuck you, the golden cube is still disabled. Oh no, it's coming back. It's coming back. No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, it's gone. Where did... Oh yeah, I sold all of it. It's fine. You take better care of yourself. Go haul that stuff, please. Poor Green. No! We just bought that stuff. No. I can look the void. Oh shit! Wait! All the traitors are fighting the void! They're all jumping the void! Oh my god, they dropped all the silver! Ah no, this does not mean free void stuff. This means a bunch of free other stuff. Green, you stay over here. Stay underneath the mountain. No! Okay, Green, hurry up and go put out that fire. They still haven't killed Candace. Oh my god, Candace is level 52. Oh, let's put out those fires. Who the fuck gave me Thunder Beast? Holy shit. You did not just give me a stomach. Oh no. It's untamable. Fuck. Oh my god. Why do you still have supreme expectations? I need to change. Like, look at all this. Why do you need all this? Why? Can I get rid of this on you? Can I please get rid of this? Is there a way for me to just, be happy? Give me time. I just need some time. So, I think we should move to. Let's be honest, it's a fucking miracle Green is even fucking alive right now. At least there's some pretty good weapons. Hey, can I have some extra pawns real quick? I could really use some extra pawns. Thank you. What can you do? Oh, level 74. Good at melee and pretty much nothing else. Fuck. Like, super good at melee and nothing else. And you? Rank E, animals, artistic, neither of them are useful. You know what? Fuck. You know what? Oh, fucking hell. Rainstorm, you here, you here. We're gonna make a bigger building. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, did they ever kill the void person? I think the void person won. Holy shit. Man. 2.2 days. It's barely been a single day. You're already dead. I think I can trip you. Where's something? What does this gun even do? I don't know. Oh, a folding table. Okay, these boom rats have to go. I have an idea. This might be a war crime. Oh my god, they're winning. Emphasis on they were winning. They are indeed no longer winning. You know, okay, yeah, you know, if you guys are just gonna get mad at me for accidentally hitting you in the middle of a firefight, I'm just not gonna help you. Fuck you. Just ignore. And there's still so much more chocolate. This is going great, I would just love to say. It's not going great. Everything is going horribly wrong. On the bright side, we are going to have a lot of food. I just really wish the pawns that we got were actually pretty good. Were actually good. Okay, they're not bad. Just not what we need. Where are your points in? Not a charisma. Of course. Okay, you do what you want, and you start stripping some of these guys for their armor. It's better than nothing. Green, hurry up and make those boxes. We need them. Like, desperately. Okay, that should be plenty of storage. For now. Smoke leaf? Yes, smoke leaf. We're smoking that leaf. Oh god! Both of you, just grab as much chocolate as you can before it all sets on fire. Go, go, go! Why are you so upset? Eat something, bitch. Oh my god, the eggs, they're being cooked. They're all being set on fire. Fuck. God damn, you just had to make it start raining, didn't you? Possible. After so many chickens got melted, look at our wealth just went down by 300,000. So many things died. Oh my god. All the chocolate's gonna deteriorate in a day at this rate. Oh, if it keeps on raining, the eggs won't survive. The eggs will just break because they've been outside for too long. Okay, things are going better at least now. Already an S-ray contract. A killdozer. How many survived? A little bit over 200,000. Why is malaria my enemy? Holy shit. 3 times XP gain, but they can't have constellation nodes. I mean, they're a pretty good pawn. The only issue is we don't have, like, a room for them. Why not? We can just put down a spot in here for them for now. From 50 mil. Well, okay. But how many is that? Yeah, that's 200,000. I mean, to be fair, I don't think 5 million or 50 million spawned. I think at most about 500,000 spawned. Okay. Now, if you use reverse time on them, will that help? You missed. Just try to tend to them. 10. We should have some medicine somewhere. You only have 3 medical skill. Taki has our highest medical. Huh? I thought we killed you! So that's the end of the colony, I think. Are you fine now? Yeah, you're fine. Taki, I need you. Oh, you know, Green's fine. They're just a little bit hurt. Go prioritize tending to them. Thank you. It's the best we could do. See, how old can they live up to? See, 750. Okay, good. Go haul more stuff. Oh, Skyfit. Holy fuck. Has contacted us claiming a reported malaria near our location with interest in learning more about the malaria. Says, by handing over this malaria to the Skyfire Church, they provide some abundant supplies in exchange. Huh. I mean, those are some pretty good things. Yeah, you know what? Except, we'll give them their prisoner. I'm fine with that. They're just... Green over here is just in pain. I have taken a grievous wound. I'll go with the shuttle real quick. Thank you. Some very good rewards. Go grab more of that stuff. Because we already have 2,000 chocolate. Okay, thankfully our wealth has gone down. We're only about at... Wait, oh my gosh, above. Wait, what? That still says 1.7 million. Wait. Yeah, 1.7 million. Holy shit. Every egg is 7 silver. The eggs on their own is so much. This is horrible. Wait, how long till they hatch? One day. Okay, because it's raining so much, they're going to break before they hatch. Yeah, okay. You just keep the rain going so they break. You fool. Oh, god damn it. Go rescue her first. Rescue them! Fuck! Remove the streamer. Don't remove the streamer. The streamer would like to stay, please. They'll be back up and running soon. start losing 2 a day. Fuck. This is not going very well. Like, look at how unhappy they are. Yeah, 50 million eggs definitely played a role. God. And all this fucking chocolate, too. How much is 1 egg worth? Oh no, 1 egg is worth $14. Oh my god, wait, I gave him the wrong religion. Wait, I was supposed to give him the magic one? Give me a second while I give him the magic religion. Oh fuck, I can't do it anymore, can I? Well, fuck. Oh my god, you're up again? Yeah, actually, go pick up that shotgun and kill this thing real quick. Finally! Holy fuck. Okay, now also, use that Psylink. Good job. Alright, we'll give you Warlord. I don't fucking know what this run is. It's gonna be nuked very soon by chickens. That's what this is. Well, at least we have plasteel. That's nice. Another S-grade contract, really? Hmm. Into the clock strikes midnight. God. 0.5 days. Okay, at least stuff is getting hauled now. Can I actually go strip them? That is what's it called? Devil Strand, so. Hi Dan. Let me see. Searching for sandwich. Yeah. It was very cute, yes. It's 0.3 days. Fear is the only emotion I feel right now. Yes it is, but I'm probably about to crash right now. This might already be a dead run because of this. Dan, I told you not to do it. The game might crash. Yeah, I just saved. You're a good colonist. Yeah, I'm gonna save again. Just to be safe. See? Good shooting, good melee, very good crafting. You can cook. Some intellectual. A very good pawn. I like it. No, I don't. How many points do you have? Hatches in 0.1 days. A mad raccoon. Taki, go beat the shit out of it. Any second now. Literally any second now. Some of them are deteriorating still. 0.0. Let me just save again right now. Oh no, a lot of them are still fine. Most of them are fine. Some of them are breaking. Uh-oh. It's happened. I think it crashed my game. Okay, stream is good, but I think the game is dead. I'll give it time. Okay, I'll give it time. You know, I think I know why my computer's been running so poorly. I think I need to clean it. There's a lot of dust on it. By just rubbing my fingers on top of it. There's a lot of dust. This is. It's still. How long are we going to wait? How long do we wait for your clucking madness to be over? I think the game is gone. I think it's gone. I'll be honest, Taki. I don't think there's any recovering it. I have so many regrets. I just didn't remember that I left infinite coins on. Oh, oh, there it goes. It's dead. It's gone. It fucking died. Yeah, time to nuke the eggs.
This had been my usual policy, but this time, a horde of bugs appeared. Trapped for the moment, we were safe as long as no one woke them up. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why? Immediately, they began chasing my colonists, who all rushed into the safety of the ship. As I desperately tried to escape, the bugs began attacking my turrets, because of course they did, and I had to make a hasty retreat. I escaped to a pretty cool map, and would have seriously considered settling the place if I wasn't playing as a nomad. Once I landed, I sent the bots and slaves out to dig rocks, set up a dumping zone right next to the ship because I refused to learn from my mistakes, and did some fishing, which was nice. However, a few days into our, let's call it a holiday, I received a quest titled Zubo's Many Friends. Zubo, being a 19-year-old musical kid, had disrupted a peace ritual between two factions, and was now being chased by both of them. Accepting the quest then, I watched as utter chaos unfolded as the two factions arrived on top of each other. One side armed with heavy weapons, the other with gas. And to top it off, in between them was a pack of boomalopes. Unfortunately for the wasters, the combination of triple rocket launchers and boomalopes absolutely annihilated them. They did, however, manage to gas the entire pocket, meaning all I had to deal with was a few stragglers and an alpaca. After killing 3 different groups of raiders, the rest of our time was generally pretty chill. Once I was happy with my exploitation of the region, I left to test out my new autocannons on a group of tribals. They proved incredibly effective on the local population, and then the reinforcements that arrived the next day. With another settlement down and my confidence at an all-time high, I felt it was time to grind through the final grav cores, starting with heading to a mechanoid platform. Once we arrived, I sent out the crew to clear the complex. After grinding through all the rooms, we arrived at the grav core's location. Filled with a handful of mechs, I pulled the crew back to a small room where we baited them down the narrow corridor and fought them one by one. Now I know this isn't the most heroic strategy, but it worked. Once my crew had bravely defeated it in single combat, we harvested the core and made our way towards the next one. Arriving at the next location, the core was located in a cave infested with bugs. So I put together an excavation crew and let the tunnelers chew their way through the insect's home until we found it, alongside a hive queen, which could be tamed. I instead opted for plan B, which was to fill the bitch with as many bullets as possible. With the queen dead and the second core secured, the final one was located in an ancient reactor, where I just kind of walked in and took it. With the core in our possession, we'd finally figured out the location of the mech hive and had the opportunity to destroy the threat once and for all. However, I needed some better gear. The following days were spent raiding villages, stripping entire maps for resources, using our long-range scanner to find plasteel, killing mech clusters, making charge rifles, making vac suits, and finally, slapping on as many uranium turrets onto the ship as possible. Arriving at the platform, my slug turrets began shooting all the small clusters of mechs. Once they had been dealt with, I wasted no time dosing the crew up on Yayo and sending them out to explore the northern section of the platform. We were looking for the 3 stabilizers that were making the mech brain in the center of the platform invulnerable. Also surrounding the brain were 4 factories pumping out fresh mechs every 12 hours. Once enough mechs had been created, they would assault the ship. With that said, you can imagine my disappointment when we found nothing. The next morning, I once again dosed the crew up on Yayo and explored the south. Packing the outside door, I was greeted by the first stabilizer. Guarded by a handful of mechs, I could lie and pretend what followed was a nail-biting battle, but in reality, I stood in the doorway, which didn't aggro the mechs for some reason, and just shot it. Once it was destroyed, a horde of reinforcements arrived, but they were no match to my slug turrets. That evening though, the mechs launched their first assault against the ship, where one of the crew took multiple laser beams to the face. I tried to save him by rushing him to the hospital, but unfortunately the combination of multiple burns, permanent brain damage, and Yayo was too much for his body to handle. Oh, he did actually die. Cause high on Yayo? It was the Yayo that killed him? With our first casualty, we couldn't afford to fall back, so the following day we sniffed out the second stabilizer. Unfortunately for the poor tunneler that opened the door, he got absolutely annihilated. I pulled the crew back and baited the mechanoids through the narrow corridor and killed them one by one.
Oh God,
After we destroyed the stabilizer and were hit by another
Pause this.
wave of reinforcement.
Oh. 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 They don't stand a chance. There we go. The eggs have been removed. That is hilarious. Right, the eggs have been removed. Don't worry. We are safe to continue to save. This is fine. Wait, I just realized my mistake. I should have gotten Chronopath first. Fuck. Okay, we'll do that next time. We'll do that for the next skill point. Okay. No, I'm just... No, I'm not turning infinite points back on. Fuck that. I refuse to turn on infinite points. Never again. No, okay, this is gonna be the kitchen and the... Yes, it was kind of funny, yeah? Just the moment it struck 0, instantly gone. Wait, I forgot. TTK's not on right now. A war queen? Okay, yeah, it's far away. Never mind. Let me turn back on the toolkit. Oh, wait, do I need a new one? Let me see. Yep. Yeah, I need a new one. Disconnect, please. No, disconnect, please. Okay, fuck you too. Okay, there we go. Now it's connected again. Please be gentle. Okay, 90 components. How am I gonna get... Where are some components? Right here. Only buy pawns, can't say A for others though. Snow? Green, I need you to make this wall. Quick. Tabella Snow. Okay, what do we name the colony? Tiny shenanigans, oh no. I'm Cluckington, you know what, fuck it, why not? And the settlement's called Clucked. Okay, it's fog, thank goodness. God. donkeys. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the toughest, sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda down with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Okay, if this'll be the freezer, and this'll be the kitchen, maybe this should be the kitchen. Yeah, I'll make a small kitchen right here. This'll be recreation, and we'll make bedrooms this way. Yeah, that'll work. This'll be for, that'll be recreation. Now, do we want to have... Who's the slave miner in the save? No one. No one has mining skills. Literally no one can do mining. Rune is our best miner, and they only have 4. We got kind of unlucky with our pawns. The only good pawn, I guess quote-unquote good pawn, is Taki, because they have good raw stats, but they don't have good stats. If you know what I mean. You're not very useful. You've got good stats, but you're good. You'll be good later, cause you have good shooting, or you've bad shooting, but you're very enthusiastic about shooting. You can do melee. You have a little bit of construction, mining. You can do cooking, but you are going to be very good later on as a crafter. Most likely you'll get the, what's called the mech link. At least there's one thing good with all this. I don't need to worry about food. We have plenty of food. What does dunce do? Let's see. Taki has limited mental capacity. He learns slowly and struggles with conversation, but tends to be naturally happy. Minus 50% global learning, minus 50% social impact, 300% global certainty loss factor, but sanity multiplier is at 75%. Holy shit, yeah. Look at your mood. You have plus 20 because of dunce. I don't understand why everybody is so upset all the time. And there we go. And now you're about to have a mental break. Fuck. You're fine. This is fine. What's Wanderlust? Let's see. Yeah, I was wanting to check that too. I just forgot to check it. Loves to travel and feels happiest on the move. She grows restless when staying too long in one place, but moves quickly and forges well while caravanning. Oh, good with wisdom stats. That is gonna be bothersome later on. Wait, there's a tornado? Who the fuck spawned a tornado? Foraging while caravanning can't do plant work. Look, okay. They know how to differentiate between a poisonous and a good mushroom, but they can't grow one to save their life. Okay, question. Should we do individual bedrooms, or should we do a, what's it called? A barracks. Expansion the daggers, what? Oh. Neat. Sure, let's do this one. You know what? We could use. Yeah, I don't really care. We'll deal with it eventually. Yeah. Let's see. I need a stone cutter bench. Here you are. What killed it? How did you die? I think it just exploded itself. Or something. I don't fucking know. Anyways, we need some rocks. Rock and stone. Let's build a few beds. Build those real quick. The other three could definitely use some actual sleeping spots. And there we go. Oh, being raided. Will be ring by. Oh, it's a rabbit. Oh. Hmm. Eh. I was going to say that we could try and save them and capture them, but they're not very good. Green, go slaughter. Because they do have a shotgun that sets people on fire, so they should do pretty well. Oh, that's considered a war crime. Man, who knew that, you know, that's a war crime. Yeah, I would take them if they just weren't such a bad pawn. But we do some drugs now. No, rude. Fucking rude. Church. Oh, god damn it. Okay, what do we have? Oh my fucking god. I have one option. Where are you going? Of course, my plan doesn't work because the animal's being stupid. What? They shot him from around the corner. Fuck. Just pick that up real quick. Really? They're trying to dig through that? Well, that could have gone worse. Okay, how are you guys? No immediate danger, death in 5 hours. Green, get your ass over there. You can still save them by using reverse time. Yeah, Taki's definitely just okay because of their stats. They got shot a lot. Don't worry, it'll be like you never got hurt. Oh, she passed out. That's what you call mana sickness. Well, at least Dan's gonna live. Probably. So, Green, about that whole mana weakened thing, I'm gonna need you to do it again. Sorry. Wait, did I just use the wrong ability? No, it's fine. I used the right one. Okay. Okay, well. Oh no. That's a brain injury. That's a really bad brain injury. Well, could have been worse. Holy fuck, there's... Oh my gosh, above. Well, guess everyone's just on the floor for now. Yeah, that's expected. Everyone's on the floor. You know what, Rune? Just tend to them. I need green backup ASAP. Okay, green. No, don't rescue them. Build those walls. I need those walls built. No, don't eat. Oh my god, Sabab, yes, eat. Holy shit. Okay. Why are you just constantly eating? Oh, because you're not even eating you full. Okay. Go see if we can trade with them. Especially with what we just dealt with. Let's see. They have a lot of medicine. War super creating pill. Sure. See what else I can give them. We're not going to use this thing for a while. Kind of want to keep that demonology book. We have a ton of these technomancy books, so I think we can trade a few of them away. Let's see. M214. A couple of steel halberds. I'll take all of your medicine. And your one hyperweave. Alright, and now let's make them friends. Oh, message. As your colony has entered an alliance with the armed bombers called by air support pages belonging to the main battlefield, their confidence is set for and they can be returned. If pirates, it's illegally call around on via surf signals, fleet so confirmed. Huh, neat. Rune is not going so well. Rune's about to have a mental breakdown. Yeah, Yes, Rune, you are. You have level 3 medical, but that is the best that we could do with. You, out of everyone that was conscious still, that was the best. Let that sink into just how close we were to death. This colony almost died right there. Honestly, this shotgun is really good. Like, not much damage, but it sets people on fire. Also, let's save the game real quick. Yeah, you're not dying, but you do have a brain injury. Wait, no. Taki has the brain injury. Taki has a brain injury. Wait, maybe if I use reverse time again. No. Huh. Oh, they're going to slaughter an animal. That's fine. I don't even know if we have any animals. Seriously? You're fucking eating that? We have chocolate. And you're deciding to eat that. Eat the motherfucking chocolate. You stupid piece of shit. Thank you. Fold up the fucking table. Okay. Now, Green, go use that super war super pill. See what it does. What genes did you get? Oh. You suddenly became useless. You went from being a decent pawn to now being a little bit stronger than usual. Nah, I'm good. That's horrible for us. On someone else it'd be pretty good, not on us though. Unsuper speed, unsuper precision, super intelligence, and then anti-super intelligence. But don't worry, they're a druid. That is such a shitty pill. That pill is fucking horrible. Wait, so this can't even... Wait, so they are super intelligent? I can't tell. This is just... No, we're just gonna... I think we're just gonna toss that pill. It's horrible. The stats are... The downsides are too much. I think the game just crashed. Uh-oh.
With another one of my crew dying, time was running out and we had to find the last stabilizer, which ended up being right here. It was guarded by a fuck ton of mechs, so again, I used the massive brain tactic of fighting in a tight corridor. Upon its destruction, the brain was now vulnerable. I pulled the crew back to the ship, but my plan was to wait for the assault from the brain before pushing in. However, it never came. In fact, I waited so long, Katie gave birth. Anyway, once she had given birth and the baby was placed in the responsible arms of a growth vat, it was time to attack the brain. So, I launched my attack on the hive, used the tunneler to tank everything, touched the brain, was given the choice between shutting down the mechs worldwide or utilizing the power for myself, which obviously I took the call for myself, left the platform, dropped some mechs on some poor tribals, and then came to the conclusion I was done here. Anyway, with that said, I'd like to thank you all for watching. Big thank you to my Patreons and channel members who throw money at me, and thank you for liking this video. And as always, new videos every week.
Rat. Check the link. Oh god. What? Did the bullet wound still appear on his chest? Why are there 2 bullet wounds in his back? He only was shot once in the back. It's not slowed down. Oh my god, it's horrible. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys another video from another random rimworld person. I'm gonna get some more water, maybe an ice
rimworld,
cream.
a game of countless ideologies ranging from vampiric blood cults to animalistic tribes to technological super soldiers. All of them are wrong. There is only one item in the game that is worthy of true worship. This, of course, is the golden cube. It's beautiful, it's valuable, it's comforting, and it's addictive. A group of 5 true believers hold this holy relic, and they alone will spread the gospel of the one true faith, cubism. Welcome back to some good old-fashioned rimming, everybody. Our cubic cult catastrophe consists of Cubert, Cuba, Cubathy, Cubifer, and Circlo. We hate Circlo. Accompanying them are 3 animals, which we will be naming after my patrons picked at random: Cassie, Coffee, and Ads. Good luck, guys. These brave tribespeople carry with them the ultimate artifact, the foundation of their ideology. To summarize, the cubists have one goal: spread the word of the cube. Outside thoughts are not allowed. Before even starting, the power of the cube is beginning to show. The cube has a strong grasp on the minds of those around it. As time goes on and exposure to the cube continues, it will occupy the thoughts of the colonists more and more until they are utterly obsessed. We'll see more about what that actually means for us later, but for now, Cubathy is the first cube touched among the cult. It's important for our pillars of belief here that every room we build is a perfect square, so we'll start with a simple barracks to mark our base. The cube will be situated right in the center to provide comfort to its loyal followers. Next, we construct a simple workshop for research and cooking, also square of course. Cubathy and Cubert get into a fight about who loves the cube more. It's only been about 20 minutes, but Cuba is already pregnant. We will begin ushering in a new generation of cubists immediately. The father, Cubert, is rejected in his marriage proposal. Damn dude, rest in peace. With our lovely new research table, we can start by researching complex furniture to make some beds. Makes it a lot worse when you realize Cuba and Cubert were doing the dirty in the literal dirt. Ah yes, the first cube break. As colonists become more and more obsessed with the cube, they need to take frequent breaks from whatever they're doing to create cube sculptures out of whatever surface they're on. We would never destroy a work of art in the visage of the holy cube, so these will start to dot our base quite nicely in the near future. Cubert proposes to Cuba again, but this time he said please, and now they're engaged. It's time for our first raid, and by a really weird coincidence, they have the same name as the one from the Old Man video, the Filth Pillars. Thankfully, they're dispatched very easily. Time for some bedrooms to celebrate the victory. We give Cubert a Psycaster level, but the Empire considers his bestowing ceremony to be unimpressive. You will burn in an eternal fire of cubic hate. Time to build a table before everybody goes on a berserk murder rampage. Now, you may notice here that I accidentally created a rectangular room by removing this wall. This is a mistake I will correct later on. I promise I've already locked myself in an Iron Maiden for 3 days for a penny. Circlo is upset about some bullshit, but if I cared about the opinion of useless slugs, I would get nothing done in my life. We need a proper cathedral for the cube, so we've started moving the cube sculptures into a central location to mark the construction. We fix our heretical building error, and Cubert traps himself in a mountain. Nice.
Combat Supplier Caravan stops by for a visit, and just in time for a pig raid. These guys have high pain tolerance, making them really scary to deal with. Luckily, we have a cluster of non-believers to do all the dirty work for us. Cubithy misses the cube and has to go fondle it for a little while, and this commitment is enough to convince the colony to appoint him as the true cleric of the cube, receiving the title Speaker of Volume. A hunter named Lumi falls from the sky, and while we could rescue her, she is a non-believer. She must be converted before she's accepted in our community. A group of wanderers are passing by and requesting some herbal medicine. Normally I would say screw you, I wish endless tableless meals upon you and your family, but these guys are cubists. My apologies, good sirs. Please, take our finest herbs for your travels. Ads dies of dog plague, tragic, and as his bonded human, it's only fair that Circlo be forced to eat him. A leathery stranger named Snipe shows up and offers to help us, but he is clearly hiding something. Unfortunately, they don't believe in the cube, and therefore they can fuck off. Hubert and Cuba have their marriage ceremony, and Cuba immediately throws up right after. We take a forced weather quest to gain a new colonist named Hakuja. While we do need a new set of hands really badly, this man is a heretic. You know the drill, he has to be enlightened before he's allowed to thrive here. Cubathy and Cubifer have started doing each other, further cementing that nobody likes Circlo. Cuba is giving birth. The conditions are not ideal here, and the baby is born very unhealthy. With standard medicine, the baby should recover. We have medicinal herbs and dirt. This baby is screwed. Unfortunately, we can't even preach health because weirdly enough, you can't indoctrinate a baby into a cult. The attackins come attackin', but I am in no mood for them. We will sacrifice them to the cube in hopes of good health for the new baby. Astoundingly, it works, and baby Walrus's illness loses severity. Now she's gonna make a full recovery. A wild Muffalo self-tames, earning it a patron name. Welcome, bear, enjoy your stay. And Cubert trapped himself in a mountain again. Lumi has finished her enlightenment and has earned her new name, Cubie. My gameplay consists of 90% removing notifications about cube obsession. Great experience, 10 out of 10. Cubert has done it! He's created a masterpiece in the likeness of the cube. This will be displayed in museums for thousands of years to come. The beauty of the creation is enough to inspire Hakuja into true enlightenment, earning his new name, Hakubja. A gazelle self-tames, who will get a patron name as well. Kayla, have fun with bear. A trade caravan gets absolutely demolished by a group of shamblers, meaning plenty of free loot for us. Good job purging the non-believers, shamblers, very cool. Electricity unlocked. Now, as far as methods of generating said electricity, windmills? No, not square enough. Watermills? Not nearly square enough. That leaves us with these options for power generation. We'll start with a wood-burning generator to get us by until we can get the stronger alternatives. Hopefully our wood supply can handle running a fancy new AC unit we unlock a few days later. Gotta freeze all these drugs before they wither. And the food too, I guess, but that's less important. Cubifers in labor. This time they get lucky and the child is born perfectly healthy. Praise the cube! A cubja tames a male gazelle so we can start breeding them for food. Congrats, Ragdoll! A group of mad foxes rampage on in and get decimated. And then we learn how to cut stone. Not only will this allow us to build some defensive walls, but we can also make some luxurious marble tile to improve our sacred shrine. A raid from the faction of Moylock arrives. As per usual, they will be purged in holy fire. The survivors will be sacrificed to the cube. The raid did, however, injure quite a few colonists, and Hakubja died of malnutrition while Cubathy was tending to more important colonists. And honestly, thank God I don't have to say Hakubja anymore. Moving on, we just finished researching drug production, and it's time to mass produce flake for some delicious drug money. Not long after, another raid comes in. This time the furries are falling from the sky. At least this time we have the walls done so we can utilize our defensive points. We finally have enough infrastructure to fully enclose our hallways, allowing us to actually set up a central temperature system. We can also make better clothing. That's right, we learned how to make intricate temperature control units before we learned how to make pants. Party time! Who invited the pig people? I bet it was Circlo. He deserves this. Every time I try to build a new room, I have to move like 40 cube sculptures. Don't tell the cube, but I think these sculptures are starting to become a nuisance. Another furry falls from the sky, but this one can be easily scooped up and indoctrinated. Baby Walrus has grown into a child. Thankfully, she decided to become a cubist, so she doesn't have to be exiled. She also earned her new name, Cuberus. Raids are starting to get scary, so it's time to start building a hospital. Plus, some renewable power in the form of delectably square solar panels. Oh good, a mechanoid cluster. And they brought their Party City fog machine with them. Wait, is that a Tesseron? It seems way too early for a Tesseron to be showing up. Hold on. Okay, so I think I figured out what's happening, and gamers, I think we might be entering a death spiral. The game handles the difficulty of events based on your colony wealth. The colony is definitely decently well off, but this is still pretty rudimentary shit going on. Somebody smarter than me in the comments can correct me, but my theory is each one of these cube sculptures are considered works of art, and even though nobody will buy them, they still have a market value. So every single one of these herpes sores is driving up the wealth of the colony, meaning the raids and events we face are going to be much more difficult than our infrastructure can handle. Just as a little comparison, here's the wealth graph. Right now we're at about the same wealth level that we were at in the old man video at the end. Okay, we have no armor, shit guns, and an inability to focus. Let's do this. Thankfully, the river helps slow down the Militors, and we do manage to come out victorious. Good thing too, because Cuberus has no spatial awareness and has wandered directly out into the battlefield. A mining caravan shows up, and it's finally time to offload our vast supply of drugs.
Buy all the gold we can, the cube demands it!
Ashok is a greedy fucker and only joins us once we have piles of gold. He's been enlightened though, so he still gets his new name, Cubic. A solar eclipse begins, triggering the Great Blackout, a several-day period in which we have no power because we rely purely on solar panels, so all we can do is build bedrooms and watch our food slowly rot. When the power's finally back on, we celebrate by carpeting our bedroom floors. We have an infestation, and not just of the cube sculptures. Everybody is kitted out with steel helmets now, but that won't protect them from being eviscerated by a giant bug, so we'll play it safe and do some kiting. In honor of our triumph, it's finally time to start making pants. Cubifer's baby has become a child as well, earning the new name Cubero. Time to give this 3-year-old a dustpan and a broom and send them to work.
Yes. Burn all that oppose the cubist way.
Cuba is pregnant again, Cubithy and Cubifer are fucking again, power is flickering again, and Circlo is still unloved. Geothermal power is unlocked, so our power struggle should be satiated for quite a while. We'll need this extra power to fund our mad dash for better weapon crafting. We have to rapidly run from the wealth curse approaching us. Cuberus has been inspired by the cube and is doing some playful chalk drawings in its honor. Well done, Cuberus. Maybe now the cube will grant us a gift from above. Nope, just raiders. Have we not pleased you, Lord? What more do you ask of us? You have another sacrifice. Please grant us your mercy. The cube is still not pleased, and a cold snap has started. It's about to get real cold in here, so it's time to spam heaters down until we can maintain a survivable temperature inside. 4 heaters can't keep up with the size of the base, so we have to move one into the main bedrooms and close the exterior vents. We'll do the same to the hospital to ensure we have some safe temperature locations to avoid exactly what's happening to Cubera right now. The cold snap has passed, and the cube has dropped us a stimulus check from orbit. A dealmaker shows up and offers to help us. We don't listen to non-believers, of course, so we capture her and convert her before sending her back out to spread the word of the cube. Party time! We take a quest from the Empire to watch 5 prisoners for them for a few weeks. Being on good terms with the Empire may be our only chance at surviving this. Having some allied decked-out troops to help would be extremely helpful, and we can use this time to convert more people. I should be worried about a raid coming in and wiping us out, but I'll believe that when pigs fly. Huh. After disposing of the swine, Cuba is injured, infected, and suffering from a 3rd trimester parasite in her body. Because of this, she is heavily incapacitated, meaning she can't get up to do important things like worship the cube. This sends her dangerously deep into cube withdrawal to the point she almost drops into a month-long coma from the stress. Thankfully, the doctors bring the cube to her and get her up just in time to cure her, right as a group of mad ibexes come in.
There is no break in this horrid existential void. Time ticks on, and each second is taken by abhorrent plagues that slowly wither away my psyche to the point of insanity.
Anyway, back to the funny video game. Hubert is gonna die from an infection in his arm if we don't amputate immediately. He's our main builder, so only having one arm is gonna slow things down for sure. Cuba is giving birth again, and then not long after, Cubifer is in labor again too. No complications, thankfully. Now it's time to set up some automated defenses here at the funnel, even though it's been completely useless now that raiders are just airdropping in on us. Speaking of airdropping in, welcome back, filth pillars. Hubert comes very close to death, considering his neck was cut off about 90% of the way. Then extremely soon after, a mech cluster falls from the sky and starts sucking the life out of the earth. Oh god. The mech fight is actually going pretty well, at least until Cuba's head is cut off.
Send the child out to avenge her mother. Yes, good. Feel the hate flow through you.
Hubert, ever the gentleman, says, "Ah man, my wife is dead. Hey Cubie, wanna fuck?" Another Muffalo self-tames. Welcome to the death spiral, Dr. B. May your sentence here be as painless as possible. Expectations have reached a level that now the cult demands a large sculpture of the cube. Apparently the 500 small cube sculptures aren't enough, but whatever. Cuberus has reached the age of 7 and is finally the perfect age for the mines. Now let's watch these 2 visitors get demolished. We take a quest to squash some bugs in exchange for a marine helmet. This should be pretty straightforward, just like the last infestation, other than Cubic having to take a break to build a cube sculpture in the middle of it.
Bask in its infinite beauty and complexity.
Oh, also, yeah, we can make assault rifles now or something. Parenting takes too much work, so it's time to start shoving the infants into a vat of nutrient juice until they are capable members of society. Speaking of useless piles of human flesh, a noble from the Empire wants to stay with us for a little while. We'll use this opportunity for more goodwill with the Empire, as well as converting a noble to the way of the cube. We finally got the tech for building basic prosthetics, so while one arm here can be made whole again. Looks like the furries have come to celebrate. We can finally utilize the funnel. We have a bit of an issue forming. Some of the cube sculptures have been sculpted outside of our walls, so raiders target them for destruction. Destroying them can cause temper tantrums, which would be extremely detrimental to a combat scenario. Our first growth experiment is complete, and she has earned the name of Cubo. We will also use some of this excess hay to insulate the walls of our freezer thanks to the insulation mod. You know what? Fuck it. Let's crack open the ancient danger and see what's inside. Ah yes, meat men and drug addicts. a classic. The humans inside kill off most of the flesh spikes, then fight each other to the death, leaving the scraps for us to pick off. The treasure inside consists of a joy wire module and a psychic pulsar, but this is by far the happiest colony I've ever had, so both those items are useless. The hermetic crate does have some luciferium in it, which could be saved for absolute dire emergencies. We can also strip the armor off these corpses and wash them to reuse them in our military. Meanwhile, the final baby is grown in the vat, earning the name Cuboon. Cubero has also grown up to the next growth tier. Party time! It seems bugs are the theme of this run, as some infested ship chunks fall from orbit and spew out some insects. Exterminate them! Security breach! Oh, fuck! I think they may have landed directly on a cube sculpture because Cubert immediately throws a tantrum about a lost sculpture. Now he's losing a fight to a single guinea pig. The paramedics are on their way. Just lie to them and say it was a mega sloth or something. Jesus Christ, Cubert, it was a single guinea pig! While the squad is recuperating from the first assault against the bugs, Cubert will create the ultimate super soldier. Go, Battle Horse! Fight! Thanks to the valiant sacrifice of Battle Horse, the squad is able to pick off the remaining bugs and destroy the ship chunks.
Ladies and gentlemen, get inside and lock your doors. This is not a drill. The rat swarm has arrived.
They're breaking down the doors, oh god. Run, QB! Run! We survived. Barely. Don't fuck with rats, everybody. The rats mangled us so badly that we've entered emergency medical mode. The kids will bring the medicine directly to the hospital, and anybody with any medical skill will have to spend days on end doing nothing but keeping people from bleeding out. We're rewarded for our barely scraping by with a bulk goods orbital trader. Now we can get more gold to honor the cube. We were able to finish converting the prisoners during the medical panic, and the first of the two of them has been recruited. Welcome, Cubellus. Please help make sense of this endless cacophony of horror. Oh hey, speaking of, a cougar just ate Cubo. Tragic. Prisoner going berserk. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get silly. We queue up a new wing of bedrooms. I'm sure our muscle parasite-ridden colonists will have a great time chipping away at that stone, especially in the middle of a cold snap. Thank you, Rimworld. The bedrooms are immediately taken by some bugs. We have a firm 11 a.m. checkout time though, so they will need to be forcibly escorted off the premises. We take another quest for hosting and converting a noble from the Empire for some goodwill. They'll be followed by a mech cluster in a few days, so we have to prepare. Thankfully, we recruit another prisoner in the meantime, renamed to Cubeman. Okay, it's been a few days and the mech cluster is here. Holy shit. Okay, everybody. This is very risky, but I'm going to have to use my brain. Hubert sneaks around the cluster into the Ancient Danger to grab the EMP launcher we left there, while the rest of the troops find cover behind trees and some hastily made sandbags. They have a flamer centipede, so I don't want anybody too clustered. Hubert EMPs the centipedes and Tesseron, while the gunners focus the biggest threats. Cubic will war call a cougar to help split the aggro and hopefully get a few hits in. With the major threats down, the melee squad will run into the turret blind spot and start bashing it to shreds. Okay, so that went not good. We have a brief window to retreat and heal while the mechanoids make their way up to the funnel. Just gotta deal with 400 infections first. We trust Circlo for one job, to stop the bleeding. He can't even do that right as he enters a cube raid from the mechanoids destroying his sculptures. Fear not, cubists, we have a single child with a machine pistol ready to defend the colony. Here we see the wild centipede gunner, frolicking amongst the gazelle and muffalo. Watch as it absolutely decimates a small child with a Gatling gun. Cuberus unfortunately succumbs to her injuries while Cubic finishes off the centipedes. Literally about 15 seconds later, a group of cougars run in to finish the job. We'll just ignore them for a little while until we have actual red blood cells in our bodies. Cubifer is going to die of an infection regardless of anything our current technology can do. Thankfully, the Ancient Danger has a bunch of crypto sleep caskets, so we can cryogenically freeze her until we can heal her infection. We just have to sneak past the cougars and run her to the caskets. We won't give the same luxury to Circlo, though. He died as he lived, undeserving of medical treatment. Cubellus needs a new stomach, so we'll steal one from a new prisoner. Hey, quick side note. You know how cats eat everything that they shouldn't? Well, if I had to think of the worst thing they could eat, I would consider a 100% lethality super soldier death drug to be up there for sure. On an unrelated note, our colony cat Coffee consumed some of our Luciferium stuff. For those who don't know how Luciferium works, it improves every stat of the pawn as well as rapidly speeds up healing. The downside, however, is if the user doesn't consistently take Luciferium, they will die. Bye, Coffee. We'll remember you. It seems Cassandra is finally giving us a moment to breathe. Time to finally lay down these gold tiles for the cube. Biosculptures are unlocked. This is going to be our saving grace for Cubifer. In the last video, I committed the cardinal sin of claiming that biosculptors were from the biotech expansion instead of the ideology expansion. Unfortunately, I don't own a ukulele, so the YouTuber apology video will have to be delayed. We yoink Cubifer out of crypto sleep and shove her into the biopod while Cubithy gets his leg torn off by a disgruntled prisoner. Bugs spawn gone, cats die, food is gone, I'm gonna cry. Impids are here. They have very basic weaponry, so they end up being super easy to deal with. Gift of forgiveness from the cube. Oh shit, a Glitter World trader. These guys will have plenty of gold for our altar, not to mention the advanced
Hi, how you
components we
doing
can grab from
tonight?
them as well. The engoldening continues, but Cubithy and Cubifer can't decide if the floors or the walls would look better in gold. This leads to their tragic breakup. Party time! A massive Inikin raid comes in, but surprisingly we handle it easily. And this one prisoner keeps going berserk and I'm getting really sick of it, so we're gonna remove their legs. The Impid prisoner joins the ranks, earning the name of Cuban, somewhat of a tragedy as the name Danny Zytro is insanely cool. Fabricator's finally here, and the first thing it does is fabricate love between Cubithy and Cubeman.
I heard it's a good
Beautiful.
one.
At this point, technology-wise, I'm sort of rushing for the endgame tech to desperately claw out of this death spiral. A Neanderthal raid comes in. Look at these idiots and
I've
their
heard
tribal
like
weapons.
nothing
Come on, Cuban,
bad
you're
about
embarrassing
that
us all.
game.
The Neanderthals somehow managed to come out victorious and knock down every able-bodied pawn. They pick most of the colony up and kidnap them. Even chasing them down gives diminishing returns. Sadly, there is no recovering from this heavy of a pawn loss, so this is where the Church of the Cube must end. For a fun finale, we'll reload a save, deactivate the cube, and then have them all square off, or should I say cube off, in their naked cube rage. We need a non-cube affiliated pawn to deactivate it, so we'll spawn in a Gary to handle this for us. Last one alive wins. Go! Cubic is the winner! Yay! Congrats! Woo! Hoorah! Goodbye to one of the worst colonies I've ever had to maintain. Surprisingly, it was also the highest mood colony ever. I don't know if that was the cube joy or the constant sex, but who can truly say? Special thanks to my patrons as always for making these videos possible. The cube will make an appearance at each of your birthday parties. Bye.
You know, I could be a lot more horny with the noises I make while eating ice cream, but... Pretty much the only complaint you hear about pregnant... Yeah, I've heard about that stuff. Those are just people who are... Those are just not good people. Like, people who think like that, they're not good people. Ow. Ice cream. Alright, let's get back to it. The colony's doing fine. We are. Give me the pill. Once you're no longer in a psychotic murderous rampage. Okay, Cotterell. Let's hope you do. A chem rail rifle. Oh shit. 100%. Ooh. Now that's a good rifle. Alright, Rune. Let's see you do that roll. Let's see what you get. You're not getting anything anyway, so let's see. You got... it's not great. But it's not like you were using any of this anyways. The only bad thing is the anti-super precision. Go take that melee weapon. It'll be helpful at least. At least you can do very good hauling now. Like you're mass carried. You have a carry capacity of 1,200 kilograms. You know what? Not bad. Not bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. Actually, wait. I can punch, motherfucker, right? Yes, you definitely can. We got hero... What? You also have two abilities. Heroic Leap. You got the fucking hops, apparently. And it has no cooldown. And endure pain. Become immune to pain and resistant to damage for a few hours. Neat. Should have stripped him first. Whee! At least things are up and running again. Wait, did I ever turn it back on? Ooh, 13 tiles away though. Ugh. Unfortunate. This is where? Not here. Yeah, not here. Oh wow, Rune, me and you're in love. Whoa. Romance at its finest. Love is in the air tonight. A death squad officer named Marex is crashing in a pod nearby. If he survives in 5 days, Holy fuck. They're rank SS. And they do mining. I really want to keep them. 73 points in strength. Let's see. 73 points in vitality, so they probably have like 70. No, like no points in charisma. Let's see. Okay, so they have most of their points in strength and dexterity. Oh, that's a really good pawn. You know what? Okay. Actually, no. We're gonna save Cluckington for next time. I think I'm gonna go to bed. 'Cause, yeah, I'm tired. We've been streaming for almost 12 hours. I have work in less than 12 hours. So, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna make sure I have a work shirt for tomorrow. So thank you for watching. Hope night. And I'll see you all tomorrow. 'Cause, yeah, I'm tired. Tomorrow's plan is to do some more Resident Evil with Mio. Yeah, we'll be finishing up Resident Evil 5, most likely. So thank you for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Love you all. See you all next time. Bye-bye. And thank you for stopping by, Rune. It's always a pleasure to see you. Night-night. I'm a super baby.